This time we're going to call to order the meeting of June 3rd, 2019. Vice Mayor Richmond, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My honor.
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Here.
Mayor Velasquez?
Here.
Councilmember Spencer?
Here.
Councilmember Lenore?
Present.
City Manager Avera?
Here.
City Attorney Epperson?
Present.
Chief of Police Westrick? I know he's
Here.
here. The amended agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of June 3rd, 2019 was posted on the bulletin board on May 30th, 2019 at 11:50 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you very much. Tonight we have a proclamation. We're going to recognize Miss San Benito Rodeo 2018, Kelsey French. On behalf of the City of Hollister, we want to recognize you and give you this certificate of recognition for your year as Miss San Benito Rodeo 2018.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. I'm here to tell you that this is one of my last meetings I'll have as my reign as Miss San Benito Rodeo 2018. I actually have the two girls that are running for my title as Miss San Benito Rodeo 2019. That is Madeline Clarkson and Bonnie Mansmith. If you two will please stand up. These two girls will be running for our contest June 15th. It starts at 10 a.m., open to the public. It's free. If you guys will please come out and come join us. I'm so excited to see what the year holds for these two. Our rodeo is June 28th through the 30th. Please come out. If you have any questions, go to our website, contact Dave Westrick or myself, and I'd love to see you guys out there. Get your boots and cowboy hats on. It's rodeo time.
Rodeo, yeah.
We've had a request if we could move, if the council's all right with it, item F1 forward meeting.
I agree.
Council okay with that? Consensus, Chief? Item F1, sir. We're gonna see something very special right now.
Can I call Officer Arila Magoza and Officer Freeze up, please?
Please do.
Come on, freeze.
Get your photographs now, folks. So Officer Freeze has been with us since 2015. He was previously a canine officer in other places, but Officer Malgoza has been his partner for the last 3 years, right? Officer Freeze is now retired and will live out the rest of his life with Detective Malgoza now. Good for him. He just became detective just the other day. That's pretty cool. We're very proud of Freeze, and he did some amazing work for us. Obviously, he's a super happy dog, as you can tell, and we're pretty happy with him. Do you have the certificates? Great. Excellent.
I'm signing them as fast as I can.
Yes. Faster. The mayor has to do a little overtime here because he has some certificates to sign. Because what we're going to do is, once Officer Freeze is officially retired, Detective Malgoza is actually going to go ahead and obviously take over the care of Officer Freeze. We're pretty excited about it. There's going to be an item on later on tonight about another related item about canines, but I'd like to do a quick, would Freeze like to sign? And Officer Malgoza, or Detective Malgoza, like to sign as well? Oh, here we go. All right. Check this out. Photos, come on.
Hit that button. There we go.
We've practiced this.
First time? Oh. First time.
As with all of our retirees, he's welcome back at our employee appreciation dinner every year. We'll make sure we have some kibble for him. He does have a pension. Absolutely. Could your dog be this patient? No, your dog could not be this patient, right? Isn't that amazing? We still have Officer Dallas out there patrolling the streets. We're very proud of all of our officers, including, of course, our Canadian officers. Thank you for taking care of Officer Freeze, Detective Melgoza. We appreciate it. Round of applause, please, for our officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's really what's this?
It's all about paperwork.
He's busy sniffing all those bags back there. Need to keep him busy back there. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
I'd like to pull A5, A6.
5 and A6. Any others from the council? Do we have any from the public?
I have none from the public.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda outside of A5 and A6.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
We'll move to item A5.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This next item is the subdivision improvement agreement between the City of Hollister and Mirabella 2 subdivision. This agreement is between the developer of Mirabella 2 to ensure that all the public improvements will be installed and put in after the approval of all the different items such as the tentative map and the final map and the improvement plans as well.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez?
What exactly does that mean? Can you tell me what exactly that means, that all the improvement agreements?
So essentially, the subdivision improvement agreement is to ensure that once the developer starts construction, that all the public improvements such as the water lines, sewer lines, sidewalks, roads will be installed per the developer.
Okay.
So this is another project of 170.
144 single-family residential units with 26 multifamily duets.
Okay. Does this have a homeowners association?
No,
No.
it's all going to be deeded to the city.
So we have to maintain the roads in the future and all the different things.
Correct. And they will be part of the CFDs as well.
So we're clear, though. This is not, if we don't vote for this, it doesn't move forward. He said the
What-
tentative map, so I want to make
Well,
sure.
the tentative map has already been approved. Everything has already been approved. The final map is in substantial completion and is being reviewed. So essentially, the approval will allow the final map to be recorded.
Okay.
But we do have a choice, right? I hear you guys always saying it's too late, it's already been approved, but if it was already too late and it's already been approved, they wouldn't come up here asking for us to vote on it. And I did see that you put in here the section, what is it, 66474.1. I read that. So I understand that we might go to litigation over it if we vote against it. Is that what you were going to bring up?
All right, but we do have a choice to vote no. And I wanted to pull this item just to say that I've walked, it's in my district number 1. I've walked and I've talked to all the neighbors. They are highly against it. And I just wanted to go on record as saying that I support what they elected us to do. And because of that, I can't support this project.
You know, I think I'm going to make the same comments I've been making for a while about slowing this down. You know, last week I had to go pick up my kids at school on Santa Ana Road. Traffic was backed up to Airline from the school. That's how bad the impact was. This morning, I leave town to go to work at 4:45 in the morning, and we're backed up in traffic all the way up to the 101. Coming home, the same deal. You know, as I've said many times, we need to step back, do this right. I will say this: I am glad to see at least they added some townhomes or duplexes in there. That's a start, but we're still going to be responsible for those roads for 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 years down the road. We need to make those changes. We need to take a breather until we get these things done right, so we don't keep causing ourselves more problems.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you for your input. Councilmember Resendez, and then.
Also, I'd like to just say that we've been here for 6 months, and I'm a little disappointed that we have not talked about the housing issue. Whether you're for more growth or you're against more growth, it doesn't really matter at this point, but I think that we were elected to take a position and to at least attempt to formulate some type of policy. So I have to say that I'm highly disappointed that we have not had that conversation yet.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. Well, this is no place to have that conversation because it's not on the agenda, but I'll say this. This item had an initial submittal date of September 9th, 2017. I hate to say it this way, but I wasn't here. I know that Councilmember Resendez wasn't here. I know that Councilmember Lenore wasn't here. Councilmember Spencer wasn't here. So how would you like us to slow this down since we weren't here for a year before that happened? The truth of the matter is, we have an obligation to follow the law. The law says if you have a tentative map and you comply with the law and you do what you were told to do, you're going to get a final map. That's what the law says. It says you will not deny a final map. Now, I guess I could grandstand like everybody else and vote no because I don't like where this development is. I got to be honest with you. It's a reach. Of course, we'll get sued and we'll lose. And boy, I'll have the wonderful time of saying, gee, I really stood on my principles. Meanwhile, your tax money will be flushed down the toilet for no reason whatsoever. I guess somebody should have done something in September 2017. It wasn't 1917. 2017. I guess somebody should have done something when they saw where this thing was. Someone should have done something then. I don't know who that someone was. Obviously, nobody's going to step up and say it was my fault. I think it's a little late to be worried about it now, once we've got a legal commitment. So I'm going to vote yes, and the reason I'm going to vote yes is because we have a legal commitment, and you people expect us to follow the law when you come up here. Whether you like the law or don't like the law, you expect us to follow the law. No one voted for me to break the law because they didn't like the law. And so that's what I'm going to do. I don't like the development. I don't like where it is. I wouldn't have approved it at the time. I would have wondered why it was not on the HOA, which I've supported every time it's come up here. But I guess I'm through grandstanding because I think it's a waste of time and a waste of energy. That was not what's on this thing. So whoever was here in 2017, congratulations. You're about to get this approved as far as I'm concerned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Lorna, do you have a comment?
Yes, I was on the planning commission when this came forward. I guess you could blame me a little, but conforms to the general plan, and there was not a public outcry when there should have been at the pre-zoning annexation stage, at the tentative map stage. Where was the outrage then? You wait until the last final possible moment on an item that is just the last stage of it. I'm sorry that you're upset about it. I just wonder where you were the last couple of years. I could have had more pool then. Also, in answer to Councilmember Resendez's comment about slowing down the growth, well, I thought we were headed that way, Mayor, because you brought up growth management ordinance with maybe an inclusionary housing, but you just stopped the minute you said moratorium. So I'm still waiting for the growth management ordinance process, and you got off track saying moratorium, so that's why we're not working on it. I'd like to get back to that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Spencer?
Thank you. What I'd like to point out is section 66474 .1, whatever, period 1, of the Subdivision Map Act states that a legislative body shall not deny approval of a final or parcel map if it has previously approved a tentative map for the proposed subdivision, and that if it finds that the final or parcel map is in substantial compliance with the previously approved tentative map. And that's right there in our paperwork. So I just want to make that clear.
Just so we're all clear too, we all have a right to vote no or vote yes.
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 And I did not stop the movement towards the slow growth. I asked for a moratorium. Not received that. I haven't received the other part, but I'm sure we're working towards it. Correct, City Manager?
Actually, I just finished up the report for the 17th, so
Thank you,
you'll
sir.
have it.
There you go.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
you.
Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-120, approving the subdivision improvement agreement for Mirabella 2 subdivision and authorizing execution of the agreement for the improvement with RJK Investments.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Aye. 3-2. We're going to move to item A6.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Socorro Sendejas. I'm with the Engineering Department here at the city. This item is regarding City Council approval of a subdivision improvement agreement and a final map for the Clower residential subdivision. This is a conditionally approved development for the construction of 9 single-family homes and a multi-family home triplex. The tentative map for the the tentative map for the Clower development was approved by the Planning Commission on May 24th, 2018, per Planning Commission Resolution 2018-27. Municipal Code 16.24.210 requires that the subdivider enter into an agreement with the city, which would guarantee the completion of the public improvements. The State of California Subdivision Map Act, Section 66474.1, states that a legislative body shall not deny approval of a final or parcel map if it has previously approved a tentative map for the proposed subdivision, and if it finds that the final or parcel map is in substantial compliance with the previously approved tentative map. The Clower project has an approved tentative map, and the city has found the parcel map to be in substantial conformance with the approved tentative map. As such, staff recommends that City Council adopt this resolution, which will authorize the approval of the final map for the Clower subdivision and then enter into a subdivision improvement agreement with the developer. If there are any questions, I can try to answer.
Councilmember Resendez?
Yeah, I pulled the item, so this is pretty similar to the one we just talked about before. I just want to go on record as thanking all of my colleagues up here for their comments. Again, I want to stress to you that this was one of the biggest issues when I was campaigning and frustrations of the public. That's why I'm pulling these 2 items. I do want to say, with all due respect, I understand taking the stance of saying we were not the ones here then in 2017, et cetera, et cetera. Again, when I was campaigning, this was the #1 issue that was talked about, and it is my most humble, honest opinion that that's why those people are not sitting up here today, and we are. And just to go on record that we do have the right to take a vote, either yes or no on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question. This has not been approved yet, but there's grading going on, a lot of work happening over there on that site.
The plans have been approved and their grading permit has been issued. We just haven't gone into an agreement for the work, and we haven't.
Shouldn't all this be taken care of before those things happen in the future? I mean, why? What if we had said no tonight?
It would have been an at-risk grading permit that was issued to the developer. The developer has posted securities and paid his engineering and inspection fees, and he has approved plans.
Right, but again, I think future, we should really look at that, and just to be fair, again, if something had gone wrong, it really wouldn't be fair to this
Yeah.
person.
The only thing they're doing out there is moving dirt. They're not putting in any infrastructure that's at risk. However, if that's the council's pleasure in the future, we can take a look at that.
Okay. Councilmember Eleanor?
I want to clarify that, Danny, this is going to complete some improvement on the Santa Ana Road side?
Yes,
There's no access from Santa Ana Road, it's actually going to extend the big drive?
no,
They're right, there's no access on
there's
Santa Ana.
no access.
Also, I just wanted to clarify too that we have a potential for 3 rentals with the multifamily.
Absolutely.
And they look pretty much like single family, I remember the plans.
they look
Because again,
nice.
I was on the planning commission, so thank you for answering those questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Councilmember, Vice Mayor Richmond?
I have the same question I had earlier. Does this project have an HOA?
No, it doesn't.
Do you know offhand when we put that in as mandatory?
We haven't.
I don't know if it's a mandate.
We have not put it in as mandatory yet.
So we have not yet put it in as mandatory.
Can you make them do that?
What's that for HOA?
I
The
guess.
apartments, I believe, are gonna have some type of agreement to maintain the apartment site. The streets are in the CFDs.
Since we don't have that conversation agendized, we'll have that conversation another time, but
Yep.
it's an ongoing issue. So, thank you. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yes,
Are
Mr.
there-
Mayor?
Is there any other question? I'm sorry.
Just a quick question, since they brought that up, can we, let's say we voted against it today, can we make it an amendment or that they require them to have an HOA if we vote it down today and then have them come back at this point?
This may be a question for Jason or the city attorney. However, I don't think you can go back and condition the tentative map.
What I can say, Councilmember Resend, is that would definitely be a challenge at this point, given the way that we're agendized.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
For item A6, excuse me. Resolution number 2019-121, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the subdivision improvement agreement for tract number 346 Clower subdivision and authorizing the execution of the agreement for the improvements with the KP&A Clower 1992 Trust for the benefit of Craig Thomas Clower. I have one speaker, Salvador Mora.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I wasn't planning on speaking on this, but it's a little disturbing to hear City Council members want to reject proposals that have been already approved. And if they didn't know, they should know what the consequence of that action is if it was denied. To say that you want to change, slow down growth, so you want to turn down or deny projects that were approved already, knowing the fiscal impact that would take on, that the city would take on, I think that's pretty negligent on your part, that you're going to take the taxpayers' dollars and flush it down the toilet just because you campaigned on slowing down growth. If you made promises, you should have looked into projects that were previously approved. And then you could have told those constituents that you couldn't do anything about projects that were previously approved, even if you're elected. So you should take responsibility, know what the laws are, and try to stop wasting our taxpayer money. And yes, it is a bunch of grandstanding because you know that nothing can be done about it. So I thank those council members that put the community's money first as opposed to trying to make themselves look good in the community and to their constituents. And just a quick message, if you guys can turn on your mics when you speak, have a request back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, is there a motion?
I make a,
Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-121, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the subdivision improvement agreement for the tract number 346 Clower subdivision and authorizing the execution of the agreement for the improvements with KP&A Clower 1992 Trust for the benefit of Craig Thomas Clower.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Who won that one?
Doesn't matter.
Marty won that one. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Aye. 3-2.
Thank you.
We're going to move to public input. This is time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 written correspondences from Joseph Thompson. And my first speaker, and my only speaker for C so far, is Pauline Valdivia.
Welcome back, Ms. Valdivia.
Oh, glad to be here, and good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'll make it short and sweet. I'm here, Pauline Valdivia I'm here representing Jóvenes de Antaño, JDA Senior Services, and also on behalf of the Board of Directors. And what my request is that if we can be put on a regular agenda so we can have an opportunity to talk to you and share with you about the services that we provide for all our seniors here in San Benito. About 80% of our clients live in the city of Hollister that receive all these services, and we're the only nonprofit large organization that provide these services. And at the time that hopefully will get agendized is that I will give you some information and a written report in terms of what those services are and the amount of people that we serve in San Benito County. And like I said, most of the folks live in the city of Hollister. So I'm requesting that if it's possible that you put JDA, Senior Service, on the agenda so I can have more time to talk to you and, of course, to answer any questions that you might have. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have Courtney Evans.
Good evening, Council. Thank you. I'm coming as a business owner. I own a business in downtown Hollister. This is my 3rd time speaking and requesting that we put on the agenda some form to have standards and ethical process to hold accountability. As a member of this community and a business owner, I'm embarrassed with the conversations back and forth when you hide behind your personal and your title as representing our community. I will ask again that is placed on the agenda. I'm very disappointed with your behavior on social media, and then you come up here and it's very positive, and I would like to see more transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
No,
I
wish to speak. Hi, my name is Elia Salinas, and I'm a city resident of Hollister. And I, too, concur with what Courtney has said, and I specifically would like to address Councilman Resendez for calling me a cockroach, calling me saying that I'm a lobbyist. I'm not a registered lobbyist for any developers, and because when I come up here and I speak to the council, I speak on my own beliefs and when I do my own homework. And whether you agree or disagree with me doesn't mean that you need to be out there on social media and making out some false accusations of myself. And Mayor Ignacio Velazquez, I would prefer that you find another word instead of saying when someone disagrees or when something is going forward and it's not the way you want it to be, doesn't mean that it's stupid. That's Psych 101 trying to play games on somebody to say that because they disagree with you that they have to be stupid, and they're not. People come in here, and people out there that don't come in here and are not represented and they're not voices. It's embarrassing what is going out on social media by using your names and by using it and then coming over here forward and putting on a smile like nothing is happening. You're bad-mouthing a lot of people out there, and it's not right. It's not professional. It's definitely unethical for your behavior, and it's an embarrassment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
I have no more speaker cards. Is that it?
We'll move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real quickly, I'd like to pass it off the mic over to Chief Westrick in just a moment, but is it the consensus of the council that they'd like to have something with Jovenes on the agenda for the 17th as a report? Okay, that will occur. So forgive us, we kind of got caught up in the moment ourselves, and we had a little something that we'd like to present to the community in Officer Freeze's name. So if Dave can read what we wrote on the actual certificate, it would be nice.
My pleasure too. Canine Officer Freeze, having served faithfully and honorably, retired from City of Hollister Police Department this third day of June 2019. Canine Freeze has served faithfully and honorably. He has stood by his handler without fail through difficult and dangerous times, as well as good-natured and fun community events. I'm sure we've all seen him there. Officer Melgoza and Canine Freeze have spent thousands of hours together at work during hot summers and cold and wet winters. Canine Freeze has always been reliable, always on guard, and ready for work like a true warrior, ready for battle if needed, ready to defend life and to sacrifice his own life if that is what destiny called for. A true warrior fights not because he hates the one in front of him, but because he loves the one behind him. Now, as your service to our community and to your handler comes to an end with the City of Hollister, it is time for your new assignment. Retirement to be with family, to play, run, fetch, and try to catch butterflies, which is your just reward for your dedication and faithfulness. One last time, Canine Freeze, for a job well done. You're a good boy, such a good boy. And thank you for indulging me. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chief. That's it?
Billy, 24th?
Very nicely worded.
The 24th? I just want to let everybody know, I know that we talked about not doing 3 meetings, but we had kind of scheduled some things that
At the
happened on June
last,
24th, so I just want to let you know that we are on for that particular Monday night as well. So, 26th, 20 what? 6 o'clock p.m. start, is that all right with everybody? Okay, we'll start at 6. Thank you.
June 24th. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to item E1, public hearings. This item I'm going to recuse myself since I own the property next door at 452 San Benito Street. I'm going to pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. We have to do a thing before you leave, please.
What's that?
Go ahead, that's fine. And Mr. Vice Mayor, for the reasons that I explained 2 weeks ago, for those same reasons, I'll also be excusing myself from this matter and turn my chair over to Ms. Lauren Lane.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Lane. Welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have some administrative things before I actually start the public hearing. I would ask that the members of the audience please make sure your telephones are on either off or on vibrate, because I got a big crowd, and there's always seems to be a phone call somewhere. And the members of the council should not use their telephones during this period. Bear with me. I don't do any of these, and I'm a little nervous, and I got a little script. So if it goes silent for a moment, the reason is I'm trying to find my place. Ready to go? Okay. I'm opening the public hearing. The public hearing before the City of Hollister Council is now continued from May 20th, 2019 to consider an appeal by the appellants Ignacio Velasquez, save the 400 block, of the Planning Commission approval of minor subdivision 2019-1, conditional use permit 2018-14 for the planned unit development and tentative map 2019-1 during a special meeting of the Planning Commission of the City of Hollister, April 11, 2019. I will first discuss the order of the proceedings and how we intend to do this. So the order of proceedings is as follows. First presenter will be the staff for staff report. I'm hoping to get that done in 15 minutes, so we're going to have the timer running. I'm not going to hold you to 15 minutes exactly because I don't know how long it's going to take. It's a long list, so I will be flexible on that. Whatever it takes. The appellate's presentation, the same thing. I would like to get it done in 15 minutes if they can do theirs. But if it runs over, it runs over. It's not going to be a problem. Then there'll be questions from the decision makers and a period of public comment for 3 minutes. Unfortunately, the public comment, I'm going to hold you strictly to 3 minutes. There's a big crowd. Sometimes when there's a big crowd, we go to 2 minutes, but I would like to hear from you all for 3 minutes. But I will be gaveling at 3 minutes, so if you got a word in the air, please finish the word and leave. Then there'll be a appellant's rebuttal for 5 minutes, and followed by staff comments for 5 minutes, and then further questions by decision makers. And I'll close the public hearing if all that is done. So I'll try to go through this step by step. Please bear with me. And if you have any questions at this time of the either the staff or the appellant concerning the time, please let me know when appropriate, or now. So we'll start with the staff report. I understand it's a long report, and you may not get it in, but at least you'll have a reminder. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Planning Manager with the Development Services Department Planning Division. The item before you tonight is a public hearing for the appeal of City of Hollister Planning Commission action taken at a special Planning Commission meeting of April 11, 2019. During the special meeting of April 11th, the Planning Commission approved minor subdivision 2019-1, conditional use permit number 2018-14 for a plan unit development, and tentative map number 2019-1 for the property at the southwest corner of San Benito Street and 4th Street, also known as the 400 block. These entitlements are granted by the Planning Commission on April 11th, are subsequent to the approvals of the September 27, 2018 Planning Commission for Saturn Architectural of a 2-story philanthropic building and on phase 1 of the project site, and the approval of a 3-story mixed-use building consisting of 6 commercial spaces and 22 residential units on phase 2 of the project site. The minor subdivision approval that is being appealed is for the abandonment of the section of Briggs Alley located between phase 2 and phase 1 of the project site, as seen on the screen and also in your site plan. Briggs Alley consists of approximately 20-foot wide area and an 84-foot wide in length area, approximately 1,681.05 square feet. And the minor subdivision would incorporate the north area of Briggs Alley into phase 2, the Del Curto property, and the southern side of the Briggs Alley into phase 1 of the project site. The conditional use permit was approved for a planned unit development, and a residential density bonus for providing affordable housing consisting of 2 one-bedroom residential units and 2 studio residential units. The 2 one-bedroom residential units are income restricted for households of low income, and the 2 studio units are restricted for households of very low income category. The tentative map approval was for the creation of condominiums in the 3-story mixed-use building. The tentative map would make the 6 commercial spaces on the ground floor and the 22 residential units into legal lots of record. A request to appeal the action of the Planning Commission was submitted on April 25th, 2019 by the appellant Ignacio Velasquez, Save the 400 Block. The City Council of the City of Hollister, at its regular meeting of May 6, 2019, scheduled the appeal hearing for this item for the regular City Council meeting of May 20th, 2019. On May 20th, 2019, the public hearing item was continued to a date certain of today, June 3rd, 2019. The following is going to describe the basis for the appeal of the action taken by the Planning Commission at its special meeting of April 11th. However, before we get to the describe the basis for the appeal, if it is okay with the Planning Commission, we can talk a little bit about the history of, City Council. I'm used to Planning Commission. If it's okay with the City Council, we can talk a little bit about the history. I know that we're trying to keep on time. The history, it's all in the staff report. We can jump straight to the description of the basis for the appeal. If you want to talk a little bit about the history of the site as discussed at the Planning Commission, we may do so. It depends on.
Let me check with the council. Is it appropriate? Okay. Is that the desire of the members of the City Council?
That just makes.
Well, I don't see anybody saying no, so I guess the answer is yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This may take a little longer than the 15 minutes. I'm sorry,
I understand.
but it's
Well,
going to be.
That's fine. We said we'd be flexible on staff and appellant time both.
Thank you. A little bit of background. Prior to the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake, there were 7 commercial buildings on the 400 block, totaling approximately 25,800 square feet of commercial space. And all that was developed since the 1880s. The Loma Prieta earthquake and subsequent fires in 1989 destroyed several businesses and buildings downtown, unfortunately. The majority of the former buildings were demolished within 2 months of the Loma Prieta earthquake due to the catastrophic damage to the unreinforced masonry structures. The former Hollister Redevelopment Agency purchased the 400 block vacant lots and acquired and demolished the remaining mini mall and bar restaurant as part of the 1991 strategy and plan. As part of this plan to assemble the properties and redevelop the site with the Catalyst commercial project. The former redevelopment agency funded a surface fault hazard investigation to assist with the reconstruction of the properties. The investigation on the 400 block project site provided evidence that there is not a potential for surface fault rupture on the project site, and the site was clear for redevelopment. The state legislature eliminated the redevelopment agencies in California during a 2011 budget crisis with the Dissolution Act. The act required the successor agencies to the redevelopment agencies to prepare what's called a long-range property management plan for the disposition of all properties within the redevelopment agencies. The successor agency for the city of Hollister submitted the long-range property management plan to the state legislature, and the successor agency secured approval to hold the project site for redevelopment for a Catalyst project. The state required the city and successor agency to enter into a compensation agreement with the taxing entities in the project area of the Hollister Redevelopment Agency. An agreement was negotiated that stated that the city would make a good faith effort to sell the property for a Catalyst mixed-use project with no payment of additional property taxes to the taxing entities, and that the property would remain available for non-profits to use in the interim at no cost. This leads to the disposition and development agreement that was approved on June 5th, 2017, when the City Council approved Resolution 2017-139 for the sale of the property. Disposition and development agreement is a tri-party agreement between the City of Hollister, the Del Curto Brothers, and the Community Foundation. The agreement was for the development of the entire vacant 0.45 acre area in 2 phases. Phase 1 was for the development of an approximately 8,800 square foot 2-story philanthropic center to the south, and Phase 2, the construction of an 8,000 to 11,000 square foot commercial lease area on the ground floor and 14 to 22 condominiums on the second and third floor, as indicated on the development and disposition agreement. This takes us to September 27, 2018. The Planning Commission approved site and architectural review for the philanthropic building, and which is in Phase 1 of the project site, and also Phase 2, 3-story mixed-use building on Phase 2 of the project site. On April 11, 2019, at a special meeting of the City Planning Commission, the Planning Commission approved the minor subdivision, the conditional use permit, and the tentative map. This action brings us to today, shortly after the appellant submitted an appeal, and this is we are here today to discuss the appeal. The basis for the appeal is essentially in part of your packet, and it's actually there's 4 sections. Each section, most of the sections up there have separate components to it. We want to, in the full interest of full transparency, we would like to address each component. For the basis of the appeal in front of you, per the appellant, the project violated the city's municipal code, and section number 1. Section number 2, per the appellant, the project violates California planning and zoning law. Per the appellant, the project violates the California Environmental Quality Act. And finally, per the appellant, the project violates mandatory street vacation procedures. Part 1 of the basis for the appeal, as provided in the screen, has 3 parts to it, underlined in the screen, and indicates as follows. Part 1, it indicates most notably the proposed Del Curdo exceeds the maximum density in the DMU, downtown mixed-use zone. We want to note that Section 2 also has a similar comment, basically about the density. There's also a second part to Section 1 says the applicant failed to provide an environmental analysis along with the proposed tentative map. And also the third part of Section 1 indicates that the project also fails to ensure that planned affordable condominium units will have the same proportion of dwelling unit types as the market rate condominiums. In response, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council, regarding the densities as indicated in the appellant's basis for the appeal, in response, the project is consistent with the densities in the general plan and current zoning with the allowable density bonus. The project site area consists of 19,665.01 square feet or 0.45 acres. And that's consisting of Phase 1, the community foundation, 0.14 acres, Phase 2, the Briggs Alley section, and so the whole total area is 0.45 acres. The DMU zoning allows for 40 units per acre, so 0.45 acres at 40 units brings us to 18 units for the project site. As we all know, the state of California does have a high need, unfortunately, a really high need for affordable housing, for special needs housing. And so the state of California has laws that allow for density bonuses, and the city of Hollister has adopted the state laws for density bonuses. Pursuant to section 1704080, state density bonuses for construction of affordable and senior housing, a residential development is eligible for a 20% density bonus if, and I'm just going to summarize, if the project has at minimum 5 residential units, which this project does have, and either the project has 10% of the total units are for lower income households, or 5% of the total dwelling units of the residential development are for very low income households. The project at 18 units that the zoning allows it to have, 10% of 18 is 1.8 units. So they are proposing 2 lower income units, which meets that requirement of 1.8 units for low income. And also 5% for very low at 18 units, that's 0.9 units. And they are proposing, also they are proposing 2 very low income household units. Just to put things in perspective, currently, and checking with the housing coordinator this morning, the average medium income for San Benito County, it's currently for a family of four is $84,500. The very low income housing units would provide housing, the 2 studio housing units, for very low income, which is 30% of the average medium income. 30% is for a family that makes $25,350. So that is part of our function in development services, to be able to plan for affordable housing in the city of Hollister, and this is one of the ways that we are doing it. 50% of the area median household is for low income housing, and at 50% of the average median income, that's $42,250. So this project would propose 2 studio units at very low and 2 one-bedroom units at low. All the units, 18 of the units would be 1 bedroom, and 4 of the units would be studio units. So just to reiterate, it is really important to note that the application is not proposing transferring densities to a physically separate remote location. All 22 residential 1-bedroom and studio units would be located within the 400 block project site area at an overall residential density of 48 units per acre, consistent with the general plan and current zoning with the allowable density bonus. The tri-party agreement, disposition and development agreement refers to one site with multiple phases. That is in regards to the density. In regards to the applicant failed to provide an environmental analysis along with the proposed tentative map, we would like to hold that a little bit until the next section, because section 3 actually claims very similarly to this section about the project violates the California Environmental Quality Act. So we'll address that in just a little bit. But the next part in section 1 says that the proposed project also fails to ensure that planned affordable condominium units will have the same proportion of dwelling unit types as the market rate. And just to respond to that from staff's perspective, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council, out of the 22 total units, there will be 4 affordable units consisting of 2 one-bedroom units and 2 studio units. All 22 units are either one-bedroom units ranging in size from 690 square feet to 970 square feet. They're all within the same structure. They will all have a similar physical appearance. They will all be similar in size. And the studio units will be ranging in size from 530 square feet to 560 square feet. Again, all within the same building of the total 22 residential units and 6 commercial units as well.
Just continue. We're just going to continue.
Thank you. The proposal meets the density bonus per state law with either 2 very low income housing units or 2 low income housing units. I just want to make clear that either or they meet it. So at 20, they get the 20% density. That puts them to 3.6, and per the state density law, they're able to round up to 4. However, they're able to meet it each way with either the 2 one bedroom or the 2 studios. And so it's just they're providing more than what's required. The proposal meets the requirements of the Hollister Municipal Code. At this time, staff would like to address the failed to provide an environmental analysis comment, and also we would like to address that the appellant's concerned that the project violates the California Environmental Quality Act. It indicates that the proposed project does not qualify for a Class 32 CEQA exemption. And in response, we have the CEQA Section 15332 Class 32 category exemption in the screen. It's also as part of the approved resolution. And please note that the exemption has to meet all of these criteria. It can't meet just one or the other. It has to meet all of them, and staff is indicating and has provided findings that it has met all of these requirements. Subsection A, in response to the project is exempt from CEQA, It is exempt from CEQA subsection A because the project is consistent with the general plan. It is consistent with the zoning for the area. The project is a proposed mixed-use project in a mixed-use zoning designation. And so therefore, the project conforms to subsection A of CEQA 15332. Regarding section B, the development of the site at 0.45 acres is well below the 5 acres and is substantially surrounded by other urban uses consistent with subsection B. So subsection B indicates that the project should be less than 5 acres in size, and 0.45 acres is substantially less than the 5 acres, and also substantially surrounded by urban development. Regarding section C, the project site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species consistent with subsection C. Critical habitat for example, California red-legged frog, California tiger salamander, that's mostly in the county, mostly outside of the city limits. The property was previously developed with commercial buildings and a section of Briggs Alley that is now covered with grass and is routinely mowed by city staff. So there is no endangered species in that area. The project site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species consistent with subsection C. So again, that's another reason why it continues to be exempt from this section. Regarding section D and E, approval of the project will not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, or air quality or water quality, and the site can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services consistent with subsection D and E. Regarding traffic of this subsection, a September 20th, 2018 technical memo provided by Kimley Horn Engineering was prepared to assess the threshold of significance for traffic impact at the intersection of San Benito and 4th Streets. The technical memo was included in your packets as attachment 8 of 25 attachments on your reports. And so it's really important to indicate that a delay of 5 seconds or more during peak morning or afternoon is considered to be a significant impact under direct and cumulative traffic conditions. The existing level of service is D at this intersection during morning and during afternoon peak hours. A level of service chart is provided in the screen before you, and it was also a part of the report. Essentially, to summarize, level of service A is a free flow with no delays at signalized intersections or controlled intersections. Level of service B is between 10 and 20 seconds delay, and it goes all the way to F, which is basically gridlock conditions, stop and go traffic. Again, at peak hours, this intersection is level of service D. The results of the technical memo indicate that the existing plus project level of service is projected to remain at a level of service D, with an increased delay of 3.5 seconds in the morning peak hour and 2 seconds in the afternoon peak hour. And again, in order for it to be a significant considered impact, it has to be at least 5 seconds, so therefore, this is not considered a significant impact. Under cumulative conditions, just to summarize, are past, current, and probable future projects. So under cumulative conditions, the level of service is expected to be lowered to E in the morning peak hour and F in the afternoon peak hour. The morning and afternoon levels of services of E and F would remain the same with cumulative plus project conditions, with an increased delay of 3.4 seconds in the morning and 3.2 seconds in the afternoon. So therefore, the individual and cumulative impacts of the project are below the threshold of significance for delay at the intersection. The City of Hollister has adopted a policy to maintain level of service at a C, at minimum at a C. It's no secret that 4th and San Benito Street is one of our busiest intersections, and we see that in our environmental impact report for our current general plan. It indicates that the level of service for 4th and San Benito Street is a level of service D. However, the City Council adopted a statement of overriding consideration for 4th and San Benito, and also the other intersection in Hollister that has a level of service D at peak hours is Nash Trespinos and Airline Highway. And so Those two intersections, the city council determined that a statement of overriding consideration was valid back when the general plan was adopted in order to implement the goals and policies of the general plan. Regarding parking, again, we want to throw in parking as part of it as well, even though it's the section of traffic that we're addressing of the categorical exemption. But regarding parking, the project site is within the 1977 Downtown Parking Assessment District. All property owners within this assessment district paid assessments to develop municipal parking downtown. The Briggs parking garage has 140 parking spaces. There is 35 parking spaces on the second floor, 42 parking spaces on the third floor, and 63 parking spaces on the rooftop. The development and disposition agreement allowed for 24 parking spaces for the condominium units to be as part of the parking garage, the Briggs parking garage. Before the item went before the Planning Commission, staff did a little bit of a survey, and between March 18th and March 28th, at the times of 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., we went to the Briggs parking garage to kind of do a count of the vehicles that were at those times at the site. And at 10 a.m., we saw an average of about 24 cars, and at 3 p.m., we saw an average of about 11 cars. And so the parking garage was a capacity of about ranging between 7% and 18% during those times between March 18 and March 28, 2019, at those times discussed. Regarding truck traffic, Section 3 of the Development and Disposition Agreement stipulates that the city will establish a loading zone on the alley leading to Briggs Alley off of 5th Street, as you can see on the site plan, behind Phase 1 Community Foundation, and also in front of the Docuro building on San Benito Street. These loading zones will help alleviate traffic congestion that occurs today from streets loading and unloading in the center of San Benito Street for deliveries to the east side of San Benito Street. So all of this is addressing the traffic section of the categorical exemption of the CEQA guidelines. The next component on D is noise. The project site is located outside of the noise-sensitive areas in the Hollister Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan. The land uses proposed is offices, small conferences, dining, retail, high-density residential. All of these uses are similar to the type of uses in a downtown area and will not result in a significant increase in noise to the project area or introduce the area to unusual types of noise, which is the reason why staff is supporting the categorical exemption. Regarding air quality, the Monterey Bay Unified Air Pollution Control District CEQA air quality guidelines establishes thresholds of significance for projects. The project is located on a 0.45 acre site, and development will occur in 2 phases. Regarding air district guidelines for construction, in order for there to likely be a significant impact in construction, there would have to be a minimum of 8.1 acres of earth moving per day, 8.1. At 0.45 acres total for the project site, the potential from particulate matter 10 emissions from construction is well below the threshold of significance of 8.1 acres of minimal earth moving per day. More than 50% of the development will consist of housing, and the vertical mixed-use development type is consistent with the Association of Monterey Bay Area Government Sustainable Community Strategy Implementation Toolkit for infill housing types with potential to reduce vehicle miles traveled. Many various services within the 400 block are within walking distance of the 400 block, so this is why it is consistent with the infill for the Monterey Bay Area Government Sustainable Implementation. Water quality. Regarding water quality, the project is located over a mile away from the San Benito River, over a mile away from Santa Ana Creek, and outside the 100-year flood plains for the water bodies. The project will be required to adhere to city standards to retain stormwater on site, consistent with the city's MS4 permit. The project is the redevelopment of a flat parcel and it will have no effect on existing drainage patterns, streams, or rivers. Regarding public services, there's existing sewer, water, utility, and drainage services located contiguous to the project site on San Benito Street, on 4th Street, on Briggs Alley, and they all have capacity to serve the project. Regarding the section number 3, the project violates the California Environmental Quality Act. In green, the project will also develop the only significant open space in Hollister's downtown area and will create significant impacts from this permanent loss of open space. In response, staff would like to address the council and indicate that there is actually multiple areas that are actually considered to be open. There is less than a block away, there is a plaza in front of the courthouse. About 3 blocks away, there is a plaza in front of the Vets building. There is also private property that remains vacant at the southeast corner of 4th and Monterey Street. Also across from the Veterans Plaza, to the south, there's a private property that remains vacant, also known as a Areola piece. Near the base of Vista Park Hill at the corner of Monterey and 3rd Streets, on 7th Street behind Jesse's Food and Gas, and on the 800 block of San Benito Streets, there's also vacant land in these areas. Also, there are 3 municipal parks within 1/2 mile of the project sites, including Vista Park Hill, McCarthy Park, and Dunn Park. The Hollister Community Center and a linear park will be constructed in association with the housing development north of Buena Vista Road. Therefore, the project will not have an impact on outdoor public recreation or open space. Continuing with section number 4 of the basis for the appeal, the proposed project indicates that the proposed project purports to vacate the public right-of-way over Briggs Alley without complying with the California street vacation procedures. In response, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the City Council, please know that the city is complying with the California street vacation procedures by use of the Subdivision Map Act and following all proper laws and procedures. In conclusion, the proposed future development of the entire 400-block area with its multiple contiguous lots is described within the Council's Resolution 2017-139, approving the tri-party development and disposition agreement. The application is not proposing transferring residential densities to a physically separate remote location. All 22 residential 1-bedroom and studio units would be located within the 400-block project site, and the tri-party agreement refers to one site with multiple phases. The City of Hollister City Council and Redevelopment Agency never planned for the 400-block property to be used as a permanent open space recreation area. The project will not result in a significant loss of open space in downtown because there are 2 plazas located within blocks of the project site, and there's also vacant properties, as mentioned, near the downtown area that could also be developed for open space if it's so the desire of the City Council. The property is surrounded by existing commercial urban development and can be adequately served by public and utility services on San Benito Street, 4th Street, and Briggs Alley. The proposed land use and density of the development is consistent with the City of Hollister General Plan and zoning ordinance. The development is located within a block of San Benito Express bus services and less than 1/4 mile from grocery stores, banks, the Superior Court, Gavilan Community College, Satellite Campus, city offices, Hollister Community Center, and a health clinic. Other commercial services in downtown Hollister. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing to consider appeal of Planning Commission approval of minor subdivision 2019-1, conditional use permit 2018-14 for a plan unit development, and tentative map 2019-1. And staff also recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission decision. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you very much. Just for scheduling purposes, let me say I'm going to invite the appellant up, but I plan in advance that at the end of the appellant's presentation to take a short recess. But I do want to say, for convenience purposes, our facilities are limited here. I'm not inviting you to leave while he's speaking, but I'm just saying the facilities are limited, so during the evening, if you need to use the restrooms of the facilities, please feel free to do so at any time. I should have said it before the staff report. I regret not having done so. So I'd like to invite the appellant's representative up. And we haven't met, so please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Edward Schexneder with the law firm of Schude, Mahali and Weinberger here on behalf of the appellants. There are two appellants, just for the clarity of the record, Save the 400 Block and Ignacio Velasquez. And I will not be offended if anybody needs to go use the restroom while I'm speaking. So just a couple of preliminary matters before diving into the merits. First, I believe you've all received letters from our office regarding what we believe is a legal conflict of interest on behalf of the vice mayor, and we have asked that he recuse himself in those letters. We understand that on the advice of counsel that the vice mayor does not plan to do so. We just wanted to state our objection formally for the record before proceeding on to the merits of the matter. And to the merits, we I want to focus my comments. I'm not going to recite everything in the letters that we've sent to the city. We assume you've all read them, and so I want to be respectful of people's time. So I want to first focus on just a brief bit of background and why we think you should pay particular attention to the project that's before you this evening. And let me see if I can make this thing work.
Pointed that way.
Pointed. Okay, pointed. All right. I'm gonna grab my water while he's. All right, great. Thank you so much. Yeah. All right. So, just by way of background, we think this background is important for the public and for you as decision makers to see, because we think that it compels careful scrutiny of the proposals before you today. We heard some about the history of this project. There were some details left out of the presentation that we want everybody here to be aware of. The city and the redevelopment agency have spent significant public dollars to prepare this site for a future use, regardless of what that use is. And you'll see in the long range land management plan that between 1994 and 1995, a total of over $700,000, $703,000 of public money was spent to acquire the site, and not the entire site, just a portion of the site, because the city already owned other portions of the site. And in recent press, I've seen that this is, if you do an inflation calculation, that's roughly $1.3 million in today's dollars. And so you've heard a little bit about the disposition and development agreement.
Please don't interrupt.
You've heard.
Please continue. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's totally fine. You've heard about the disposition and development agreement that is set forth the sale of this property.
Excuse me, sir. Is your mic on? You're a little difficult to hear.
That's probably better. Sorry.
Unfortunately, it has arranged that far. I apologize.
Oh, no, and my apologies. I was speaking too loudly in my toddler on the playground and have lost my voice a little bit. So, in any event, the DDA, the sale price is less than $400,000, and that's whenever the sale goes through. So today's dollars or some future dollars. And the DDA is for the entire site. It's not for just the portion that the city spent money to acquire back in the 90s. Additionally, the $1.3 million is not the total value of what the city has put into this property. There's been substantial unaccounted, or at least untallied cost for legal and planning and demolition and other purposes on the site, earthquake studies, et cetera, that have greatly exceed that dollar figure. In comparison, in the DDA, the proposal is to waive certain impact fees that would otherwise apply to a project in downtown Hollister. So we just think this history is important because, as I'll explain in a second, you do have substantial discretion in deciding permits like this, and we think it's when we're talking about the use of public funding and whether something's a good use of public funds, that you understand the history. We also understand that there may be some concern that there's little that the City Council can do about this project, that this has already been locked in through the disposition and development agreement or the long-range property management plan or permits that were issued in the fall. None of that's true. Just as a matter of black letter California law, you cannot be required to give up your discretion for the type of permits that are before you today. You have, in any circumstance, you would retain your discretion over these permits and to decide whether to vote yes or no. So your choice hasn't been made for you already. You're making your choice this evening. And that's both, there's case law that establishes that. There's also, the DDA itself has language recognizing this straightforward law that has existed for a long time. This is one excerpt of that law or that recognition, but there are multiple places in the DDA that recognize that both for environmental permitting purposes and for issuing future discretionary approvals like this, you retain your discretion. Now, we think that not only do you have discretion over this project, but in fact, you're compelled to deny the permit applications before you because for one of the most prominent reasons, it's just flatly inconsistent with your zoning code. As was discussed before, there's a 40 unit per acre maximum. And the fundamental issue here is that staff and the applicants are trying to paint a picture that the project is the entire 400 block that's before you. But in fact, that's not true. The suite of approvals that are before you today aren't the entire 400 block. They're meant for the Del Curto parcel. And when you read the DDA, it talks about 2 phases, but phases are defined in the DDA as separate approval processes for separate projects with separate applicants, and there's no lawful means to transfer in your code residential density from one of those projects to another. You've heard statements about, well, this isn't proposing to transfer density between physically separate parcels. Well, that standard's just invented. There's no standard or process for transferring density, period, whether they're adjoining or physically separated in your code. And when you do the math, what this means is that the Del Curto parcel could only have 12 residential units, putting aside the density bonus issue, but even that's not going to make up the difference. And we're not just making up this 2-project thing out of thin air. In fact, that's how the city has, both in the DDA and in approvals up to this point, treated the 400 block as 2 different projects, the Community Foundation and the Del Curto project. And you see that in numerous places. You see that in the DDA itself, which talks about 2 different developers that have separate legal obligations. They have separate legal parcels, separate financing and bonding obligations. There's a schedule of permits they're required to receive in order to live up to their obligations in the DDA. They have separate permits they have to get. And the 3 permits that are before you tonight are all the Del Curto permits. None of them are required for the Community Foundation project. And so what you see is when the Del Curto developer actually applied for the planned use development permit that's before you tonight, the application listed the size of the property is not the entire 400 block, but this 12,500 square feet, which is the Del Curto parcel, just the portion of it. And it said actually that the adjoining property was the Community Foundation parcel to the south, not the other building south of the 400 block. And the staff report that first went to the Planning Commission carried this forward. It said that, what's the property that we're going to issue permits for, we're considering permits for? It's the Del Curto parcel. It's not the entire 400 block. And as has been mentioned before this evening, and as I noted, there were separate permits that were required for both buildings, for both projects. And those were the site and architectural permits that the Planning Commission approved in the fall. And what's notable about that is staff gave instruction to representatives for the applicants about how to proceed in that process. And those instructions are just like the DDA. They say, you need to have 2 different applications, you have 2 different projects, you need to have 2 different public notices. And in fact, what did the Planning Commission do? It issued 2 different permits for 2 different projects. It's only after we raised this issue and we said, hey, this doesn't appear, what's being proposed for the Del Curto building does not appear to fit with your code. It was only that this kind of one project, it's the whole 400 block narrative really was put forward, and that's what you heard earlier. That was the presentation. You see that in the staff report materials. But there is a volume of evidence attached to our letters and in the city files that points in the other direction. And specifically, there's been correspondence between between staff and representatives for the developer, where after we raised this issue, the representatives for the developer requested a meeting with city staff. And the result of that meeting, this is a week after the planning commission hearing, where this was raised. They had the meeting, and then the result of that was then the city staff sent instructions to the engineer for the 400 block. And those instructions basically said, this is how we're going to come up with this one project narrative. This is all, these are public documents that you have available to you, that we've submitted to you. And those, first it said the instructions from the staff to the developer was like, change your application. Have both representatives for both buildings sign it. Change your plans. So now that's plans for both parcels instead of just the Del Corto parcel. And he said, and just to confirm, this is the representative from the developers said, just to confirm, we want the PUD parcel to be the entire 400 block only because of the density requirement. That's what he said, and staff said that's right. And so, I think that for that reason alone, this is a reason you're compelled by your own code to deny the permit before you. And we're not saying that you're compelled to go back and rewrite the long-range property management plan or to renegotiate agreements with the state. We're just saying that you need to require this project to be formulated in a way that complies with the same rules that everybody else in Hollister has to comply with. That's our position. And there are two other, so that's an independent basis for why you should grant this appeal and deny the permit. There are two other items I want to briefly touch on that were in staff's presentation. And I don't have slides for this, but I just want to touch briefly on the affordable housing issue, which we fully recognize that affordable housing is a much needed commodity in California and in the city. What we say is, if you're going to do it the right way. Do it the way that complies with your code. And the way that's being proposed doesn't comply with your code because it actually minimizes the affordable housing that would be provided. What your code says is that when you have a mixed development, affordable, non-affordable project, that the non-affordable units have to be a proportional unit type to the affordable, or the market rate units. What that means is if you have a building of all one bedroom that are market rate, you need to have all one bedroom affordable. And if you have some different proportion of studio in one bedroom, you need to have the same proportion for affordable. And as presented to you tonight, if you go back and look at the city slides, they're not proportional. It's 50% for affordable, 50% studio, 50% market rate. It sounds like the latest proposal, which I just hadn't seen before, but the latest proposal is that only 2 of the 18 market rate would be studio, not 50%. And this is just in your code. And we raised this at the Planning Commission. They changed the project some to just make it more palatable, apparently, but it still doesn't meet the letter of the code. And finally, just one CEQA issue that I think has just been a glaring absence from what the city has looked at. You've had this really, detailed traffic study, but you haven't considered any of the noise that traffic will create in the downtown area, and that's important for 2 reasons. One, you've adopted CEQA documents, you've adopted EIRs and negative declarations for your general plan. It says when you look at new residential development in Hollister, you need to think about traffic noise and where it's going to go, and you need to study it. And there's been no study here, absolutely no study. So you haven't complied with that obligation. And it's also important because, there's going to be truck traffic and truck loading zones and all of those things. And we know, everybody knows that of all the traffic creators, that kind of idling and truck traffic and stopping and starting and all of that stuff is the noisiest. And so you need to look at the issue. You can't just stand by and not study it when you already have your previous ECO documents saying you should. So those are also independent reasons why you should grant the appeal and deny the project. Just do it right. Make it comply with your code. Make sure you comply with the California Environmental Quality Act. Make sure you comply with state planning and zoning law, and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now going to take, if I can get the agreement of the City Council, a 5-minute comfort reset. Okay? See you in 5 minutes.
It's better if I just sit.
Please take your seats. Please take your seats and stop conversation, please. Now we don't want to declare recess over. And according to my schedule, the next item on the agenda is questions for the decision makers. I'm going to allow them to ask questions to whoever they like. However, I would ask them if they can to ask all the questions to either the staff or the appellant's representative at once, so they don't have to jump up and down like you know, jack in the boxes. That would make it easier. So traditionally we start from left to right, and so I will hold with tradition and start on my left. Councilmember Lenore, do you have any questions for either side to start with?
I do not.
Councilmember Spencer, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Mr. Resendez, Councilmember Resendez, who would you like to start with? And you have any questions?
Absolutely. I have a question for the representative of the appellant. You weren't here last time, but I had asked about a potential conflict of interest. We received correspondence from your office stating that the vice mayor had a potential conflict of interest before that meeting, and then there were several attachments that may or may not be potential conflicts. But this last correspondence that you sent us, again, it points out that he may have a potential conflict of interest, and then you made note to the attachment A, which I'll read. It looks to me like it's a comment on Bonita Link. It says, I was following direction from not only my councilman, Ray Friend, but the direction of the entire council. It was a rare occasion for me to call Ray, but I did on this project. He encouraged me after my review to consider an approval. I told him I would do that, just that given that direction of the full council. It's a beautiful project, and I suspect businesses will flock to this new development for the new construction, feel, and look. Those condos will sell out, providing an affordable product. We are definitely lacking here in Hollister, like housing for singles and young couples. I am willing to take some grief from the mayor if it means bringing this product to our downtown. Give it a chance. You may just like it when it's all done. Commercial progress is good for our city. At least that's what I keep hearing. If you have any questions or comments, I'm always available at 831-637-8588. Have a nice evening. And I'm a little bit confused because you attached this as a potential conflict of interest in regards to the vice mayor, but this comment was posted.
This was underneath it.
By Carol Lenore. So I'm wondering, are you citing that they both may have a potential of conflict of interest, or was this a mistake on your part? I'm just a little confused.
No, it was not a mistake, and I think the reference in the letter you were speaking to just states that any council member that has shown a predisposition towards the matter before you on appeal here under California law, if they've made up their mind before the appeal even comes before them, then that's a conflict, and so that was illustrative of that point.
So that you would make the claim that both the vice mayor and Councilwoman Lenore potentially have a conflict of interest?
Based on the language there, we think that qualifies as a potential conflict, but and so that exactly.
Very well, thank you.
Is that the end of your questions?
Yes, sir.
Marty, please.
Marty? Mayor?
I will let Councilmember Lenore respond since she was named.
I was performing my legislative duties as a planning commissioner prior to my appointment to the city council. I was not a city council member when I stated that. I stand by my comments as my planning commissioner position. No conflict, I didn't say it while I was on the council. And I had a duty to the planning commission and to make decisions, and I made decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have some questions.
Okay.
Thank you. bear with me for a second. Like I said, I knew I was going to get lost here, and I have to just make sure I find the right document. I'll work from memory. You've probably seen the document. Did you perhaps review, as part of your appeal, the original proposal from the Del Curto brothers and the Community Foundation for this project?
So there have been a number of different proposals for the two projects, so I'm not sure exactly which document you're referring to.
Well, I don't have a date on it, but I remember seeing the drawing, and it had both the condominiums and the commercial property, and it had the Community Foundation on the same drawing. That was the 400 block proposal that was received after the extension of the original go out. When we went out for an RFP, and they came back, and there were two responses. One was from this group, and this group said we need more time, and then they came back with a proposal. That proposal had a drawing of both the commercial and mixed-use property on that side, and the other one on the other side in the same drawing. I was just wondering if you saw that.
Oh, I've seen the document.
Okay.
It's attached to the DDA, which I believe is in your staff report.
Okay.
And that document it's important to note. The DDA is for the sale of the entire 400 block, so it's not surprising that in proposing something to do with the entire 400 block, there'll be a drawing of what will happen with the entire 400 block. Notably, within the DDA itself, it spells out the two different projects that will go on that site.
Okay. Concerning the cost of the property that you presented, is that part of your appeal?
Is the cost part of our appeal?
Yes, you presented a portion of that concerning during your presentation. You said we spent $7 million or whatever the number was, and we're charging $390,000.
Yeah,
Is that part of your official appeal?
Yeah, the original purchase price was $730,000. $3,000. And I'm not exactly sure what the question is. We were, like the city staff, we were presenting background information on the project.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a dollar figure that's before you in an approval. I don't think you're being asked to change the dollar amount for the DDA this evening.
As part of your review, did you see the appraisal of the property at the time?
I saw that there were two appraisals. The first appraisal was for that amount, which is and by that amount I mean the $390,000 amount. I believe there have been members of the council who have recognized that was near the bottom of the real estate market following the financial crisis. Subsequently, there was another, I think it was less than a year later, another appraisal for I believe it was $690,000.
That's correct.
A substantial increase just in a year. Who knows what the property would be valued at today?
Okay. I am interested in your comments on housing types. You say that the housing type of the affordable housing has to be the same. Where did you get your definition of housing type, if I may ask?
The unit type is the term that's used in your code. Unit type, and this type of ordinance is not unique to the city of Hollister. Similar provisions are found in many cities that we work with in other cities around the state, and essentially what it says is the type of unit. So unit being what somebody would be renting or buying. So a condo here. That type has to be proportional between mixed use and affordable. And so, I think we all in this audience know that a studio apartment or a studio condo is not the same type of unit as a one bedroom. Simple as that.
Are you aware that depending on the size of a studio apartment, it actually can house as many people according to the Uniform Housing Code as a one bedroom apartment?
I haven't seen that information in the staff materials you've been provided,
No.
and I did note that the sizes in the presentation earlier today were very different, in fact.
Yeah. Okay. On the vacation property, while I was going through I was reading through the state codes. And one of the state codes on vacation of property, under code 8311, it says the following, quote, "The procedures provided in this part are alternative procedures." These are the procedures that you cite for vacating streets, highways, and public service easements. The authority granted in this part is an alternative to any other authority provided by law and public entities. I don't know if you were aware of that statement. That would be section 8311, chapter 2, change of grade and vacation, public streets and highways, and service easement law.
Yeah, I've read the section. If that's your question, yes,
Yeah.
I've read it.
Oh, okay. You're aware that the one you're citing is actually an alternative to the other one?
It's the standardly used legislative procedure for vacating public property. And what's notable about it is that it creates a legislative process that it both requires full consent of the council and acknowledgement, and the process that's being proposed before you basically would allow, we believe that the city clerk hasn't received the discretion or the direction from you to do this, but basically allow the city clerk in signing a final map to give up public property. So I think that's the notable distinction. We think that that's legally questionable.
You think it's legally questionable? Yeah. Well, you're a lawyer. I won't argue with you. Actually, I took this off of case law, showing why the other procedure is actually accepted. So, but I didn't go to law school, so you didn't think I found it all my own, did you?
Oh no, I didn't think you found it all on your own.
Thank you. Well, those are the only questions I have. I do have some questions for the staff, if you allow it.
Briefly, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
Define what you mean by what did you say about it has to be the entire council for that one exception?
No, sorry. It's a legislative decision of the council. There's not a requirement that all 5 members of the council be up here to vote on it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. What is your response to the gentleman's argument on the type of unit involved?
Thanks, Vice Mayor Richmond. The presentation provided earlier indicated that the City of Hollister followed the density bonus Article 2 of the zoning ordinance, which essentially was adopted from the state law, indicating the number of density bonus that's awarded for a project if they are providing affordable housing. So we feel confident that that is the process and the ordinance applicable to the density bonus that the Planning Commission approved for this project. During the Planning Commission item, there wasn't a defined number of affordable housing units. There was just a condition indicating that the applicant shall meet the requirements for a density bonus. However, before the end of the special Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission wanted to make sure that if they were going to approve the project, that it was basically set at that time prior to the end of the meeting. And so the recommendation that was given was that they provide 2 of the 4 studio units for very low income, and 2 of the 1-bedroom units for low income housing. And so that condition that was basically just indicating that they should abide by the affordable housing requirement for density was amended at the Planning Commission level to indicate provide 2 very low-income housing units for studio and 2 lower-income housing units for 1 bedroom.
Are you aware of whether or not the requirement to provide the same type of unit as the appellant claims is in or is not in the state law? Are you aware of that?
At this point, we feel that it's consistent with state law based on the section that we provided. Yeah, otherwise it would be good to hear the specific number of affordable dwelling units that should be provided if that's a concern from the appellant. But we feel that this project meets and exceeds the requirements for the density bonus.
Are you aware of the fact that state law requires that that density bonus is what do they call it legally when you're required to do something? Excuse me?
Mandated?
Mandated?
Yeah, that if you don't, thank you for the help. I got a little blank there. If you don't, the burden of proof, that the burden of proof to deny a density bonus lies with the city. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that the council is the policymakers. We as staff follow the policy that's set by the policymakers, by your honorable council, and so yes, I agree that it is up to the council to make that determination.
That's not what I mean. I mean the burden of proof. In other words, who has to prove it? That the city has to prove a denial. It cannot. It has to take in face value, unless it can find reason to deny. It has to take on face value the fact that someone is entitled to a density bonus according to state law. Are you aware of that?
That would probably not.
I'm not sure you're stating the question
Okay.
To the point that staff can understand.
Well,
but
did
I
you
think what
consider
you're-
that? Let me try that. Did you consider the fact that if you had denied the density bonus, you could have been sued, and if you'd lost, you would have had to pay for the legal fees of the people who sued you?
Well, in regards to the state density bonus,
Yes.
we as staff indicated that we made it clear that based on zoning, they were only able to put 18 units on the project site, and one of the only reasons that we were able to identify that they can get a density bonus is if they provided the affordable housing, and so that's why we provided that condition. Whether or not staff or the city would be sued, that would be something with the city attorney to that we should, discuss in regards to whether or not we put ourselves in that predicament.
Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I have for you. Anyone else? Mr.
Sure. Abraham?
Yes.
What about what the appellant's counsel was bringing up about having 2 separate phases, 2 separate permits? Is that going to disallow us, as he stated, to give the density bonus to this developer?
Thank you for providing that question, Councilman Resendez. Based on what the appellant's counsel was indicating, as you indicated, I provided the evidence and the information on my staff report on my presentation of why staff feels that the project site as a whole was processed as the 400 block, 1 project, 2 phases. As the city, we've processed multiple projects that comes from either 1 piece of land or multiple pieces of land, and the project comes and wants to do a tentative map for the entire area. That's not uncommon. The city would be able to process a tentative map that's consistent with an area that has multiple parcels into a subdivision for either residential or commercial. We bring projects like that before the Planning Commission often.
So in short, no.
So in short, no, yeah, it's a project site, Councilmember Sendes, project site that we're looking at since the very beginning of my presentation, and all over the staff report, we indicate a project area of 0.45 acres with 2 phases as per the development and disposition agreement. We do agree that it is up to the council. I mean, we're just interpreting it the way that we've followed it since the very beginning, and so we're taking it all along. That's how we took it to the planning commission. The planning commission approved it, and now it's been appealed, and that's how we're presenting it to you.
All right. And then something else he said stuck out to me. Is it true that we only changed it, or we amended that to one application or to one parcel after the appellant's counsel brought it to our attention? Is that true? Yes or no?
What happened was that the application went out as there was two separate applications for the 400 block, but because we are processing it as one project site, the application was amended to include one application with both property owners or the applicants on that application. So the only amendment was that there's one application, but both the city of Hollister as the owner of the property, the community foundation as the applicant, and the Curto project as the applicant, they all signed the application. So it's basically it was amended just to have one application with all three property owners on the application.
And yes or no, was that amended after the appellant's counsel brought it to our attention?
It was amended after. I would have to look at my notes and see, but it was amended. I think it was after the planning commission meeting or after it was continued. I believe after the planning commission meeting was continued, because it was originally proposed for March 25th, I believe it was. Then it was continued. We received the letter last minute that same day, 4 o'clock, from the appellant, and then we had a special planning commission meeting on April 11th. I would have to look at my notes, but I believe between that time is when it was amended.
So yes, after, if we're looking at the timeline, it was after they brought it to the city's attention.
After we received notice from the applicant when we continued the hearing from the March 25th meeting, correct?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? No further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if I may, I know I
Yes.
addressed this at the last meeting, but with regard to conflicts of interest, I don't know if everybody was quite here last time, but what happened is you saw the mayor recused himself because he had a financial conflict of interest in this situation. Under the California Code of Regulations and the Fair Political Practices Commission, if you have a financial conflict of interest, you must recuse yourself, state the reason for that interest, and leave the room, although you can come back and speak as a member of the public. With regard to other types of conflicts of interest, as I mentioned last meeting, your constituents elected you to be here to represent them and their interests, much as we've heard some already today. And so, yes, you are going to have opinions one way or another. That is not a conflict of interest. However, I would just disclose that if for some reason you find that you cannot be unbiased in your decision-making, you may optionally recuse yourself from that decision-making, but that is purely your choice. I'm not advising one way or another as a council, but just letting you know that that is your right to do so as a council member.
I thank you. Is there anybody who feels they should recuse themselves? No takers. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I will ask that the city clerk try to call 3 in a row to speed it up. I'm going to strictly enforce the 3-minute rule, as I said before, so don't be surprised if you hear the gavel. Please watch the clock. You'll get a 30-second notice when the yellow light comes on, and I suggest you start wrapping it up at that time. Do we have any public comment?
For item E1, resolution number 2019-123, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister upholding the Hollister Planning Commission approval of minor subdivision 2019-1, conditional use permit 2018-14 for a planned unit development, and tentative map 2019 for the property located west of San Benito Street and south of 4th Street at 400, 410, 414, 420, 422, 426, and 365 San Benito Street, also known as the 400 block, further identified as San Benito County Parcel Assessor Number 054110036, 054110016, and 054110030, continued from May 20th, 2019. We have, I believe last count was 16 speakers. I will call them up 3 at a time.
please.
They've been waiting a long time.
Elia Salinas, Christina Lawson, and Marilyn Ferreira will be after that.
Good evening, council members. I would like to first start off with that I was against this project. I thought it would be great to put a plaza out there. But as I said earlier before, I go out and I do my research. And I know that this property must be developed, and it's going to have affordable housing, and it's going to have a great place for the community out there. So I'm 100% behind this project after I've did my research. I know that it's been stated out there that there's going to be so many parking spaces dedicated to the community foundation, to the college, and other things. Well, the vault, which is owned by the Ignacio Velasquez, is also going to get parking, and that has not been put out there like he's doing that on social media. It's everybody else is a bad guy. Well, he gets a benefit from it too. So I think you council members should be aware of the fact of that, and you probably already are. Anyway, I also believe that having this project having to go forward, the mayor knowing that it has to go forward, it's a disrespect for the city of Hollister as the mayor to continue to do these appeals and to make accusations against the city staff, all the man hours and all the money that has been spent, not just within the city attorney and the city staff, but it's also gone to the state of California. And I think that we're about done with having to spend city money on something that we know has to get done. Also, I'd like to point out that there has been a couple of mentions of a conflict of interest, and whether you feel one way or feel the other way, and for Councilman Resendez, if you really feel so morally about conflict of interest, you campaigned on this, you're on social media against this, you already have a preconceived decision on what you're going to do. So maybe if you have that moral high ground, you should recuse yourself.
No comments, please, from the audience. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Christina Lawson. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm of Hanson Bridget, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Del Curto Brothers Construction and the Community Foundation for San Benito County. Earlier today, I did forward by email to you a copy of our letter, and I left some hard copies with the city clerk in case you don't have those. So what is this appeal really all about? Because it's really not about the environment. It's not about CEQA. It's not about the state planning and zoning law. It's not about whether or not the local municipal code allows this site to be developed. You all heard the history from your city staff. It's lengthy. This site was developed. The only reason this site is not developed today is because of a catastrophic earthquake that occurred almost 30 years ago. The planning for this project has been taking place since that earthquake occurred, literally every single day since that earthquake occurred. The fact of the matter is, your mayor doesn't like this project, and that's okay. He doesn't have to like the project, but his power of political persuasion has failed here, and he's now attempting to use a legal process to challenge the project because he can't convince all of you, he hasn't convinced the community that this project is a bad idea. Frankly, this appeal is completely without merit, and it's improper. It likely constitutes an abuse of legal process. As you know, his law firm has sent 6 letters now to you all over the course of a lengthy period of time. Interestingly, I wanted to take the opportunity to address one of the most recent claims, that there are now noise impacts that are going to be associated with the project because council has selectively misquoted one of your previous environmental documents. In fact, your general plan EIR states that the project, where this project is located, the site on which this project is located, was determined in the general plan EIR to have, quote, normally acceptable noise levels, and for which no further noise evaluation would be required if a project proceeded. There's no illegal development transfer here. This project, like I said, for almost 30 years, has been planned. In fact, the city aggregated this site so that it could be developed and planned as one parcel. The city, on its own initiative, did that redevelopment agency. There aren't two projects here. The fact that the project was going to proceed in two different phases because the foundation is going to eventually have one building, that doesn't make it two different project sites for planning purposes. The Mayor's Council also suggested that there was this really 3 minutes?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry, your time is
No,
up.
that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My
Yes, you
name
may
is-
speak from there.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Ferreira. I've been a resident of this community for over 60 years. I'm a realtor. I have a concern for the economics of this community. And a few years ago, back in the 90s, I was one of the principals that bought the old Tiffany Ford dealership property that had been empty. We have turned it into a vibrant property with
Please hold the mic up.
Okay. It now houses 4 successful businesses. Shortly after the remodel, do I have to turn it on? Oh. Okay, ticking away. Shortly after the remodel, a number of buildings nearby followed suit and remodeled in that area of the downtown, which is now very successful. I believe the addition of the proposed 400-block project will have the same effect. With it as an anchor at that part of the downtown, it will cause a ripple effect, and downtown Main Street will become vibrant and an economic area once again. And Mr. Resendez, you have a site in the old Borelli building that was in that area that was vacant for a long time. I request that the council vote to adopt the resolution, uphold the Planning Commission decision, and the Attorney General's, was it the Attorney General that backed us? Enough is enough. Thank you very much. We've got to think about the economic viability of this community. And provisions have been made with the proposition of Highway 25 that we as taxpayers are paying on sales tax, now 9%. And the expansion of San Benito High School, which is being paid by property owners. What happens if this is denied and the town sort of swallows up? What's going to happen to that high school project? And we're paying on our taxes. And as a taxpayer, I demand that we get this done.
Thank you. Next.
The next 3 speakers will be Richard Ferreira, Gordon Machado, and Carly Jo Brigantino.
It has been 30 years since the 1989 earthquake, and as of 2 years ago, we finally have a viable project that will have a positive impact on all of Hollister. It will provide below-market rate housing. In addition, the proceeds from the sale of the property, plus the sales tax revenue, plus the property tax revenue, will benefit the Hollister School District, San Benito County of Education, Gavilan Joint Community College District, San Benito High School District, San Benito County Health District, San Benito County Water District, Hollister City Police Department, San Benito County Sheriff Department, and the Hollister Fire Department. All these entities will benefit when this project is sold and when it is built out. But until that happens, that revenue to those entities are lost forever. Why has this project been delayed for 2 years? It has been reviewed and approved by city staff and the planning department. In the past 2 years, it has gone before 2 planning commissions and approved both times. In the past 2 years, it has gone before 2 separate city councils. These 2 city councils included 8 different council members. Of those 8, 7 council members supported the project, 1 opposed. On numerous occasions, the San Benito Business Council, which is represented by a cross-section of private businesses that include almost every occupation, manufacturing, retail, commercial, and service companies doing business in Hollister, has appeared before the Planning Commission and City Council supporting the project. The State Fair Political Practice Commission wrote the mayor on May 26, 2016 that, quote, "You have a conflict of interest in decisions regarding vacant property which is located within 500 feet of properties your own, and you may not make, participate in making, or influence the decision," end quote. In spite of that ruling, the mayor is continuing to oppose the Planning Commission approval. We have a large consensus of both the public and the private sector supporting the project, and the mayor is against it. Mr. Mayor, one of you have it widely wrong, and I'm sure it's not them. Mr. Mayor, when you were elected, you took an oath of office where you promised to uphold and defend the laws of the city of Hollister. But you claim you will not follow a law adopted by the majority of the council. The council will vote for this project again, and the majority decision should prevail. This is a democracy, not a dictatorship. And if you continue to engage in this vote in spite of your conflict of interest and continue to refuse to abide by the majority vote of the council, then you should be impeached or resign your position. I respectfully request that the council vote in favor of staff recommendation and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission decision. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to the council.
Thank you.
Great project.
Good evening. After the earthquake, about 2 years or so, when this project or the partials were combined to a one unit by the city of Hollister, or by the redevelopment agency, I should say, I thought that was kind of a detriment to this whole project. Mainly because across the street you had the Oddfellows building that went down, it was replaced within a couple of years. You had the Paletti building that went down, it was replaced by a two-story building within a couple of years. You had the retrofitting of downtown. You also had two major fires downtown, which were half a block each, both sides of the street. Those are replaced. Of course, that was by fire insurance. This project, or this area, came up 3 different times in the last 30 years by proposals. Each of those proposals failed because of financial magnitude of the 400 block, which is almost 3/4 of a block. You have before you, for the first time, a financial stable proposal. And I don't think there's a question of the finances of it. It's gone through the planning department, the building department, your staff has scrutinized it. Most of them degreed individuals who went before your planning commission. And now we have an appeal, a frivolous appeal in my opinion. And they also have a threat of a lawsuit by the same individual, the neighbor next door. Can't we move on?
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you. I did have a quick question. Again, Carly Jo Brigantino, and I know Christina got cut off shortly, so I wanted to ask and present if I could have her now step in and take over my
No.
3 minutes. No.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so again, I'm Carly Jo Brigantino, and I just wanted to point out, I know some other people, and I'm really excited to see the support here. As you guys see, this is our city. I know Mayor has been mentioning, oh, no one's for it, everyone's against it, it's going to destroy our city. So I wanted to point out the mayor is telling 2 different stories. He's telling the public one, and then he's telling the State of California Fair Political Practices Commission another. So the story behind to the public is that this is the worst possible project for the location, and it will ruin and kill downtown. Now the story to the FPPC is as stated in their letter to the mayor dated May 26th. I'm not sure if you guys saw that on Facebook, per, I believe, Benito link, but it pointed out that he is presenting to them, and I quote, a commercial building adjacent to the lot that is used entirely as a banquet facility for private functions such as weddings. You own the building and the business that operates the banquet facility. You do not anticipate any increase or decrease of business or the building's value as a result of the future use of the vacant lot next door, end quote. So right there, 2 different stories, one to the public and then one to the FPPC. And I am in favor, and I hope that you guys vote in favor as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Bonnie Voropayev, Vidana Freitas, and Phil Fortino.
It's time to build the 400 block. My business is across the street from the 400 block. It's 435 San Benito Street. For 17 years, I've seen the activities on San Benito Street, the lack of activity on the grass. You might see a student there once every other month. You will see the fire department practice every 3 or 4 months, but there's no activity on that grass that says that we need the grass. But what we do need is business and the potential that is being offered to us is 10 to 20 different businesses downtown. We need that stimulation. The Del Curtos have put in several different buildings and homes in this town. I've gone through half of them, and each piece was a quality piece, one that you could say you'd be proud of. As a business owner, I was so happy that the Del Curtos were going to do the job. Someone from the outside, that's usually what happens. But we've got the Del Curtos. In reference to the traffic being slow, the traffic became slow downtown when it went from 2 lanes to 1 lane. You want to fix it? Put it back to 2 lanes. And the reason it became slow is that you have 1 lane in which the trucks can turn, 1 lane in which the people can turn, so it's slow, and it's noisy, and it's stinky. Again, I'm right there. Been there for 17 years. I see it, I hear it. So what I have to say to our mayor is that you're on your 3rd term. You've had 4+ years to fix or change whatever it is that you wanted to do and you didn't do it. So let it go, and it's time to build the 400 block. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Hi, good evening, council members, and thank you. This is Vedana, spelled with a V, and I have to say that I'm speaking in favor of the mixed-use project, although I really do like the mural because it has a big black V on it, and I hate to see that go away, but I'm willing to give it up. I think everyone did a really good job with their presentation. The city, I think, covered everything. It seems like it's a no-brainer. They're making a recommendation. It looks like the appellant's arguments were all met, so I'm almost like, what are we doing here still? But I wanted to put a little exclamation point on what Marilyn was alluding to, and that is the economics of having this mixed-use building go in. Not only does it meet the affordable housing that we so desperately want, and affordable housing means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, but it was also referenced, it also means young people, young singles, young urban professionals, or blue-collar professionals. And when Al and I were putting in a movie theater, we would attend conventions, and I was sitting at a presentation at a convention, and an EDC, an economic spokesperson said something that was so simple and so damn true, so dang true, was that people spend their money where they spend their time. And you have to think about that for a minute, right? So a mixed-use building in our downtown can also be a blessing to the downtown. We get the right retail underneath, you get housing on top, and if we're looking at young people especially who are more prone to spend money and be out and about in the evening because they're not doing family things, they're not coming home from a long commute, doing homework, dinner, and all that stuff, they're more likely to be out. They're going to spend their money where they spend their time, and I think there's some real potential there for the downtown. The people today and the new trend with the digital age is people want to work, play, and shop where they live. And this is an opportunity to make that happen and make a little bit of vibrant downtown. There's other buildings that have the same capacity that are already standing, and it would be nice to see a little trend there to create some affordable housing, especially for young people, and create a vibrant downtown for us. And I think that's another reason to go ahead with the project. So I'm going to give up the V and ask you to vote in favor for the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Phil Fortino, former business person for 30 years, currently a banker locally. Grew up here, born and raised here. Of course, I'm in favor of the development of the 400 block. I was here when it was the 400 block, and it had all the new China Cafe and the auto parts store and the Morrow Stationers and all the good stuff there. Great place, and I'm really glad to see that coming back. You know, I've had the privilege of being the board chair of the Community Foundation for a little over 3 years now, and we're committed to downtown Hollister and its revitalization. And you know, your mayor masquerading as a private citizen throwing a red herring out after red herring into this thing that just doesn't make sense, just to slow the project down, and then threatening to sue. I mean, what is that doing to your city? What is that message does that send to anything that goes on here? It's completely unfair to the citizens of this community. It's really unfair. Slowing everything down, he says. Let's be smart. That's the perfect project for that 400 block. You've already got the roads. You've already got the infrastructure. They spent who knows how many hundreds of thousands of dollars on that parking structure specifically so that corner would get developed and not lay fallow for 30 years. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around it. I think it's been said a million times about how important catalyst projects are. That's even some of the terms that were used in 1991 when this was conceived. But it can breathe life back into the city of Hollister, particularly on that end of town. So I encourage you to be smart and approve this project, and let's move on. We've delayed it long enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three will be Vicky Fortino, Dan Balcazar, and Salvador Mora.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. I'm Vicky Fortino. I'm also the director of the United Way of San Benito County. So I'm here to represent some of the nonprofit community. Shoot, you made me. Anyway, I currently have an office in the Community Foundation building at 829 San Benito Street. And there are 3 or 4 other nonprofits that are also housed there. This project is going to allow maybe up to 12, 15 nonprofits. And I can honestly tell you that being together in that space, it helps us work together. We collaborate more often than we would if we were in our own little silos. And personally, for United Way, as most of you probably know, I'm a part-time person. I could not possibly have a budget to have a beautiful office with a receptionist that's shared by all of these nonprofits and a boardroom and all of these amenities that the Community Foundation is going to offer the nonprofit community. And we're really excited about it. We have all our board meetings downtown as it is, and we're always going out for drinks and apps after our meetings. So we bring a lot of vitality to downtown. And the Del Curto project, I would just invite the mayor to go to Salinas and see what the Taylor building and the Ryder Steinbeck, the Steinbeck property. That was an area of Salinas that you would be afraid to walk through. And now it is completely revitalized. We had the opportunity to attend the Jefferson Awards there, and we wanted to go eat after, and it was so alive that we decided to stay in Salinas. And we walked down the street, and there were 4 or 5 options for restaurants, twinkly lights, people everywhere. It was an enjoyable evening in cold Salinas. So I really think that if there's any question about how a project like this could revitalize our community, go look at what it did for Salinas. And I hope you vote for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council. I just took some notes. I'm not really prepared. I just was listening here and was a little surprised at what I heard. So I'm going to do a little reading here, and hopefully I don't go over 3 minutes. But months ago, I had called the Fair Political Practices Commission. I was a little surprised about the personal attacks that the mayor was making, and I had asked the commission, is he able to do that? And what they said was, unless he's trying to persuade one of you, city council people, then he can say things like that. And I thought, okay, fine, whatever. I heard earlier that he was, making some personal attacks, and it just didn't make sense to me what was happening. But anyway, tonight the mayor is supposed to be recusing himself, and I could be wrong on any of what I'm saying here, but he's supposed to recuse himself, and yet instead I see a defense attorney here, plaintiff, appellate attorney, representing his views to persuade you, which doesn't make sense to me. But we're here tonight. What I heard from the city representative sounded pretty reasonable. It's the first time I heard it, but it sounded very well prepared. What I heard from the attorney there didn't seem to be much there of consequence. For example, and I don't understand why the discussion is here tonight about salamanders. I think you would know you could have had discussions or email and completely not talked about all these things that are not necessary. Just, I don't understand it. The project is a project, and for discussion purposes, you could separate out one building from another, but it's like whatever you said, 0.45 acres or something like that. So I believe that the number of units is just fine on that parcel or on that size. It's just the plan, and for discussion purposes, you can separate out what you're talking about. My understanding, and I could be wrong, but my understanding is that there was redevelopment money used to build the garage, and that was supposed to be there to support the new buildings. And so here we are, and apparently I learned tonight that it was because of the earthquake. I didn't even know that, the history. But if there was money back then, it would have been rebuilt. There was already buildings there. So I don't understand. Well, I do understand there's been room for argument, and here we are tonight. Anyway, I support the project. I hope you guys voted in, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council. Quick story before I get into what I'm going to say. So when I used to work at Juvenile Hall in Santa Clara County, we had a coworker that would always tell crazy stories. He was a hostage negotiator. He rescued the daughter of some Asian gang member, leader. So, he used to tell a lot of different things. So we used to tell him, look, when you tell a story, you sell a lot of wolf tickets. So we used to tell him, whenever you tell us a story, you need at least 2 or 3 people to confirm your story. So our so-called mayor does nothing but sell wolf tickets to this community. He has no credibility whatsoever. What he tells the community on social media, because unfortunately, no disrespect to anyone on social media, they sometimes do not do their homework. They don't know all the things that are going on. And then he shows up, with his attorney and arguing something completely different that he tells the public, because he sells wolf tickets. That's why a lot of people in the community do not trust him or believe him anymore. He only has one person on the council. 2 meetings ago, I stood here and I called out the mayor, and of course we all know about the fiasco that occurred after. Well, I spoke to him after the meeting for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. 2 hours I can never get back. And I'll tell you exactly why he is against this project. I asked him 4 times I asked him if he ever attempted to purchase the 400 block. Well, he never answered my question directly. He'd always said, well, a group of people approached me, so that they could possibly get the 400 block, that land, and develop a hotel. And then it was a movie theater. Well, luckily I have had 16 years of law enforcement dealing with juvenile delinquents that don't always tell the truth, and with my one famous coworker, sell wolf tickets. I finally asked him the 5th time, did you individually, or were you part of a group that attempted to purchase that 400 block? Finally, I kind of caught him. He couldn't back out of that. He said yes. I said, so really what it comes down to, the fact that you did not purchase that property for whatever reason, now you don't want anyone to have that. That's basically what it comes down to. He thinks that by all these delay tactics, and that's all they are, is that it's going to drive up costs, that the Del Curto brothers are going to back out and the Community Foundation is going to back out. They made a comment about how the Community Foundation should spend their money. As a business owner, he should worry about his own business and instead of worry about how the Community Foundation spends their money. He tries to tell the community that if the Community Foundation really cared about the public, that they wouldn't spend money on this project. He's selling wolf tickets.
Thank you.
The next three speakers will be Ellen Leightonen, Bob Tiffany, and Kay Felice.
Good evening. I'm a Hollister resident, and I just want to let you know that I think this project is really worth moving forward with. I think it's something that's beneficial to our community. I think it's something that's been long overdue. And I personally would like to see the delays and the tactics going on stop. We really need this for our town, and it's going to benefit us in so many ways. So I'm appealing to you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bob Tiffany, longtime resident and business owner. I also had the dubious distinction of heading up the Hollister Downtown Association during the Loma Prieta earthquake, an event that sadly destroyed a good chunk of downtown, as we've heard tonight. So like a number of others here tonight, I've been looking forward to seeing the 400 block finally dealt with since that 1989 earthquake, nearly 30 years ago. It goes without saying that the 400 block was never intended to be an empty space. It has only been that for all of these years because the redevelopment agency and the city of Hollister tried and failed to find anyone that could come up with a viable project to replace the destroyed buildings that had once stood there. That is until the Community Foundation and the Del Curto brothers proposal came along a couple years ago. But not only is this the first viable project in 30 years, it is in fact an outstanding one, something that will greatly enhance the downtown and the entire city of Hollister. First, through a donor's generosity, this project will create a permanent home for the Community Foundation for San Diego County, a nonprofit organization that has helped countless people with the greatest need in our community, as well as supported scores of other worthy nonprofits in our county. Second, a local builder, not some large developer from out of town, will be putting up a first-class retail and residential development that will help anchor the northern end of our downtown. It's the kind of mixed-use project that any city would be thrilled to have. How anyone can be against this project, again, especially after 30 years of failure, is incomprehensible. But those of us who have lived in Hollister a long time have come to realize that sometimes we have trouble moving forward. Well, now is the time to do so. It's time that the city of Hollister finally shuts down the negative people that want to see something so positive killed and deny their misguided appeal that is in front of you tonight. It's time that the 400 block project got built. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kay Felice. I've been in Hollister for 42 years, and I'm a business owner here. It's very seldom, I think, in a community of our size that we're presented with such an opportunity to be able to accept a project that is not only beautiful, but it's first class, it's well designed, a cornerstone project for our downtown. As a community, I think we have an opportunity right now to revitalize the downtown area and to restore it to the exciting and inviting place that it used to be and it could be again. The Philanthropic Center is designed for 144 nonprofits in our community. That's what it's designed to do, and it's in conjunction with a well-planned businesses, small businesses, as well as a walkable housing project. This is a much-needed project to revitalize our downtown. It's a project that's been approved by, it's planned by redevelopment for years and years and years. It's been approved in the general plan. The zoning rules have all been in line. It seems to me that it's time that we look at this very seriously. I can't imagine why anybody in this community who truly loves Hollister and who wants to see our downtown revitalized could walk away from this project. So now it's up to you, the City Council, to make the right decision for Hollister. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers will be Bill Tiffany, Ted Davis, and Elizabeth Deutsch.
Good evening. My name is Bill Tiffany. I'm here to speak on behalf of this project and on behalf of local school districts. Although I'm not a current school board member, I was in June 2014 when the San Benito High School School District, the Hollister School District, and several other local agencies entered into a compensation agreement that was mandated by the State Department of Finance. In this agreement, where the school districts essentially agreed to delay receipt of property tax revenues to which they were entitled to at that particular time, the city, in this agreement signed by Mayor Velasquez, promised that the city would enter into a future development agreement which would dispose of the 400 block property at a purchase price consistent with its best use and value. The reason that school districts are vitally interested in this development, at that time, the reason they're interested at this point is because of their need for property tax revenue. Richard Ferreira touched on this. One of the reasons, I think that if any of you go back, as I'm sure maybe you have, and looked at the history of redevelopment agencies, and the reason that they were dissolved in 2012 was because the state of California learned that the operation of redevelopment agencies was having a detrimental effect on property taxes that were otherwise being paid to school districts and local agencies. So this particular project and the compensation agreement that was entered into in 2014 will result in an immediate, upon sale, an immediate tax revenue payment back to school districts. It will also result in an ongoing revenue stream of property taxes in favor of our schools, which are vitally there to support our local youth. This particular project is, in my opinion, is consistent with the mandates having to do with the dissolution of redevelopment by the state of California. It's consistent with the promise in the compensation agreement that was signed by the city in 2014. And in my opinion, it represents very good municipal planning. I hope that you vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Ted, and while waiting, I just walked up and down the main street. I moved here about 16 years ago. When I first moved here, about half of the businesses were closed and shuttered, and about half of them are still closed and shuttered. It's very disturbing to me. I own a small business. I know people who have opened businesses here, put in their life savings, borrowed money from friends, family, banks, and so forth, and they lose it. The city can do a lot to help them. I think the city should support the project. We should support our people. We're creating a community. It's not just businesses, it's a community. It's where the kids work. It's where they learn about jobs and stuff. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth Deutsch. I've only been here for 9 years, so I don't know a lot of the history of I do know what happened with the 400 block, I guess, based on what we were told tonight. But I have a question, really. What happened between 1991 and 2001 or 2011 with the RDA? They had the property for 20 years. They've had plans. I've seen multiple ideas of plans, and Mr. Machado also recognized tonight that there were 3 different times where plans were brought to the council or to wherever, never got developed. Why?
Thank you.
Feasibility.
My next 3 speakers will be John McCormick, Jennifer Westfall, and Cody Dalton.
Vice Mayor, my name is John McCormick. I'm a commercial real estate broker. I belong to the San Benito Business Council for probably 6-7 years, even though I don't live in town here, but I have toiled and worked, I think, productively in economic development here. What this is about really is the fight for the soul of this community. If you give in to the selfishness of this attack, you're just going to get another business. And I'm all for business. I've owned my own business since I've been 26. But this great opportunity with the foundation here, bringing together the synergies which you could never get. Philanthropic things are what the soul of a town has to be. You don't come here to buy things. You don't come here to be here. You want to have a neighbor that you can trust and support. The heritage of what is going to be created here will be to your credit. And that's a critical issue in any government decisions. CEQA, you can always fight about CEQA. I've done a lot of development stuff in my career. Everybody relies on the inadequacies of the CEQA process because it is so fluid. There's no real rules. Taking this argument that now you had one project and then you have another project. The typical thing in planning is if you want to do a
Address
project.
the council. Can you address the council, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You do, as the planning department says, no, we don't want singles, because we want to describe the total impacts of the 3 different projects or 2 different projects, and that's the key in CEQA. But to denigrate the process and say that the planning department didn't know what they were doing, which is what exactly this guy is shelling you, that's not good. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope that we can get the good work done for this project. Benito Link has an article today, and it says that the headline is New Vision for Downtown Hollister, which they resurrected from 1992. This is a vision that no one of the towns around here has, right? And I think it's to your benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Vice Mayor and the Council. My name is Jennifer Westfall. I'm a resident of Hollister, and I also am here as a representative of a nonprofit in Hollister, and this may be to my detriment because I'm going to be the only one speaking out to reconsider this project so far. I will say, why are we here tonight? I think we're here because this project has not convinced Hollister. The proponents of this project have not convinced Hollister that this is what we need for our downtown core. Yes, it's true. The redevelopment agency had this property for 30 years, and they have missed the boat. People have new ideas for what a downtown should look like. And we need our green space. Yes, there are, if you walk from the downtown, 0.5 in either direction. But now if we're going to take that away, it's now 0.9 and 0.7 and over 1 mile to walk between those 3 parks. As a mother of 3 young children, that's pretty far on a hot summer day in Hollister. I would like to have that space, that opportunity downtown to shop, get some ice cream at Ohana, and then go and retire to a nice space in downtown Hollister. I will say that, you know, as a representative of a nonprofit in Hollister, this may be dooming me to ever receiving grants from the Community Foundation. I hope not. But, you know, the work that nonprofits do is important. It is critical to the success and the vibrancy of this community. But the work that we do is often behind the scenes. And I really feel like this prime location in downtown Hollister is not where we need to put these offices. We need a place where the community that these nonprofits support can gather. I also disagree with the previous speaker in that people don't come downtown to spend money. I think that's what we're all here for, is to see our economy thrive. Finally, there was a story today in Bonita Link, which it was not pulled out in the text of the story, but if you zoom into the beautiful illustration of the Grenada Theater, there's a passage at the end of it which I'd like to read now. However, certain luxuries and their costs within the redevelopment agency will have to be addressed. I hope that by learning more, we'll be able to adjust the lines of balance.
Please. I'm so sorry. We're holding everybody to strict 3 minutes.
I will
I thank you for
implore you all to
your
read it.
for your comments.
Hi. Sorry, my voice is a little gone. I coached a travel softball team all weekend long, so I can barely talk. My name is Cody Dalton, and I'm here as a Hollister resident. My parents moved here 20 years ago when I was 5 from San Jose so that we could have the small town kind of feel and be raised in that. Driving here, there were maybe 4 lights on downtown. There's nowhere for any of us to go and eat dinner after this, so I hope you guys all have someone cooking at home. I think that delaying this project is a joke. It's a waste of everyone's time, including yours, and I'm sure that there's a lot of man hours and a lot of time that's been just wasted on this, regardless of what the answer comes out to be. Growing up here, we did a lot of different things on that lawn. There was movies under the stars, where us kids got to go and do that on a summer night. They no longer have that there. I attended a couple of the biker rallies when that was still a thing. They had stuff there. That's killed too. So what is it there for? Nobody's even mowing the lawn. The other thing is, the businesses that can thrive down there, the housing that's going to be up top, bringing people to the businesses that are already there so that they can be open on a Monday and make some money. And the small businesses will be there, and everyone's not just going to have to go to Panda Express and Target to shop. The other thing is there's not a lot of affordable housing here. I'm 25 years old, and I can't afford to buy my own home, and neither can any of my friends. The housing that's going to be built up there, that's something that I'm excited for. And I know a couple of people that I work with and a lot of friends of mine that are excited for that as well. So by killing this project, you're not just killing a payday for the Del Curto brothers or anybody else involved. You're killing the opportunity for somebody at my position to pursue the American dream of homeownership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final two speakers will be Courtney Evans and then Heather Hickerson.
Hello, thank you again. I know it's been a long night for everyone, and I'm excited to hear what everyone has had to say, especially reminding everyone, the city department, that how many empty spaces we have in Hollister. We have a lot of spaces that we can develop for open, natural, and being creative. I know that, Mr. Resendez, your business would be very helpful in looking at open spaces. Park Hill is an open space. I believe that the city owns that, and that's available for anyone and everyone to use. I own a business in downtown Hollister, and it was very hard for me to find somewhere to put my business. Thankfully, the men that purchased the building, they redid it, and I was able to move my business into the old freelance, and I'm very proud to own my business downtown. And I am absolutely in favor of more of this, of more new, more places for people to live. It's also I've lived here my whole life, and it was very difficult for me to find somewhere to live. So the perception that the mayor is giving to the public is embarrassing and false. So I hope that you vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Heather Hickerson, and I'm here to ask you to vote to develop the 400 block. I feel that the mayor has tied up too much city time and money trying to fight this development. I believe it's because it will affect his financial holdings at the vault. It has become an embarrassment to this great town and the people who live here that our own mayor is fighting and threatening to sue the city to protect his own personal asset, claiming to be just a concerned citizen while trying to influence and garner support on social media with his Hollister mayor profile. It's 30 years in the making to develop that property. The time is now. I would like to ask that you adopt the resolution upholding the Planning Commission's decision and not consider the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I wasn't going to speak, believe it or not, but I know that's hard to believe, Roland. But I was inspired by Jennifer from Pinnacle's Partnership. That took a lot of courage. It took a lot of faith and courage to get up here and say what she says, and I love diversity of opinion. We started off this evening with some accusations of conflict of interest. I don't believe any of you have a conflict of interest, and I loved your explanation about the finances. You know, if we have a financial interest that I'm going to gain, or any of you, none of you are going to gain. I mean, Roland, you as a candidate for your city council, you said very explicitly, I am going to try to fight this and stop this. And I appreciate it. You're very transparent. You say that constantly on social media. I have not heard that from any of the three of you. I don't know which way you're going to vote tonight. I hope you vote in favor of it. But as I was sitting there, I wrote a few other things just in case someone like Jennifer inspired me to get up. And the other thing I have to reassure her publicly, it certainly will not affect her grant applications. Well, no, I think that's a very genuine concern. You know, as a community foundation, we only give grants because donors give us money. It's not our money, it's not the board's money, it's donors, it's all of you. And the other misconception I think that what came out today was that the Community Foundation is spending money. We wouldn't be here if there wasn't a donor couple who's going to pay for this in its entirety. So we could not feel more blessed by having somebody who's going to say, this is important. The other thing was about the price. a lot of criticism about the price that, the Community Foundation and the Curto brothers are paying. That's the price you asked us to pay. That's the price that you set, not we set. We didn't offer you. We were told it's $390,000. It's not negotiable. We're thinking it should be less, but no, they said, no, this is the price, simple as that. And I'm looking at the time here. One other thing that came to my mind is a conversation I had many years ago when we started this whole project. And I was chatting with the mayor. And I asked him, I said, why are you against, the project? And this was the early stages. And this is what he told me. And he was very honest. I have not heard him say it since. He said, Gary, I want the 400 block for my beer garden for the 4th of July. That's right. That's what he said. And he said it to me a few times. I want it for the beer garden. Where else are we going to put those beer trucks? We have thousands of bikers, which is very important, come to our community. And I personally hope that it comes back. But is that what we're going to use it for? It's been fallow for 30 years. Bill Tiffany talked about something that was very important. We've lost 30 years of revenue for our city entities because nothing's been built on it. So I would really encourage you to say, now's the time. And the last point I want to make is, the mayor is going to sue the city of Hollister. And the Community Foundation and the Curto brothers are going to pay the bill. It's going to delay us, but we're committed to downtown, and I can't wait to go before a judge and hear his opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please, you've been so well behaved. Let's stay that way. Do you have any more public speakers?
I have no more speakers.
Okay, we're going to move on, and we're going to, after the public comment, we're going to give the staff, going to give the appellant 5 minutes rebuttal time, and I invite you back to the podium. The appellant's representative, excuse me.
Thank you, members of the council, and everyone who spoke tonight. I just want to clarify one thing about why we're here tonight that I think it's really important for the public and you to understand. The majority of what you've heard this evening is about whether or not you believe developing the 400 block is a good idea, whether you think that the mixed-use project in front of you is a good idea. And that goes to whether you exercise your discretion to grant approvals for the project or not, whether you think it's a good idea. But you have a separate duty here tonight, a duty that was largely missed in the bulk of what you just heard. And that's a duty to follow state law and a duty to follow your zoning code. And I think that that's really important. And on that point, I think that we've laid out a number of reasons why you should have serious concerns about what's proposed tonight. It's not a question of whether to develop it, it's a question of how you develop it. And you need to do it in a way that complies with the law. That's how you should develop it. And what's before you tonight does not comply with the law. And I want to respond specifically to a couple of points made by staff before the public comment. There was an assertion made that this is the typical process. Usually you just have somebody with a lot of different parcels and they have, acquire a lot of different legal properties for one development. But that's not what you have here. You don't have the typical process because you have a DDA that spells out an entirely different process, a process of 2 projects with 2 applicants, 2 permits, and all 3 permits before you tonight are for only one of those projects in your DDA. The revised application you've been presented with is actually entirely inconsistent with what this council approved when it approved the DDA. So this idea that we can suddenly shift gears from a 2 project to 1 project in order to push this thing through, it's a fiction that was only very recently created. And the reason this matters is not just some technicality of how many units they get to build or not. The reason this matters is because these zoning laws apply to everyone in the city of Hollister. They don't apply to everybody but proposed development on the 400 block or whomever else. Every citizen has to comply with the laws that you've adopted. And that's what we're asking you here tonight, is to deny the proposed permits because they don't comply with those laws, to send it back, to say start over again, do it the right way, comply with the law. And if you choose to exercise your discretion against any development on the permit or on the property, that's your choice too. But your duty is to make it comply with the law. Thank you.
Thank you. And can we have a final word, short word from the staff, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Members of the council, as planning staff, representing the planning department, just want to let you know that when we receive an application, we make sure that we review it to make sure that it's a complete application. Once we do that, we then we prepare a staff report and we deliver the application to what's called our development review committee. It's not just a planning staff determination. We don't just review it and say, yes, it's consistent, yes, it's complete. We send it out to the Hollister Police Department, we send it out to the Hollister Fire Department, we send it out to the Engineering Department, we send it out to the airport, we send it out to Public Works, we send it out to all the different agencies within the city of Hollister's departments, and also we have responsible agencies that are in the county as well. They all review it, and then we don't just wait for comments. We actually schedule what's called a meeting, a development review committee meeting with everybody. And then we sit down on a table. Sometimes it's here at City Hall on this table. Sometimes it's at the police department. Sometimes it's at the fire department. And we all discuss all the potential significant impacts that this project may have. And we discuss ways that we can lessen those impacts to less than significant. And then we provide either a notice saying that the project is complete, and we send it to the applicant, or more often than not, at probably 99.9% of the time, we send what's called a notice of incomplete, and we let the applicant know all the concerns from all the different departments that we have. And we do not take it to the Planning Commission until we have a unanimous consensus from the Development Review Committee, all the professionals from all the different agencies that say, yes, this project is good to go as is, or typically we have what are called conditions of approval in a draft resolution. And that was what was presented before the Planning Commission on April 11th. It was approved with the conditions of approval, and that is what's being presented before you today. Staff stands with the recommendation of approval, and we hope you back that, support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. The next item I have on the agenda is any further questions or comments from the decision makers at this time, starting with Ms. Lenore.
I can finally speak. It's been a few years. I've held it in. I don't do social media for the benefit of that subject. I do Bonita Link. I put my real name on it, and that's as far as the social media goes for me. I have absolutely no use for anonymous Facebook postings. Okay, so I have a planning background, decades. So I agree with staff that it does conform to the general plan, and it was a beautiful general plan and zoning ordinance. It also meets the criteria for categorical exemption. I processed many of that paperwork throughout the decades. It meets the state's density bonus requirement. It's going to have a less traffic. The traffic impact will be even further reduced with North Street extension. So I think that the intersection will even improve once we put North Street through. All that traffic will not have to come down 4th Street anymore. It won't, it will just go to North Street. So we had a long-range property management plan in 2014 that was accepted by the state. And it states, hasty disposition of the 400 block without a strategic project could waste an opportunity to develop the 400 block grassy lot for its intended purpose as a catalyst property for economic development in the downtown and the resulting realization of increased property values on the grassy lot and downtown area. What do we always hear? Downtown needs help. Downtown needs more. It does need more. That lot's been empty for 30 years. That's ridiculous. It really is. We had Lex Mar, and we had Todd Dubois, and we had Ted and Trevilla all try developments there. Somebody asked why wasn't it developed? Well, the problem was they did.
Turn your mic.
Oh, it's on. Oh. Boy, you can't hear me. That's a problem. Okay. I shy away from these.
In the room,
I
you
want
can.
the public at home to hear. So, what?
On the video, you can't.
Okay. Oh boy. They had to do, mostly for benefit of their business, what's called a feasibility study. And back then in the 90s, the feasibility just wasn't there. They tried. 3 of them tried hard. But the feasibility study said no, and I think that was due in part because it couldn't just stand alone on its own with just the commercial. Had less population then. And we did have a big earthquake, and we had subsequent fires. And by the way, I lived downtown almost my whole life. I am the District 1 representative there, but I've loved that downtown. So we did do some things on there. But you know, the movies in the park, they moved to Dunn Park, and boy, that park is in full swing improvement. It's in full swing. Take a drive by Dunn Park. Vets buildings never looked so good. The plaza's being highly utilized. Also, I wanted to say that we had a loss of sales tax like crazy, a property tax that also benefits many schools, hospitals. And I'm going to give you one last thing because I'm going to make it brief. I know you're all tired. But I'm going to give you an only in Hollister-ism, which I never do because communities all across the state and the United States have their challenges, many of the same that we do. But only in Hollister can you get a $1 million investment by a philanthropic donation from the Wolf family for downtown, and we're questioning it. No. You got to have money for that grassy lot. This is not a city project. It's a privately funded development. It has to pencil. It's a benefit for our community. I envision this. I'm hoping to light up the downtown with permanent lighting. I'm going to make a proposal soon to the whole council for that. I can envision myself with those lights on, sitting at those outside tables. All four sides have seating, and we're going to sit there and watch the traffic go by slow because we don't need 2 lanes. We need to implement the second phase of our downtown plan and bring those bulbs out, slow it down, like Morgan Hill. Been through Morgan Hill, just was there the other day. Traffic going 20 miles an hour, not 30, 35. It's terrible. Can't even eat out there. Last time I tried to eat, the motorcycles were hurting my ears. So I just want to tell you that I didn't think this was a viable project for the city. I wouldn't support it, but I got to tell you, enough's enough. And I really, before I leave or pass, I want to see a building there. And that is a beautiful building that the Dakotas are proposing. That's just not an ugly building, but the beautiful building is even the community foundation. I have to tell you, my personal opinion will be that building will enhance the vault building. It looks beautiful next to the vault building. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate all your comments. Any Facebook users, you want to contact me, I'm always accessible. Texting, email, phone call. You won't be able to reach me on Facebook. Thank you very much.
Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Ms. Councilmember Spencer.
I have nothing to say.
It's been said.
She said it all.
Councilmember Resendez, would you like to make a comment?
Sure. So I took some notes. I'm just going to read off my notes here. I have a lot of concerns regarding this project. Just so we're clear with the public, this project's designed to be completed in 2 phases. Phase 1 is going to be Gary Burns Philanthropic Center. Phase 2 is going to be the mixed-use building of condominiums on top and then residential on the bottom. I'm sorry, stores on the bottom. I heard from the Delcurto brothers engineer or architect. He was here last time you guys were here, Mr. Andrade. He himself told me that you were unable to maintain the capital to ensure that phase 2 of that project would be built. I went to my city manager with this information. He told me that he had heard the same thing, but not to worry because the Wolfs would be building us a very nice library there instead. That to me is very concerning. What happens then? What happens if the density bonus, is that going to be met if the phase 2 doesn't get completed? What happens with the revitalization of our downtown that's already struggling, that many of you are saying that this is the answer to help bring back and save all these businesses downtown? Would it still be consistent with zoning and still exempt from CEQA after we heard tonight from the appellant's attorney? I don't think so. That's very concerning to me. I'm also having trouble wrapping my head around how a new building, the Philanthropic Center, that will occupy itself with already existing downtown nonprofits, creating even more vacancies will help, not hurt, our already struggling downtown businesses. I think Ms. Felice stated that it's designed to have like 144 or service 144 nonprofits. I'm not sure about that, but I wrote that down. I honestly do appreciate everyone who provides feedback on the issues, whether it's here tonight or in another capacity. It's important that you exercise your rights to be heard and speak up either for or against this project. I do also want to point out that this is the second time I've seen this many people speaking in favor of it. Years ago, I was sitting right there. There was probably half the room filled with community members. The other half was people that get annual grants from the nonprofits and the community foundation. I just can't sit here tonight and think to myself that that's an accurate representation of the entire community. I feel that the general public at large does not support this project, therefore neither can I. Lastly, I just want to say that I feel like it doesn't matter what I think or what I say. As it's been pointed out by the attorneys, because of preconceived biases, this decision was formulated a long time ago, and we can all predict how the vote will go. Just like Mr. Gary Burns pointed out, this is going to end up in court. We know that. We know where the votes are going to fall. As long as all our local elected officials continue to make irrational, emotional, illogical decisions, I feel that the public will eventually hold them accountable. And for that, I thank God. Thank you.
Thank God.
Thank you. Please. I guess it's my time. I guess it's my time to talk. So I'll make a statement. There's a lot of emotion going on around here because there's been a lot of emotion involved in this thing. Probably way too much emotion involved in this thing rather than just thought pattern. I first want to say to everyone, whether it's the staff or the appellant's representative, as I said earlier, in a disconnected item, was not on the agenda for this item. I respect the law. I think it's important that we have the law. I intend to follow the law because that's what I'm here for. You all know me. Excuse me. I'm thinking about the law and what I fought for 23 years in the Army. And I'm telling you, I respect the law. It's really important to me. It's in my heart. Because, like the man said in the movie, the law, who's there to protect you when they come around if you don't respect the law? No one. So it really hurts me to have members of the city council stand here 22 hours ago and say, I don't care what the law says, I'll do whatever the hell I want to do. That's basically what I was told, right here on this dais. And now a representative of one of those people is standing in front of me and telling me I should respect the law. I'm not sure he knows who he's representing, I have to tell you that, and I hope he's not insulted by that. A gentleman who stood here and said, I'm going to vote against it no matter what the law says, because that's what I'm here for. And so did this gentleman here. And I didn't give him any grief about it because they decided they weren't going to respect the law. When it came to voting on an item that had a tentative map, they said, we don't care what the law says. We'll do what we want. Well, I don't feel that way about it. I feel I'm going to respect the law. And I've read carefully on this subject. I've read hundreds of pages, including, and I'm not a lawyer, including the law. And I got to tell you, the CEQA law is probably the most abused law in the state of California by everyone. Because people want what they want when they want it, and that's all they care about. And so when you start reading through the CEQA rulings, your head starts spinning because everybody is suing everybody. People are suing because the guy down the street wants to build a house on his naked lot. And people are suing because some people put lights up in the stadium where the football game is for the high schools. So I am not surprised that you can take a law like CEQA and go through it and dissect every single word in it exactly and make believe that you can see something there that's not there because that's what you want to see and that's what you're paid to see and that's what you're there for. But I think common sense has to rule. And the way I see it is, of course you're going to have a lot of different paperwork when you have mixed use because you have commercial property, you have residential, and you have office buildings all together. It's not logical that you're going to be able to tackle all that with one grand scheme. I read the DDA as I was asked to do, and I saw 100 something times where they, well, over 50 times where they said phase one. At the same time, 50 times they said phase two. So the idea that the DDA, which was written years ago, did not specify that it was one project, I don't think that holds water. I think everybody with an understanding of English understands phase one and phase two is the same project. It doesn't say two projects in the DDA. And so I think this is one project. When you take this as one project, the total amount of units is correct. And I don't want to insult our good staff, but I think they didn't do a good job of explaining how the density bonus works, but I worked it out 3 times with a pencil because it's a terrible law. The way it's stated is very difficult. And the density bonus is correct. The idea that we've got the wrong kind of units in there when they're talking about type of units or type of housing, I've looked up the definition from the HCD of type of housing and type of units, and the examples are not abundant, but they're there, and they say, oh, condominium's a type, triplex is a type, single family is a type. I don't see anywhere it says 3 bedrooms a type or studio is a type. So I think when you apply the evidence, and I think when you look at it, I think that the decision made by the Planning Commission holds up legally, not just emotionally. I think that's a fair ruling. We haven't made it, but that's what I think about it. And I think if you're frustrated and you don't like the answer, I think the first thing you want to do is insult the people on the other end of the stick. But you've heard out of your own, through your own ears, you've heard what people have said. If I don't like the law, I'm not going to do it. Well, that's no way we want the people in Hollister to act. We want them to follow the law. But you can always find a wrinkle in the law if you can hire enough lawyers. Everybody knows that. Okay? So that's my opinion, and I think that's the end of the comments. And with that, if I've covered everything, no, sir. No, sir. Please sit down.
Oh, wait, he's going there.
If you have a paper, please deliver it to the city clerk, not a legal representative. Thank you. Thank you. If I've covered the ground, I want to close the hearing. Have I covered the ground?
That's correct.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I have a right to respond.
No, you won't until the motion comes through. We're going to do a motion.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yeah.
It says City of Hollister City Council Policy, Rules, and Procedures, Section 6.6, Decorum and Order, members of the public, and we are still under an open
Right,
public.
we are. Go ahead.
When a member of the audience has important information, answers to questions raised during council deliberations, or new evidence for council consideration after the closing of the public comment period applicable to that item, The member of the public shall request to be recognized by the preceding officer by means of a speaker form submitted to the city clerk.
Well, you can request so. We'll follow the law. You can request so. Are you requesting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what's the subject?
I rebut what the council talked about.
Well, that's not a specific subject. Can you give me a specific subject?
Specifically to the comments from Councilperson Resendez.
Is it new information, or is it just an opinion?
It's not an opinion, it's information.
Is it new information? I'll recognize you for new information. That's what our procedure says, and I'm going to follow our procedure. Remind me to have that procedure changed.
Mr. Resendez, to answer your question, you questioned whether the people of Hollister was for this project, and you didn't think that's the way it is. You questioned the people that are here, these are the movers and the shakers of Hollister. Everybody that came up here are people that got a lot invested in this Hollister. We're all property owners, large property owners. I own a large property there on San Benito Street. I built majority of the buildings after the earthquake. You got your letter from the what's that? The Business Council. Look on the left hand of their paper, and you could see everybody listed on there. These are the movers and shakers. These are the people that represent Hollister. These are the ones that got the dog in the fight. And you questioned the people that came up here and did it. There was 23 speakers, 22 to 1 were for the project. You should do your research on who you're referring to, the people that are questioning their legitimacy to want to go ahead with this project. Thank you for letting me speak again for rebuttal.
I'm going to close the public hearing before someone else thinks about it. The public hearing is closed. Does anyone have a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-123 of the City Council of the City of Hollister upholding the Hollister Planning Commission approval of minor subdivision 2019-1, conditional use permit 2018-4 for a planned unit development, and the tentative map 2019-1 for the property located at the 400 block.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the maker and the second, if they'll consider it. Where it says, whereas the city council heard and considered testimony, I would like to offer the amendment to change that to testimony and evidence. And the next paragraph where it says, whereas after considering the facts, I would like to change the word facts to evidence. And if the motion maker would consider that.
That would be
remake
acceptable.
the motion and remake the second.
So I'd like to make the motion with Marty's amendments, those two amendments. I do find those acceptable.
And we have a second. Discussion.
Second.
Okay. Well, that's what I said, discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to do this to you, but according to our legal representative, it is now time to give you another shot at us. So if you have something directly concerning the motion and the amendment to the motion, we will take the public comment on that. It should be on that subject.
I have no speaker cards. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the motion that's on the floor currently?
Not seeing any, we'll move on to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Vote passes 3-1. 5-minute recess.
Mr. Vice
you.
Mayor, before we do that, can we do a roll call vote?
A roll call vote.
Can we do a roll call vote?
Did you ask for a roll call? Excuse me, we're not finished, I'm sorry.
I apologize. Can we do a roll call vote,
You recommend a
please?
roll call vote?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I jumped the gun and the legal representative didn't catch me early enough. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Resendez?
No.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Yes.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore?
Yes.
And the motion passes by a 3-1-0-0 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Go ahead.
I have a presentation.
For F2 for the chamber?
It's E2.
Are we E2? Am I that far off? Oh. I gotta go home. Forget it. E2. Wow.
Why don't we take another 5 minutes and Billy can go around and get tacos for us?
Alrighty. I'll go ahead and get started. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Eva Kelly. I'm an assistant planner with the Development Services Department. The item before you tonight is proposed amendments to Title II, Administration and Personnel, which reflect the recently adopted Planning Commission bylaws and changes to the term limits of the planning commissioners. The proposed changes will make the bylaws consistent with the municipal code and vice versa. The first proposed change, which you'll see on your screen, is to Section 220.020, Composition and Appointment of Members, Election of Chairperson, which describes that the planning commissioners shall be nominated by their respective district council member, with the mayor having the ability to appoint a commissioner from the city at large, and the nomination shall be approved by consent of the city council. There we go. Oh, skipped. The second proposed change is to Section 220.030, Term of Office Vacancies. The term of office of the planning commissioners shall be the same as their appointing council member. If a vacancy is made in the planning commission, their nominating council person may nominate another member. And if there's a vacancy and appointment of a new city council member, the new council person may, if they wish, appoint a new planning commissioner for the remainder of their term. Planning commissioners shall serve until such time as a replacement is appointed to the commission. So this is a replacement of that section. And then the final proposed change to Title II is to Section 220.080, Removal of Members from Office. This section is being replaced to state that the planning commissioners serve at the pleasure of their nominating council person. This was reflected in the previously adopted Planning Commission bylaws from 2007 and was adopted as it was written into the new bylaws in January 2019. And this section of the code also adds in an attendance policy for unexcused absences, which was not in the previous bylaws but is in the newly adopted bylaws for the Planning Commission and is also in the adopted bylaws for the Airport Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission. So this provides consistency on absences throughout the three commissions. Staff recommends that the City Council hold the public hearing, read by title only and waive full reading, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Hollister Municipal Code, and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the June 17th, 2019 City Council meeting. Thank you, and are there questions for staff?
Is there any questions from council? Okay, this time we're going to open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
This time we'll close public hearing. Is there a motion?
So we're going to do is it adoption of ordinance?
You waive full reading and introduce tonight.
Okay, so we want to, I propose that we waive the full reading and introduce ordinance number 1176, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Title II, Administration and Personnel of the Hollister Municipal Code.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Go to item E3.
Okay, and Christine, I do have a presentation for this one as well. This one may not be as brief. I apologize. I'll try and be as brief as I can, though.
It's okay.
Again, I'm an assistant planner. My name is Eva Kelly. This second item is various proposed changes to the City of Hollister Zoning Code, Title 17. Staff is proposing to amend these sections to provide clarity and consistency throughout the zoning ordinance. In my presentation tonight, I'll be going over most of them. Some of the minor changes or kind of relevant changes to more major changes I'm not going into, but if you have any questions, please let me know and I'll answer them. The first proposed changes are to section 17.02.020 definitions of the code. Currently, there's a definition for a guest house, which is not utilized or referenced throughout the rest of the code. And this type of structure falls into the category of accessory structures and is regulated by section 1716.020. That's how they've been regulated and processed currently and throughout time, and so guest house isn't a utilized definition. Staff is proposing to remove this definition and continue governing all accessory structures with the regulations of 1716.020. The second definition you see on your screen is for a secondary residential unit. We are proposing to change that to read accessory dwelling unit, which is how these types of structures are referenced throughout the code. And we'd also like to include a reference at the end of the definition to section 1722.040 accessory dwelling units, so that persons reading the code can be directed to the section which regulates accessory dwelling units. Continuing in the definition section, staff is recommending to remove 3 additional definitions: the definition duplex, triplex, and fourplex units, the definition dwelling group, and the definition multifamily housing. We'd like to replace these definitions and add new ones, which will cover all types of multi and single family housing, and to be consistent with each other and the rest of the code. Currently, there are no definitions for any type of single family housing or other types of housing, for example, townhomes, which are currently referenced in other sections of the code, but there's no actual definition. So what we like to do is just consistency, clarity, and thoroughness. The first definition we'd like to add is residential dwelling unit, single family detached. The reason for naming all of the proposed definitions, as you'll see, beginning with residential dwelling unit, is so that when they're organized alphabetically, as section 1702.020 currently is, all the housing types will appear next to each other, so you can see them and easily compare them. Single-family detached units are your typical single-family houses, which are set on their own lot and are not connected to any other residential units. I do want to note that single-family detached units may have an accessory dwelling unit attached or on the same lot. Those are not considered full units and are regulated by a different section of the code. So you can't have 2 full units on one lot. It's just one unit. It may or may not have an ADU. Different regulations. The second definition we'd like to add is for duets. Duets will be considered single-family residential units on their own individual lot. However, they share a common wall with another unit along a property line. So these are 2 examples of duets that I kind of just drew up. You can see each is on its own separate lot, but they're attached. 2 units are attached. Oops, the wrong way here. The next definition we'd like to add is for single-family attached units. These are similar to duets, but they're groups of 3 or more units. So each unit would be on its own lot, but it shares a common wall or walls with other units along a property line. This encompasses what's commonly called townhomes or row houses, and references in the code to single-family attached will exclude duets. So they'll be referenced both or one at a time, depending on the code. Another definition we'd like to add is a new definition for duplex, triplex, and fourplexes. This definition will allow for units to be either attached or detached from each other, but they must be on the same lot under common ownership. The example on the screen shows 2 lots which would both be considered to have a duplex, the one on the left being a detached duplex, while the one on the right would be an attached duplex. Triplexes have 3 units on one lot, and fourplexes have 4 units on one lot, but can also either be detached or attached or any combination.
Excuse me, you're doing so well, I hate to disturb you, but if you can go back to, why isn't, there you go, stop there.
Sure.
Why wouldn't a duet fall under that exact same, is it because of the number of units? I mean, after all, they are more than one unit, each one's on the
on the property line, they have a common wall?
So the reason that we separate out duets is because duets and duplexes, as the code currently is, can be allowed in some of the lower density.
I see.
In the lower density zones, while something like a single-family attached complex may not be allowed in some of those zones.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and then moving on to the final two definitions that we'd like to add is a definition for apartments. This will encompass any lot with 5 or more units attached or detached from each other. The reason for the separation of duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes from apartments is to not only allow for consistency with other sections of the code which already reference these different types of housing, but also to allow for easier communication rather than having to refer to smaller unit apartment complexes. We can say there's a duplex, that's a triplex, or this is 8 apartments. It's easier and we won't have to change as many sections of the code. They function in essentially the same way and only reference various numbers of units on the same lot. And finally, we'll also add a new definition for multifamily, which includes duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, apartments, as well as residential condominiums. Single-family attached units and duets are considered single-family and not included in the multifamily definition. Condominiums are defined and their regulations are described in section 16.17, conversion of multifamily residential units. So we've not included a definition in this section of Title 17 so that there's consistency and a clear location for the regulations between Title 17 and 16. So if one change is made, you don't have to make another change. This concludes the changes to the definition section of the code, and I'd just like to ask for any questions as I go through the sections.
Okay, any comments,
I have
questions? Sorry, did you say you had one, or you
I
don't?
have none. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I have none on this section.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
No, sorry.
No.
Just the first section. So moving on.
Let me go back to my room back there.
Sorry. All right, so moving on, following the changes to the definition section of the code, staff's requesting to amend Table 1704-1 titled Residential Zone Land Uses and Permit Requirements to reflect the updated definitions. On the screen, the text in gray is what's currently in this table and is being deleted, and what's in red is being added. All the permitted uses are staying essentially the same as what's currently allowed, with the exception of the blue. So in condominiums, we're changing what currently reads CUP for a conditional use permit in the Old Town medium and high zoning districts to stating SNA, which is for a site and architectural review. All condominium projects, regardless of the zoning district, require approval of a conditional use permit for planned development and a submittal of a condominium map in addition to any other required permits. This is described again in Chapter 16.17, and we're adding Note 15, which I apologize is a bit small, but you can read at the bottom, which references that condominium conversion chapter. However, condominium projects would be considered multifamily developments, and as such would require a site and architectural. Changing this table to read SNA will make the requirements consistent for condos across all permitted zoning districts, and will make sure that a site and architectural review is still obtained for condo projects in the Old Town districts. The other major change to this table, if you look at the bottom in the single-family detached, will be to not permit single-family units in the R2 zoning district. This district is defined in the purpose section of the code as providing for duplexes or two-family dwellings. Areas designated R2 were substantially developed prior to 2005 with 2 single-family residential units on a lot or duplexes. That was a quote. With the newly proposed definition of duplex, either attached or detached units on the same lot would be considered a duplex. So it wouldn't be considered 2 single families on one lot, it would be a duplex regardless of if they're attached or not. For this reason, only duplexes will be permitted in the R2 zoning district. And then at the bottom of your screen, you'll also see that we're gonna add a note 16 for the performance overlay PZ column, which describes that any development proposing to utilize standards of the PZ zone which do not meet the standards of the base zoning district shall require a conditional use permit in addition to any other entitlements necessary. This is standard practice, but will be made clear with the addition of this note. Are there any, oh, I apologize, got one more slide on this section. The final change to this table will be to change the current row, which reads second dwelling units, to read accessory dwelling units for consistent reference throughout the code sections, and to amend the note 6 reference. ADUs will be permitted only on lots with one single family dwelling. Are there any questions on this particular section?
Just a comment. Do you have somewhere in there where you specify, I know you use it, everybody uses ADU as the official abbreviation for accessory dwelling units? In the definition somewhere, do you just put ADU in parentheses behind it because that's what you see in most documents anymore?
I don't know if we have one that specifically says ADU. I think typically when we reference it.
I see the term ADU in documents of this type all over the place, and eventually when people do it, they're going to use it. I think somewhere you ought to just stick it in the definition right behind the words.
Sure.
Accessory dwelling, just put the ADU in parentheses. That's just a suggestion.
We can definitely make that change. I believe we can make amendments to the first reading for the second reading if the council is.
I don't have a veto power. If the council agrees, I think it's a good thing to do.
Okay. Oops. Moving on to the third proposed amendment section, 1722-040 accessory dwelling units. There are two proposed changes to this section. The first on your screen is to change the minimum interior lot size requirement from the current 7,000 square feet to 6,750 square feet to allow for an ADU on a lot of that size. Staff has received many citizen requests to construct ADUs on their property, but which have fallen short of the minimum lot size requirement by 100 to 200 square feet. The proposed amendment would allow for the construction of ADUs, which provide a much-needed source of rental housing for extended family members, also an option on lots which are 6,750 square feet in size. All ADUs would be subject to the same regulations for lot coverage, setbacks, applicable impact fees, parking, etc., as provided in the section. It would just allow customers or citizens who come in and say, my lot is 6,900 square feet. I know about the impact fees and I'm willing to pay them. I would like to build an ADU, but the only requirement they can't meet is 7,000 square feet. So that's the first proposed change to this section. And the second amendment to 1722-040 provides a clarification that ADUs are subject to multi-family impact fees rather than single-family impact fees where applicable. This is mostly for the traffic impact fee. This is currently standard practice. We just like to clarify it in the code and make sure that it's clear. ADUs are not considered multifamily development because they're only allowed on lots with an existing or proposed single-family dwelling and are intended to be secondary to the primary dwelling. However, ADUs are intended to be small, typically 1 or 2 bedrooms at most, and they're dwellings which are assumed to have a lesser impact on the city's systems and facilities than a larger single-family unit or a second unit.
Question. What's the square footage maximum of the ADU now?
850. So they're 150 to 850 square feet. Anything larger than that would be considered a full unit and subject to full impact fees. Were there any questions on these two changes to this section? Alrighty. The next proposed change is to section 1708-020 commercial and mixed use zone uses and permit requirements, table 17.08-1. The City Council has directed staff to amend the zoning ordinance to allow for outdoor vehicle sales in the downtown commercial and mixed-use zoning district. However, vehicle sales would not be permitted within either the downtown or Monterey Street historic districts. So this amends that table and amends the note 27. Were there questions on this?
Tell them why you're going that direction, regard to the fault studies.
Yes, so there are some properties within downtown that have done trenching studies, and the Calaveras Fault runs through them. And so essentially they're non-buildable. And if you look through all of the permitted land uses that are allowed in downtown mixed use, there are none that don't require a building. So this use would allow some of those fault restricted properties to have a vehicle sales lot, because that is not considered a building, so you can build that in a non-buildable zone.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. This next change amends Table 1720-1B to correct an error that the maximum size for a single commercial wall sign is only 20 square feet. This should read 200 square feet. This same section of code permits up to 300 square feet of signage for a single business, up to 2 wall signs, and for an individual sign, barring that it's no larger than 200 square feet, the size is further restricted to 2 square feet per linear foot of the wall upon which the sign is placed. As it currently reads, 20 square feet is contradictory to these other regulations and should in fact read 200 square feet. In addition to amending this table, staff is proposing to move all of the tables and a referenced figure, which are currently in this section titled Public Facility, Institutional, and Open Space Regulations, out of this section and into section 1720.040 general provisions. The tables all reference general sign guidelines for all different districts and should not be located in the public facility and open space sign section of the code. There would be no changes to the names or numbers of these tables and figures with the move. Are there any questions on the signs?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does it still exist where you can take a cumulative sign area and apply it to one side? Does that still exist?
I'm not sure I
Well,
understand
for
your
example, the vault sign, the original sign, it went up and it wasn't in compliance, but we allowed it because we used it, we made it cumulative from the other 3 sides. So therefore, they couldn't put any more signage on the other 3 sides. Do we still allow that? Do you know, or maybe?
I don't know. I do know that we typically allow for, it currently reads that only 2 signs are allowed per business, and I probably should have proposed a change because it's been standard practice to allow up to 2 signs no larger than 2 square feet per lineal foot
On one
per
side.
side or
Per
per
side,
frontage.
yeah.
So, but as far as cumulative, I don't have that answer.
Okay. I think there was some-
Don't we have a sign ad hoc committee?
That's not this.
Yes, but that's regarding downtown signage. This is just general sign provisions.
Got it. Thanks.
Mhm. Okay, this next section is a proposed major change to the formatting of our open space regulations for residential development. What you'll see on your screen is our current regulations. Currently, section 17.04040 is titled Multifamily Residential General Development Standards. This section, minus 2 lines, which are proposed to be moved into the General Development Requirements section, discuss only open space requirements for multifamily residential development. However, the current requirements of this chapter contradict the 500 square feet of open space requirement in section 17.04030 in table 1704-2 for all medium and high density zoning districts. So that table says that if you're in R3, R4 Old Town, it just says 500 square feet of open space per unit. And as you can see on the screen, when you get to the next section, it talks about private and common and 100 square feet of private and 400 square feet of common with dimensions and things like that. So it's confusing and it does contradict itself in some cases. It's been standard practice and interpretation that the 500 square feet is a total open space requirement for all multifamily development, including mixed use, and can be split between private open space and common open space. The proposed amendments will replace the current section in its entirety and attempt to clarify, make some minor changes to, and solidify the interpretations that are currently being made. Just a little bit of background. At the February 25th, 2019 City Council meeting, the Engineering Department requested direction from the City Council regarding open space and park dedication requirements of Chapter 16 and the Quimby Act, and the current interpretation of the zoning code's open space requirements. The City Council directed staff at that meeting to require both zoning and Quimby open space and park dedication requirements for on development. So moving to proposed changes, these changes will bring the usable open space column that I described that talked about 500 square feet per unit in that table 1704-2 into a new section entitled 1704-040 Residential Open Space Requirements, replacing the Multifamily Residential General Development Standards title. The column in table 1704-2 will be removed as it's redundant and somewhat contradictory and confusing. The new Chapter 1704-040 will require 1,000 square feet of private open space in the RE and R1 zoning districts in the form of a ground level backyard area at the same grade. This is the same as is currently required by that same table. This chapter will also provide reference to Chapter 16.55, which goes over the parkland dedication and construction requirements, which apply to all projects. And the engineering department is also going to be talking about that tonight in a different item. The R2 district currently requires 20% of the lot size as open space. The changes will clarify that this is to be 10% of private open space per unit for a total of 20% of private open space on the lot. As a reminder, only duplexes, 2 units on 1 lot, are permitted in the R2 zoning district. While R2 units are technically multifamily, staff discussed requiring common open space and amenities in this district and determined that there should be no additional requirements beyond park dedication and construction. The reason for this is that R2 district typically is located nearby low-density residential districts and requires a larger amount of open space than other duplex developments in higher densities. R2 provides a more affordable type of unit, but still offers kind of a low-density neighborhood feel. The minimum lot size in R2 is 8,000 square feet for 2 units, which means that each unit will have to have a minimum of 800 square feet of private open space, and in the form of a backyard at ground level. This is almost as large as the R1 and RE private open space requirements as just described. If there were a larger R2 development with more than 5 units, the Chapter 16 park dedication requirements would kick in. They kick in at 5 units, and the common open space would be met in the same ways as in a single-family development. Common open space and amenities would truly only be affected by a development of 4 or less units because there would be no Quimby and no common open space. And in the R2, that would mean 1 or 2 duplexes being constructed. Those are the only options. Staff doesn't feel that a development of that size in the R2 district should necessarily be required to have a common area with a minor amenity. The common area would likely end up restricting private open space on such a small development, and private open space is more likely to be valuable and utilized in such a small development, which is not the intent of the common open space. In addition to this, staff is proposing to increase the minimum requirements of private open space in all development, which doesn't affect RE, R1, and R2, which we just talked about because those have more than 250 square feet. But we're proposing to increase the minimum requirement from 100, as it currently states, to 250 square feet when it's provided at ground level. As stated, the minimum is currently 100 square feet. with a minimum dimension of 10 feet. The current regulations allow for essentially only a square yard, because if you wanted to provide the minimum 100, the minimum dimension is 10. Your only option is a square yard, 10 by 10. That's barely usable, right? 10 by 10, 100 square feet. So the increase to 250 will allow not only for usable space, but by keeping the minimum dimension at 10 feet, will provide for more flexibility in the shape of private open space. And on lots and infill and things like that, we've often given CUPs and things like that because people just simply can't meet the minimum dimensions. So it will also help encourage different types of development and encourage providing balcony space because the minimum for balcony space is 64 rather than 100 or 250. And as an alternative private open space when space doesn't allow for a ground level yard. We're also proposing to change the minimum dimension for the 64 square feet of balcony or roof open space from 8 feet, which again is restrictive to a square 8 by 8, to 6 feet, to give a little bit more flexibility while still allowing usability of a balcony or roof space. It's become more common to approve a conditional use permit, particularly in our infill or conversion of existing buildings, for varying the minimum requirements or dimensions of open space. But staff is hopeful that these changes will encourage interesting designs and encourage development to meet the requirement of private open space by giving more flexibility and alternatives, particularly as infill development, higher density, and smaller lots become more common. It's important that future residents have access to open space. In all other zoning districts, so this is medium and high density as well as mixed use zones, the open space requirements will be separated by housing type rather than generalized 500 square feet per unit. This is because all of these zones allow for multiple types of development, ranging from small lot single family to multifamily apartment or condo complexes. For single family detached units in these zones, all 500 square feet of open space shall be required as private ground level open space. This is because this type of development is typically small lot single family in these higher density zones. So the yard space is expected to be smaller than those in low density districts, but the expectation of single family homes is to have at least some backyard space. Because this is single family development, no common open space or amenities are required by the zoning district or the zoning code, but this type of development is still subject to the park dedication and construction requirements. For single family attached and duet units in these zones, all 500 square feet of open space must still be provided as private open space rather than common, but this type of development implies higher densities and smaller lots again. And so staff is recommending that the 500 square feet of private space be allowed to be split between ground level and or balconies or usable roof spaces. This doesn't exclude development from designing a full 500 square foot ground level backyard, or even 500 square feet provided as several smaller balconies on one unit with no ground level yard. But any range of combination will be allowed. Again, staff's intent of this chapter is to provide clear requirements, but we don't want to restrict creative design or varying open space solutions as development moves into higher density and tighter quarters. As with the single family detached, these types of developments will not have common open space requirements or amenities from zoning, but will still be subject to Chapter 1655. For multifamily development, and this is our interesting one here, the 500 square feet of common open space will be required per unit as is currently required. However, that's supposed to say 500 square feet of open space will be required per unit. However, it's proposed to be split between private and common open space. At least 250 square feet of ground level private open space shall be required, or 64 square feet if it's provided in the form of a balcony or usable roof space. The remainder of the 500 square feet, again giving development flexibility, shall be required to be provided as common open space area for the whole development. The minimum requirement for any common open space area shall be 400 square feet, regardless of if the remaining open space requirement after you subtract your private is less. Common open space doesn't necessarily mean a park or a grassy area, but it can be a pool, a gym, indoor recreation area, anything like that. The intent of common open space is to provide a common area which has amenities appropriate to the size of the development to serve the residents of that development. Common open space allows for residents to have access to open space and recreation in higher density multifamily development where they may not have access to a large private yard area that they could have their own recreation, as well as likely having smaller living quarters than those in lower densities.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Sure.
I appreciate your explanation of common open space. My question is, do we have that definition that you just supplied? Is that in the reg? That's all. You don't have to show it to me.
Okay, yes, it is.
Is it in there?
It is.
Okay, thank you very much.
There's a statement that says, for the purpose of this chapter, common open space is. Yes, so this chapter, again, is intended to provide clear guidelines, 500 square feet, but to give flexibility so that the requirements can support developments that's varied and interesting. This chapter could support a sprawling senior apartment condo complex with small backyard areas. You could just 500 square feet, and that's supported. As well, you know, and that would have like a small common barbecue area for the units, but they have kind of yards for themselves. And it can also support something like a high-density 4-story apartment complex with a common gym and a pool, while each unit only has a small private balcony. We wanted to allow for the balance of private space versus common space, while making sure that our future residents have access to amenities that make for a high quality of life. One additional change we're requesting to make as well is that for small multifamily development, which would be 2 to 4 units, if all of the 500 square feet of required open space is met as private backyard or balcony space for each unit, we will not require a minor amenity. Again, this is only for 2 to 4 units. We feel that, well, if you require a minor amenity, it would imply that there's some kind of common open space requirement. And we feel that in such a development, such as a triplex or 2 duplexes, it's often infill projects or existing non-conforming single-family homes which would like to add another unit or 2 onto the lot. The residents would be less likely to use a common barbecue or picnic area than they would to use their own private yard if it was large enough for a barbecue or patio furniture of their own. Also in these kinds of small developments, the common open space area, which again is otherwise a minimum of 400 square feet to accommodate a minor amenity like a tot lot or a picnic bench, typically ends up taking away from the private space. And the proposed changes are such that if the 500 square feet is not met as private space in these developments, common open space and a minor amenity shall still be required. As soon as the development's greater than 5 units, the parkland dedication requirements of Chapter 1655 kick in, and so at this time also, it's logical that the development shall be required to have common open space. Common open space is separate from parkland dedication requirements. All development is subject to dedication and construction of parkland or the payment of in lieu fees. However, there shall be no in lieu option for common open space. For example, the Vista de Oro apartment complex off of 4th Street has a pool which constitutes their common open space and amenity, but the development is paying in lieu park dedication and construction fees because they did not dedicate a public parkland to the city. So they could have put a park and a pool and not paid fees, but they had to put a pool. There is a small correction which needs to be made in the draft ordinance in this section. Section 1704040, subsection D3 II2A states that if multifamily units are mixed throughout a single-family development, any required common open space may be provided as space in a dedicated parkland area pursuant to Chapter 16.00.000. There's a typo. It's on page 921 of your packet if you're interested at the very top. That needs to be changed to state Chapter 16.55. Staff would request that this change be made in the draft prior to the second reading and adoption of the ordinance. This is the end of this section. I know it's probably the most complicated one, so are there any questions on this? Okay. The final section, which the planning department is proposed to change, is section 1708.010, purpose of the commercial and mixed use chapter. The City of Hollister 2005-2023 general plan contemplates a density of 25 to 45 dwelling units per net acre in the downtown commercial and mixed use land designation, which is represented by the downtown commercial mixed use DMU zoning district, and a density of 25 to 40 dwelling units per net acre in the mixed use commercial and residential land use designation of the general plan, which is represented in the neighborhood mixed use NMU zoning district. Currently, the DMU zoning density in the zoning code allows for only 25 to 40 units per acre, and NMU allows for 25 to 35 units per acre. The third mixed use district that we have, the West Gateway mixed use district, is currently consistent with the general plan designation, and the zoning and general plan have 20 to 35 dwelling units per net acre. Staff is recommending to change the zoning densities of the DMU and the NMU to be consistent with the general plan. This brings us to the end of the planning department zoning amendments. However, the engineering department is also proposing some changes to chapter 1716-140 regarding stormwater management. And so before I pass you to the engineering department, staff recommends that the city council hold a public hearing, read by title only, waive full reading, and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Title 17 zoning code of the Hollister Municipal Code, and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance with the minor change to section 1704040, subsection D3 II2A for the June 17, 2019 City Council meeting. And this will include the section which the engineering department will describe for you. Thank you.
Okay.
And do you have any questions for me at this time? And I can also answer after the public hearing.
All right, is there any questions, council?
I can't really see it. The number for the West Gateway?
Is 20 to 35.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a comment. Very well presented, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll pass you to engineering.
That was my comment. My comment was, that's a lot of IIOOs, okay? Thank you.
So before you pass,
Sure.
we go on, are we talking about ordinance number 1178 for yourselves?
It's the
It's still
same
on this one.
ordinance, it's the
Okay.
final section, and it's a
On
stormwater
77?
management section of
Okay.
the zoning code. I'll pass you to engineering.
Right, good evening. So I'll be going over some of the changes that we're proposing for stormwater management portion of this chapter. As a quick reference, the following slides are going to show the items we are adding as red and the stuff we are removing as blue strikeouts. So to have them all in one for reference. So the updates to this section will provide consistency with current state of California stormwater regulations for development and redevelopment projects. The section 1716-140. The amendment to this section will provide reference encompassing all state requirements for all new development and redevelopment projects.
Just for clarification, but this is regarding the regional board's post-construction requirement.
You have to get a little closer to the microphone,
Yeah.
please.
This is regarding the regional board's post-construction requirements that all stormwater requirements are under their resolution, what is it, R3 2013-0032, and that all projects are subject to that state law.
So subsection A will add and update a few items to what is being required for drainage. Drainage design will comply with California Regional Water Quality Control Board for the Central Coast region. So these are pretty much the changes that we are adding. We're also adding an item for requiring underground stormwater infiltration basins rather than the open detention ponds that we've been having. This is item 4 for the one I just mentioned, the stormwater infiltration. You want me to read it? Okay. Whenever feasible, every effort to design, construct, and install underground stormwater infiltration basins for all new and redevelopment projects, instead of utilizing open retention or detention ponds for stormwater management, shall be made. If it is infeasible for a development to meet this requirement, the development's design engineer shall submit a letter explaining the reasons it is infeasible to the city engineer, or for the city engineer's review and approval consideration.
I have a question on that, and it's not directly on this, it's a relationship to the last presentation. Now, if we go to the underwater drainage capturing,
Yes.
is the top available as open space?
It's available as open space.
Okay,
Exactly.
thank you very much.
Question. And cost won't be a consideration of whether you're underground or not? Thank you.
For the grading permit, subsection B requirements, the updates will provide more clarity on what activities will require a grading permit, and this would be in order to meet the MS4 permit requirements. Subsection C is for stormwater quality. There's no changes to this portion, but it's part of the subsection C, so I've included it. The changes are for item 2, which will include the word stormwater to provide consistency and clarity for compliance requirements for stormwater quality.
Yeah, and if I may jump in here, what happened when we adopted the grading ordinance, it was called best management practices, but it didn't identify what type of best it's stormwater, so it just provides clarification.
And this concludes my portion of the updates. Do you have any questions?
I'm glad you're putting this in. This is a way all new projects are doing it, and it makes a lot more sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's it. So yeah, the
Okay.
recommendation to introduce and
All right.
add a second reading.
Any other questions or comments, council? All right, this time we're going to open for a public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This time we'll close public hearing. Is there a motion?
Tell me again, it's for introduction of the ordinance and waive the full reading?
Correct. Do you mind if I just bring my
Please.
notes to you?
And we're doing two separate items, right? Two separate ordinances?
No, it's one.
It's just one?
And it's right here
Okay.
with the amendment.
With the amendment, yes. Okay, so, I recommend that we read by title only, waive full reading and introduce an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending Title 17 zoning code of the Hollister Municipal Code and schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance, which is ordinance 1177 and 78?
No, this is just 1177.
Okay, thank you. I don't know what that other one is there, because that's current or something. With minor change, so I believe Marty's change would also, he wants to add
That would be up to the council, but my
Okay.
minor change is changing that 160000
Okay, got it.
to 55.
as you stated. That's my
Okay,
motion.
that's your motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion
Thank you.
carries. Thank you. We'll move on
Thanks for your
to
help.
Okay, where are we now?
Good report.
E4.
E4.
Yeah. Okay, good evening. This item is related to the city subdivision section of the Hollister Municipal Code. Title 16 provides regulatory guidelines for design improvement and survey data of subdivisions and to provide for the form and content of tentative maps, parcel maps, and final maps. The code also establishes criteria for the conversion of existing multifamily rental units to condominiums, community apartments, or stock cooperatives while reducing the impact on residents affected by the conversion, and that converted housing achieves a high quality or high level of appearance, quality, safety, and is consistent with city goals. In addition, the code establishes criteria for dedication of parkland, fee in lieu of dedicating parkland, and fee credit for the value of parkland dedication and recreational improvements. Periodically, the code must be updated to comply with state and local regulations. On May 23rd, we took this item to the Planning Commission to consider recommending the changes to the City Council, and the Planning Commission adopted Resolution PC 2019-26 for that reason. Staff has prepared a draft ordinance which will provide the necessary updates to the city code to be consistent with the current subdivision map act, City of Hollister Park Facilities Master Plan, and the City of Hollister General Plan. So with that, Christine? Yeah. I'm going to let Mary come up and discuss the housing portion. Following that, Socorro will come up and discuss the tentative map and final map portion, and then Christian will close it out with the parkland dedication changes. The changes that will be shown through the slides, we went through and just did them in track changes, showing the strikeouts and the additions, and these are to provide just clarifications to between our municipal code and subdivision map.
So this chapter 16.17 deals with conversion. It's the condominium conversions. That's converting a multifamily unit to a condominium. One of the first changes is the addition of a new definition for market rate multifamily rental. The other changes are recommended. There's definitions in this section of the code for a low-income household and a moderate-income household, and there's internal inconsistency. It's defined as for the low income, 80% of the area median income, and moderate income, 120%. But in another section of the code where it speaks to the requirements for the affordability, it says 70% and 110%. So it's a correction. And then also in the code, where it has provisions for requirements for affordability, it speaks to the median income for a household of 4. And as you know, some multifamily units have 2-bedroom households or 1 bedroom. And so we're adding is a provision that if it's a 1-bedroom unit, that it be for a household of 2. So that means that it would be more affordable for that 1-bedroom household. That the threshold would be tied to the probable size of the household. And so those are the primary changes. Are there any questions?
Yeah, if you can help me understand, where do we put in the requirement to have affordable housing?
It's in the condo conversion ordinance.
No, the requirement for all new
It's
developments.
based on the number of units. Oh,
Right.
for.
For
well,
all new developments, so we have the requirement. Is that, would that fall into this area here?
This falls into it, just, it's not new development. This is for the conversion of
Conversion,
existing
okay.
multifamily. And it's tiered to the size of the apartment. So if the larger, the bigger the requirement.
Do we suspect we're gonna have that scenario with conversion of multifamily?
We haven't had, also the way the ordinance was structured when it was written in 2007, there's a requirement that there needs to be at least 20% of the housing stock needs to be multifamily.
Right.
And then it's also tied, the rate of conversion is tied to the production of multifamily housing. So if there's
Okay.
no multifamily housing produced, then I think it's 25% of the production from the prior 2 years. And I forgot one other amendment we added is that that's for market rate housing, because we've primarily built affordable, deed-restricted, low-income housing, which is wonderful. But if you're in a situation where you don't qualify for low-income housing, or you competed for it and you didn't receive it, we still want to be assured that there's a stock and a pool of rental housing. So that's the reason for that addition.
Thank you.
Okay, we apologize. We thought that the presentation would be, well, there it is. Okay, great. It's amazing how that.
You're not getting out of that.
All right. So, Socorro will go through the changes for the tentative map and the mapping portion. And like I said, these are just clarification and updates to our municipal code to show consistency between the municipal code and the subdivision map.
Okay, hello again. So as Danny mentioned, I'll be talking about the changes or amendments proposed for the final maps, parcel maps, minor subdivision, and miscellaneous land division section of the code. So, same as the previous slide, the new items we're adding are in red, and the strikeout, blue strikeouts is what we propose to remove. Some of the updates of the code are minor, and they'll provide, as Danny had mentioned, consistency to the Subdivision Map Act, as well as provide clarity for subdividers and developers. The section 1632.010 tentative and final maps when required. This will include expanding the scope for what requires a tentative map or a final map. We're also adding some exceptions for when a tentative map or final map is not required. And those are items, or subsection D, E, and F.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm getting a little lost, excuse me, pardon me. So is Title 16, 3210, is that only conversions, or are these map changes of applicable to everything?
These are only map, chapter 16 is the subdivision ordinance, correct?
Yes.
So specifically 163210 is for tentative and final maps.
Yeah, but tentative final maps for any subdivision, not just.
Yeah, subdivision map.
So we're not talking about conversions anymore?
No, no longer.
Okay, so if the city council so desired that every tentative map receive approval at the city council level, would it go in here? Would this be the place to put it?
It's a final map, not
Sorry, I mean, that, Let's see, how do I answer this appropriately? You've set it up so that Planning Commission has the authorization to approve tentative maps and provide those entitlements. If you want to take that responsibility away from them, you can do that, and you probably would do that in the subdivision ordinance for us, as the Hollister Municipal Code. I would forewarn you, though, about doing something like that, because sometimes those conversations are another couple of hours in and of itself on each one of those. And if the council is interested in going through the process of reading and writing, or reading and approving conditions of approval, then that would be the case. I think that's why the councils, not just Hollister, but all over the state of California, appoint a person to a planning commission so that they don't have to do that task, right? So.
Well, I got nothing but time. The reason I'm asking is, there's
You
always.
got 4 other people up there cringing, man.
There's always well, here's the problem. Okay, let's cut to the chase. So, I'm not really just sitting here. I'm listening to what you're saying. Here's the problem. We discussed it earlier tonight. I'm only going to use that as an example, not as a hammer to beat anybody on the head like I did before. Somebody gets a tentative map, they've got a legal entitlement. A legal entitlement's a big pill to swallow, and I'm not sure we should be letting the planning commission swallow it. Now, doesn't mean the planning commission can't do the work and say, oh, here's what we think the tentative map ought to be, here's what we think the steps ought to be, the what do they call that, the ones you have to do to get the final map, and get it all packaged up and send it our way and say, there it is, what do you think? The problem is, if it's 5 houses in a small development, you've just made a legal entitlement for, a reasonable amount of money. All of a sudden, if it's 700 houses in a huge development, you made a legal entitlement that's huge. And I'm worried, I'm concerned about it, since I intend to, as I stated, since I intend to follow what I have to do, what the state tells me to do, I don't want to be blindsided by it. So the question I'm asking now, I'm not recommending you change it. What I'm asking now is, if I wanted to change it, how could I change it? And I understand you may not be prepared to answer that, but since we're on that section, it's appropriate, I think.
He's probably best, would that be better, attorney, for another meeting, or is this something we'd be discussing?
I can tell you it is. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was yours. It's a large discussion.
Okay.
So it might be something you want to discuss in a.
Well, if the council, if I can get a consensus, maybe we can put it on another meeting.
If I can, next on the 17th, when we talk about the growth management ordinance and the rating scale, maybe it'll be a little bit more clear, because what we're proposing is that the council actually approves allocations prior to the map. So if the council is comfortable with giving a property owner allocations for a proposed development, I think that accomplishes the same thing without actually going through all of the approval process.
I'm just looking for a stopgap measure that we don't get in these situations where we always say, gee, I wonder who did that.
Right.
Okay. That's
just a comment, if you don't mind, Mayor. And that's why we have the general plan and the zoning ordinance that the council has the final say on. And that's why the council has control over the pre-zoning annexation process. Planning commission is important. It gives you a different set of eyes on planning. Takes it out of the politics. That's where it belongs. It belongs in the planning and not in the politics. Thank you.
I agree. I wasn't trying to put it in politics. I just wanted to get a way to kind of not give a legal entitlement that sneaks up on me. But we'll roll a discussion some other time. Thank you.
All right, so continuing the final maps. So this section of the code is updating, or it's in order to provide consistency with the Subdivision Map Act. And we're updating the limit for recording a final map or requesting an extension of a tentative map. That's going to be changing from 12 months to 24 months. So the form of final map, this portion we're updating again to be more consistent. We're It's for providing information on how the final map is to be submitted to the city. The existing code requirements are a bit antiquated, so we're updating this to be a little bit more, you can say modern, or, you know, more appropriate to our times. Data requirements, similar to the prior section, we're updating some of the data requirements for submittal of a final map. We're removing the metric system requirements since we're no longer dealing with those. The submission procedure, subsection A, same, we're updating it to be more up to date. And we're also adding some other items that will be required to be submitted with the final map.
Quick question before you go on. Why are you recommending go from 12 months to 24?
For consistency with the Subdivision Map Act. The updates to this portion of the chapter are minimal as well, and similar to the updates that we just went over for the final map section. So the tentative map requirements, this portion is being updated to comply the same with the requirements on who can prepare a tentative map. Section 1644060, action by subdivider after tentative map approval. Similar to the final map time limits, this one is being updated from 1 year to 24 months for the time limit for recording a parcel map or requesting an extension for a tentative map if we're not able to record, or they're not able to record a parcel map. Subsection E, similar to the final maps as well. This section is updating how parcel maps are submitted to the city. Again, the existing one, you know, had a little antiquated way of submitting, so we're updating that. And this concludes my portion of the presentation.
And with that, Christian is going to talk about parkland dedication.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This next section, as Danny stated, is just to do some amendments to the chapter to just clarify it and be able to have consistency with the state and federal laws, and also with the Subdivision Map Act. This first section is amended to read the updated Parks Facility Master Plan adopted in May 2019, so we're striking the February 2002, that was the previous time that it was adopted. And we're also adding a section that subdivider shall dedicate land, but also provide recreational improvements to the dedicated land. Section for general standards is amended to read 5 acres for every 1,000 people instead of the 4 acres that was previously there. Section, this is a brand new section that we're adding to this section for the park dedication and park construction, which is a standards for the park facilities within a subdivision. This is just to make clear and also provide more detail of what will be considered land to be dedicated to the city for recreational improvements. Within this section, there is a section that talks about the principal consideration for the land seating facilities for active recreation, the possibility for expansion of the park, the size, the shape, coordination with other parks, and also to maximize the exterior and interior life of the facility. Within this section, there is also a subsection B that is being added, which talks about the criteria that is not eligible for park dedication. In this case, subsection 1, private open space, land use to fulfill requirements of the storm drain standards, and also dual use recreational surfaces for stormwater facilities. Section that talks about the requirements. This is a section that is being added just to be consistent with the rest of the chapter regarding the park dedication and park construction, which is in this case subsection B. Every residential subdivider shall, as a condition of filing a final subdivision map or parcel map, provide recreational improvements, pay in lieu of recreational improvements, or a combination of both. In addition, we're adding another subsection E that refers to, in addition to the requirements listed on subsection A and B, which in this case are the land dedication and the park construction, that every tentative map and parcel map for residential projects shall comply with the requirements of the zoning code, which in that case would be the common open area. There's no changes to the other subsections. This next section is the formula for dedication of land. One of the changes that we're making is updating the 4 acres for every 1,000 to 5 acres for every 1,000. And also the section that refers to the 2000 census, we're making the change and striking that out to read the most current United States Census. There's no changes to the rest of the formula for dedication. Fee in lieu of land dedication and recreational improvements, we're adding a section B. If the city requires fee to be paid in lieu of recreational improvements, those fees shall be equal to the park construction impact fee. To subsection C, we're adding recreational improvements just to keep it consistent with the rest of the chapter. Section referring to credits, any recreational improvements to the dedicated land or authorized by the city shall be equal to the amount of fees to be collected. In this case, what we're trying to do is that if the project is subject to provide, let's say, $500,000 worth of park construction fees, if the development or the subdivider goes above or beyond that $500,000, the city is not responsible for any type of reimbursement. Section that talks about credits, subsection C, we're making a change and adding a planned development, and also we're making a change to section 1351 of the Civil Code to read the 4100, which is the most updated one. Another section that we are amending is the section that talks about private open space. In this case, we made the change to common open space to keep it consistent with the zoning code, as the private open space is not considered for credit under this chapter. So the section that talks about the private open space is completely taken out. This section for procedures, we're adding, as I mentioned before, the recreational improvements, since it's already stated throughout the chapter, and we just want to make sure that it's consistent and it's clear. And lastly, for subsection B, it's essentially the same change. We're adding the section that refers to recreational improvements, or a combination of both. Offsite dedication, this is a section that, as I mentioned before, we're just making it consistent with everything else, and we're adding the recreational improvements. And that concludes the presentation.
Okay, any questions? Do you have any more, Danny?
Okay, and with that, staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing, read by title only, and waive a full reading for the introduction of the ordinance.
Okay.
Of 1178 ordinance.
1178.
Gotcha.
Okay, there's no other questions from council?
I do have a question. On slide 34, it says, section B, if city requires fees to be paid in lieu of recreational improvements, those fees shall be equal to the park construction impact fee duly adopted by the council resolution, comma, this is what I'm questioning, and as from time to time amended. What does that mean?
So essentially, we have impact fees, sewer impact fees, water impact fees, and one of those fees that is paid by the development is also the park construction fee. So the park construction fee, if I remember from the top of my head, is like $2,689. So essentially, what that's stating is that as it gets amended and it increases, that it will be increased as well.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? At this time, we'll open it for public hearing.
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This time, we will close public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we adopt ordinance number 1178, an ordinance City of Hollister amending Title 16 subdivisions of the Hollister Municipal Code.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Introduction.
Did I leave something out?
It was just.
You need to read by title only?
And introduce.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Introduce.
Read by title only and introduce.
Yes.
Thank you for the help.
Okay, so the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. City Attorney, before we move on to the next item, I believe after 10:30, we have to have a consensus to keep the meeting going. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, I'll rely on your memory as to the exact time, but I do remember reading that in the code. At some point, we have to, and given that it's now 11:12, I'm sure that we fall
A
within
little
that
bit, little
definition.
behind schedule. Is there a consensus to continue this meeting? From the council?
Whoa.
I'm game if the public is.
No, we got an important issue on the next one.
No, I know, but we need a consensus to keep going.
Okay, yes.
Yes, okay. I was like, was that a
I'm
no?
like, we're not quitting now. Whoa.
All right, there is a consensus. to
Yeah.
continue-
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were
Continue the
saying.
meeting. All right. We're going to move to item E5.
That's what the rest of the folks are waiting
Maria
for.
was about to kill some people.
I was about to leave.
We don't need any more continued items.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Maria. I'm the Cannabis Affairs Manager within the Development Services Department. Tonight's item is what staff believes is what the City Council has asked as far as the amendments for the cannabis ordinance, including the recreational sales and other changes to the ordinance that were discussed previously, including at our last town hall meeting of May 13th. With that said, staff recommends to read by title only, waive the full reading, and introduce the ordinance 1179.
Okay, the changes that you recommended, just for the audience here, can you go through those, just so we're clear?
Again.
Sure. I didn't bring the entire presentation, or unless, I don't know if we still have it on the desktop, but basically it was deliveries to allow non-storefront deliveries only from businesses that had already been established in Hollister. So all of our permitted businesses already, not like standalone. The other one was the recreational sales. Is it this one? No? I can't see.
It was the nursery.
We talked about the nursery.
Nursery fee.
The nursery fee.
No?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you. The nursery fee, so the city council asked that we added a definition to that, and we did.
There.
The other one was to change the hours of operations for the dispensaries.
Mhm.
Oh. So it's really hard for me to see from here. So that was one.
Mhm.
Deliveries. Retail. That's outside deliveries. Remove the point system.
Mhm.
Add an expiration date to our applications, which was 365 calendar days. Live scans. Remove the residency requirement to its entirety. and allow our applicants who already hold any like cultivation, manufacturing permits to be able to do that distribution administratively by staff, since it's just an extension of their business. Specify the fees. The nursery fee, which I already talked about.
We had on the nursery, we had no nursery. It was with an existing cultivation facility can exceed 40% of the square footage of the cultivation area. So it can't be. We can't have folks come in and claim that 80% is nursery and 20% is flower. So it's got to be it's restricted to the amount of area square footage in the building.
Yeah, it was a little hard to define the physical aspect of a plant, because I did a little research, and it's really not measured by that, because I guess a plant can flower at any age, or at like one can age in 1 week, one in 2 weeks. So it wasn't really a good way to measure the term of the plant, or as to when it had to leave the nursery.
But again, I think that whether or not a plant is mature or not, we have plenty of cameras in the nursery, so we won't allow a nursery area to allow plants to come to flower without having that conversation with them. So I mean, that's one of the things that's nice about having all the cameras in the grow rooms, is that obviously when we start to see when the PD or whoever happens to be monitoring the nursery area, as long as there's no flower, then we should be okay. So as Maria said, some plants can flower within 60 days, and I mean, generally speaking, I think that, I don't know, the experts are really here. So we were trying to use a particular day, but I think that it's best for us not to necessarily look at days, but just look at when things may flower and may not flower.
I guess my concern about the whole nursery concept was, originally it was talked about at a nursery, you're going to do certain things and then sell it to a cultivator or whatever that was. But now it's just really taking up 40% of the space rather than the cultivator.
The 40% for us was more about like a vertically integrated sort of cannabis operation. So you have either clones, the seeds, the nursery to actual flower. Of course, nurseries can have 100% facility if all of their plants leave before anything actually flowers. Does that make sense? So if you're a 100% nursery, that's okay. But what we didn't want necessarily to have happen is that have facilities that have the entire lifespan of a plant to take advantage of a lesser per square foot fee for something before it moves out. So I want to make sure that you folks are comfortable with the fact that we're going to charge them a nursery fee for a particular area, but that plant can't obviously stay there and flower without us knowing, and not be charged the appropriate amount. But for instance, myself, I could have a nursery as long as it's an approved nursery, and all my plants will leave and be sold to other folks prior to its flowering.
It won't just shift rooms.
No. I mean, it can shift rooms if we're vertically integrated, but if we're not, then
has to leave.
Yeah. So, for instance, the facility that you visited, I would call that a vertically integrated facility, right? So they have a fairly large nursery. The plants that are in that nursery, as it stages to maturity, they leave to the other rooms in the facility for flowering purposes or for extraction. So the nursery room, which is about 4,000 square feet of about a 20,000 square foot area, is the flower room gets charged the $7 per square foot, the flowering rooms. The nursery area would only be charged $2 a square foot because there's actually no flowering plants in there.
And I guess I would be okay with that. We were talking about 25% of the space or something.
Yeah, and that's why I said, so 40% of any building, whether it's the place that you visit or not, nothing can exceed 40%.
Well, that's my concern. It's 40% is almost 50%. I mean, we're right there. So 25% is your example you're pointing out. Makes a little more sense. It's going too far.
That's just a number. If you want to reduce the number of percentage.
But you have it listed now at 40.
At 40.
At 40%. And and just to add to that, it was in addition to the already definition for it. So we did add the definition for the activity that could be done, and including the 40%. And it could be lowered or
And
changed
that's complete honesty. That is actually just an arbitrary number that's come up with, that we kind of looked at how plants can move along the line, and we figured that most people wouldn't do more than 40%.
Right, that's, again, the concern I had. The other concern I had early on was the distribution from, I have no issue, I think those that are gonna be licensed to, as far as retail, made a lot of sense. I was concerned about distribution of those that are not licensed as far as retail. How did you
So right now, the way it's
make that work?
is that if you have a license and you're a manufacturer and cultivator, or if you run a manufacturing operation and you produce a product, if you have a regulatory permit from the city of Hollister City Council, you can deliver that product. If again, that's what we kind of, I think, right? Am I correct?
I believe,
I'm wrong. I see
yeah.
shaking of head.
So
Sorry.
the distribution is mostly for quality assurance and for testing purposes. Delivery is the one that we're adding, is a license we're adding, the non-storefront deliveries.
And that's the question I'm asking though, is what if tomorrow there's 40 manufacturers or cultivators and everyone now is delivering throughout?
Outside's already doing that.
The community. Well, I'm talking about delivery. That's what I'm asking about. Because as I understand this, that's, again, you correct me if I'm wrong, a manufacturer or a cultivator that's producing something in their building can go ahead and sell that, deliver it, correct?
We could cap them. The city council
You already have outside deliveries coming
Well,
in.
I'm trying to get a clear understanding of what we're talking about here.
There was a section of that where we had added that that would be available only for businesses that were already in Hollister and that were in good standing. I believe with the help of the police department, we said about like a year they were in good standing and they had no citations or any of that stuff, then they would qualify for that.
So if somebody was here for a year in good standing as a cultivator or manufacturer, then they can get a license for delivery.
And it would come before the city council.
And that delivery could happen in Hollister only, San Benito County only, Monterey County? What
It
are
would
the
be only
parameters on that?
in the city of Hollister, and just like any other city, say city of Monterey, if they have a storefront dispensary, then if they want to come to Hollister, they would have to apply for it in the city of Hollister, so it's the same way.
Okay, what I think what the mayor is asking is that can somebody that's authorized to do delivery in Hollister deliver a non-storefront to another community?
If they get a permit with the other community, yes.
So in reality, you can have 40, 50 operations going and sending trucks out to communities all around the area
If
under
they-
this license,
No. If they permit them, yes.
if they're permitted from different
Other
areas. But
entities.
as we understand this, the state is not going to be able, it's not going to allow communities to restrict deliveries.
I spoke with the law firm that's representing Santa Cruz County, and what he told me is that the Bureau acknowledged that current jurisdictions like us and Santa Cruz County and a few other that are part of the lawsuit, that they would still be able to have that control over the community as to who can deliver where. So they're still, I think, fighting over the wording in there. And I believe that what he said is that at the end of the day, or what will likely happen, is that instead of amending their statute or the regulations, they were just going to, I forget the term he said, but likely they were going to change that and let the cities that already have something like us established to have that be part of their, give them that control.
But there's no cap on the number of
There's
companies
no
that can
cap.
do this.
No, I also asked about being part of that lawsuit as well, and he was supposed to get back to me.
Okay, I guess I'm just concerned about the no cap and how this all works.
Okay.
And again, I don't mind the existing dispensaries that licensed to be doing it.
To deliver.
But
So
at what number do we cut it
Yeah.
off?
A cultivator or manufacturer can't necessarily take a product from his facility and deliver it directly to my door. Okay, so first they would have to get a delivery license from the state of California, which I understand is difficult, and then it would actually have to go through a licensed distributor. So if somebody here wanted to make a product, he would have to actually sell it to a distributor and get it back before some sort of delivery, and it's probably because the taxes, right? So everybody needs to get their piece. It can't go just from straight manufacturing to doorstep. So
Okay.
you're likely not going to have 40 people get it.
Okay, that's,
Okay.
it helps clarify
exactly.
quite a
Okay.
bit. That's why this was important to understand what we're talking about here. Okay, so, again, my main concern is the nursery. I'm all right if it's 25%,
Okay.
but
We can make that change.
40% is probably a little too much. And thank you for explaining that other part. That makes a lot more sense, so thank you. Any other questions or comments?
There's more, isn't it?
No, I think she,
The rest was just additional information, the conditional use permits that have been issued, regulatory permits, applications that have been received, and the activated regulatory permits.
Yeah, I think that was it for changes on the ordinance, actually.
yeah.
Wasn't there a change on age? Maybe I read it wrong. Was there
Oh,
a change?
yes,
Wasn't there a big change on 21? Even if you
Yes, I believe
you have to
that,
have a
yeah,
guardian or a parent?
the dispensaries, through their regulatory permit, have agreed, at least at this point, to not serve anybody under the age of 21, even if there is a card. So they can't sell to somebody like that. Now, if a person under the age of 21, and I don't see him here, they said that you can have a primary caregiver,
Right.
and the primary caregiver can be sold the product. So that's one way around
Right.
necessarily the medical part of it for somebody who's actually under the age of
That's
21.
right. So they can get the product, they just can't get it directly themselves.
Themselves, they cannot, yes.
Right. Okay. 21.
Any other questions? Okay.
So are we supposed to be adopting today? Where are we?
we
Yeah,
are.
so this is read by title once again, and introduced, and we'll have the second reading on the 17th, and 30 days after that, it'll become effective.
Okay.
Where are we at with the existing licensed retailers? Are they operating?
Last time I talked to him, he said he was about 4 weeks out.
They're waiting for a decision, that's obvious. Come on. They want to know what's going
Okay.
on.
I visited the facility and it's coming along pretty well, so.
But the one on San Felipe is a long way out still. That was a little bit disappointing when I found
Yeah.
that out.
So I think they have their SNA, but you guys have your site and
They're still a
architectural and
little
everything?
ways. Yeah.
So I think everything's almost done, it's just
Okay.
a process of getting it started.
Okay. Any other questions? At this time, we're going to open it for public hearing.
For item E5, ordinance number 1179, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hollister, amending City Code Chapter 5.42 related to cannabis facilities within the City of Hollister. I have one speaker card, Carl Saling.
Actually, it was kind of, I was going to explain all that. But anyway, I think I sent everyone, and good evening. I'll be super fast. Hi, Mayor and City Council members. I sent everyone a really detailed email with it was a really detailed report with lots of citations on how after dispensaries have been legalized in the city, housing values go up, crime goes down or stays neutral, and teen use goes down. So that's pretty important. And then on the delivery side, for our business, we would make our product, sell it to a distributor, and then buy that product back from the distributor along with other products, because we really couldn't survive just selling what we make. We would have to offer a wide variety of products to be able to fulfill the marketplace. So all along the way, the different tax impacts hit us and come back to the city. So there's no skating around anything, and it's really another business. It's not an add-on. It's a whole nother business that you really need to be able to operate. So it's a really important license for us. And then, as my shirt says, I love compliance, and with compliance and regulation, that's how you, keep cannabis away from people that shouldn't be using it. And thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this time,
Julia.
I just have one question with regards to going down from 40% to 25%, because I know of one facility that's already built out. Is this going to be grandfathered in, retroactive as of so, because that changes their architectural design on planning on some of these buildings? So,
I'm wondering why it was designed. I mean, our code originally was not, it was, you're cultivating, it was
no,
all the $7.
nursery, cultivation and nursery
But
is
we
all
did not
allowed.
have a nursery before. This was.
Yes, we did.
This is something different.
No, it's
we're
always
adding.
been, it's under cultivation.
No, I mean, under our ordinance, nurseries were never called out under the city of
They
Hollister's
weren't called
ordinance.
as nurseries, but they were the planning of cultivation nursery was in.
Right,
in
and
it.
so cultivation as a use or as a designation was charged at $7 a square foot.
Right.
So what I think the new ordinance going into place would say is that those folks that were taking advantage of having a nursery in their facility, the 25% or whatever portion of their nursery is still a nursery would be, their fee for that would be reduced by $2 annually for that area,
Right.
up to
So
25%.
The applicants were willing to pay the $7, even though they realized it should have been low, but they were willing to pay the $7, and they were still going to be having the plantlets or the clones still fall under the nursery by the state, but within the city, it was just going to fall under cultivation at $7.
So we will adjust to $2, but only up to 25% of the overall cultivation area.
Got it.
Right.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. This time we'll close public hearing. Okay. Any other comments or questions from council? I do want to say, to everybody that's been involved in this all the way through, thank you for taking the time, giving us the tours, making sure we're following the rules, doing everything we can to do it right. I know this is not going to be perfect, but I think we're getting pretty close to doing a good job here with this. As I expressed, I'm okay with what we're doing with the 25%. And I think, again, I want to thank you, Bill, too, for answering that question. I was very concerned about that, and you answered it in a way that I can believe it'll work.
And just for the council's information too, tomorrow, some of us are heading down to some of our other communities south in the South Monterey County area to look at design standards on the actual greenhouses, because I think that's another key component that you're gonna start to see coming up. And so we wanna try to get a handle on what those design standards are going to be before we start to see those pop up, so.
Okay.
It's changed, like I said, we're still trying to keep up to date every single day.
All right. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that,
That was quick.
I'm done? So are we making a motion?
Introduce and waive the full reading.
Okay,
Right.
so
1179, read by waive full reading and reintroduce.
that's, so,
Do we have to mention the reduction in
And the
25%?
change of
25%.
25%.
Yes, we do.
okay, let me see if I can get this right. So I make a motion that we waive the full reading and introduce an ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance 1149, adopting new governance for cannabis business within the city of Hollister, removing the term medical throughout, and permit adult use, retail sales, and other minor changes, including 25% nursery maximum.
25% of the square footage.
25% of the square footage
In ordinance 1179.
in ordinance 1179.
So you'll be adopting as amended.
Okay.
Thank you.
We clear on that? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone.
It's been a long road.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break?
But is it done now, or does it come back?
Kidneys gave up 2 hours ago.
Okay.
to move item G4 up. We have representatives here from Kimberly Horn.
Oh.
That have sat patiently through the evening. If there is a consensus from the council, we could go ahead and move that
I'm fine
item.
with it.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
All right.
Periodically, the engineering division receives requests from city council members and the public to install stop signs, crosswalks, traffic calming, and other traffic control measures on streets with the intentions of promoting safety enhancements. And many times, the requests require that traffic studies be performed to evaluate the subject area for pedestrian safety as well as traffic operational impacts. To provide the City Council with more detailed discussion related to the benefit of traffic studies, Mr. Frederick Venter, PE of Kimberly Horn, will be providing a presentation to the City Council on this matter. In addition to benefits traffic study presentation, Mr. Mark Falgo, PE of Kimberly Horn, will be presenting various topics related to development services, which the company provides support to the city. It's the intent of these presentations to provide the council with a better understanding of the various items that will be discussed and to provide the council with the opportunity to ask these gentlemen questions.
Thank you.
With that, I'll turn it over to Frederick.
Thank you, council members. It's not good morning yet, so we're going to try and get this done before it's the next day.
Before
in our
it
lives. So topics that we would like to cover, and these are anything that you could see that would be traffic, is why do we need them? What is a traffic study? So I'm going to look a nice little flow diagram of what goes into a good traffic impact study. Funding that comes out of it, very important for sustaining transportation infrastructure and expanding it. And then how do we look at safety and operations a little bit? And then intersection control warrants. So that's like, well, do we need a stop, signal, or a roundabout? How do you decide to add lanes or a second turn lane or an additional right turn pocket? If you had 5 intersections and you would want to prioritize them, what are the things you're going to look at to say, hey, these are the first 5 worst intersections in Hollister and I would like to improve them? Pedestrians and bicycles, very, very important. Just going to touch on them a little bit. And then ADA, just touch on it. And then schools. We're going to talk a little bit about school traffic. And then the future of traffic studies of CEQA changing with Senate Bill 743. Talk a little bit about that. So why do we do it? We heard tonight, traffic is bad. It's bad when I go to school. It's bad when I go to work. Highway 25 is a parking lot. Highway 101 is a parking lot in Gilroy. I think we would like to at the end be happier, right? And make that trip more enjoyable and feel like the investment in our community is paying off. I always say we never ever will see the level of service the real good conditions again. But we want to have the optimized use of our roads, right? The most efficient use of our roads. So if a road is full, it's actually great, right? If your downtown has lots of traffic in it, it means there's good business. But when people want to go to school and they want to go to work and they leave their house, they want to be able to travel and that trip must be as unimpeded as it could possibly be. So in traffic studies, if you get a new development application, a subdivision map, like the downtown project that you had tonight, you will identify some sort of study area and you look at the intersections. There are usually criteria that is, the consultant will work with city staff in determining what the intersections are that should be studied. There are some criteria that CEQA requires. Caltrans is another guideline where we follow. Then you would go count the traffic counts. The traffic counts would include pedestrians and bicycles. We want to make sure that we address all modes of traffic. We can look at bus stop usage if you're close to a bus stop. And also if it's in a truck area, you're going to count trucks, get the classification of those vehicles as well. So are these the big old delivery trucks that you see at Safeway? Or in industrial areas, they're going to be more the box type trucks that we see. Then we go and we estimate the trips from this project. So trip generation nowadays is becoming a little bit of a science. These cannabis facilities, have you ever thought about what's the trip generation for that? So, it's very different from anything that's an ITE, but there are some studies that's being done all over the country that we can use. And then you need to decide where these trips go. We know from Hollister, a lot of people go work up in the Bay Area, so that makes it a little bit easier. But a lot of moms drop the kids off maybe in the morning, except if it's not too early. So, or we call it a multi-purpose trip. So I may want to go to the store first, get my coffee before, and then I go put in gas, stop at McDonald's, and then I go to work. And then assigning that trips to the network. Now, currently, we do analysis, what's called the level of service, and you saw it last night, level of service A, B, C, D, E. It shows the congestion levels or how good the traffic flows, A being the best that you'll get, and F being, you're sitting there for 2 signals, cycles you can't get through. It's really Highway 25, that's level of service F. And then we also look at queuing. It's very important so that we don't have queues that overflow from turn pockets into the through lanes. That you can get those queues through the intersections. We also have to look in terms of CEQA, transit, bicycle, and pedestrian activity. What those impacts are. And transit can actually be pretty complicated. I think for Hollister it's pretty easy. You have not a very sophisticated transit system. There's lots of capacity. There's actually maybe more a lack of adequate transit services. And then we also look at site access. So how do I get from the city street system to the site safely? How's that managed? And then from there we develop the mitigations, right? So what's the improvements you're going to make? Widen the street, improve the intersections, pay traffic impact fees. And then we also look at the signal warrants. We can look at parking analysis for commercial uses. And then obviously we can look at the rural elements of it, Highway 156, Highway 25, and the bigger studies may even study 101. Funding infrastructure is very important. We have to pay traffic impact fees, and a lot of times over and above the traffic impact fees, you may also enter into a development agreement with the developer to help pay for infrastructure. If we're not going to get money, we're not going to expand the infrastructure. We know what happens on 25, right? It's so expensive to build it. Even though people have been contributing, there's not enough money to fund it. So then you also go and you look for external sources. A big funding source for helping to fund your infrastructure is Caltrans money, federal money, safety money, grant money, and then just go to Caltrans for widening the freeways. So safety and operations, those are the 2 key elements in any traffic work that you do, and it doesn't matter if it's just a traffic study, it may be something that you look at on a local level. We will always look at safety and we will always look at operations. Operations mean, can the vehicles actually move through the intersection? Safety means, can I do it in a safe and efficient manner? Right? So it's 2 totally different components. Because there's side distance, who has right of way. If there's a pedestrian, can a car see the pedestrian? Those are all the things we look at. So for stop sign applications, we get typically side street stop control, then we hit always stop control. There are very specific warrants. There's a lot of math here. I'm not going to go through the details, but it's very specifically highlighted because typically if we put in controls, there's accidents, somebody gets hurt, the attorney becomes involved. And then, of course, we go to the judge, and we need to say, Judge, hey, we followed the book. And so don't veer off from these standards. If you install or approve an always stop sign, and it's not your city engineer did not recommend it, and you as a city council say, well, we want a stop sign, put it in, and there will be an accident afterwards, you will get sued and you will lose. It's as simple as that. So for always stop control, there's actually some research that shows after you put an always stop sign in that some accidents may increase because of the potential for rear-end accidents, right? Before people didn't anticipate the stop, now they do. So the other thing that I see now we do nowadays is you actually put some warning devices up. So beforehand, some people will put an A-frame up, and that A-frame will say, hey, we're going to install the stop sign here in 2 weeks. So people actually see it signalized as if you put a new signal in, you may put the signal up, have the face covered so people can see, oh, there's a signal pole, right? And for the last few weeks, everybody sees the signal is coming before you actually turn it on. And again, you put little messages and advertise it so the people know about it. The last thing you want is somebody going to the judge and say, Judge, every morning I drive this, I've been driving this for 30 years, and all of a sudden the next morning there's a stop. How? I never saw this. I didn't know about this. And the judge is going to say, what's the reasonable man expecting to see on that road? So you, city engineer, city council, you want to put yourselves in a position where you can say, Judge, we did everything reasonable. We put up the sign, we warned him, the signal was up. we think we did the right thing. Signal warrants the same. Signal warrants have very specific, you can see when you install a signal, 9 warrants has to be met, right? But when we do a planning level study, like just a traffic impact study, remember, we don't have all the volumes, right? We don't have 8-hour volumes. We don't have crashes yet. This is a brand new intersection. So we look at warrant 3, which is called the peak hour warrant. So this is on a planning level. You will estimate what the peak hour volumes will be. And of course, once you get to a little bit of math, and some graphics, if you go back to school and trig, you can go and plot it and see if a signal would be warranted. So you can go to the developer and say, hey, we're going to need a signal. We need to install it. You need to pay for it. Your project kicks in the warrant, and especially if this is not in your fee program, right? So that's going to be a developer funded intersection. Crosswalk lines. So these are also one of those very difficult ones. We are doing multiple studies right now where cities are asking us to look at to actually put the crosswalks in. A lot of people say, well, the people cross here, is it safe? Or if you put those crosswalk lines in, have you done everything to, again, make it safe enough? And safe is a very difficult word to use for pedestrians to cross, and also warn the drivers that now you've introduced a new measure on the roadway. A lot of attorneys will actually say, it's better not to have striping because pedestrians will be very aware that they are now in a dangerous position. They will be very aware of their environment. The moment you stripe the cross section, they know they have right of way. So they tend to not look and just walk, and that's when the pedestrian accidents do happen. We look at very specific elements when we do the crosswalk lines, especially if these are uncontrolled, right? So if there's not a stop or there's not a signal where I can push a button to have some sort of right of way to cross. So these would be what I call uncontrolled crosswalks. And this could be at an intersection or mid-block. Mid-block, it's a lot more difficult. There's a lot of warrants for that. And there's a lot of new devices, right? These little, they call it RFB, these little flashing yellow ones. They're the best ones out there right now, but you want to do it 2-stage, so you have in the median a little break where people can stop and cross, and then they cross the next lane. Turn lanes. So we would provide a left turn lane when you have a minimum of 100 cars. Once you have about 300 cars, more than 300, you're asking for 2 left turn lanes. By that time, you would definitely need a signal too. For right turn lanes, about 300 cars, you would look at the installation of a right turn lane. These are very high rule of thumb. It's just this, and then after that, you can look at more analysis, what the intersection works, what the queues are, what the levels of service are. So here are the most difficult ones you're going to keep facing now, and actually we are currently talking to a lot of developers where the roundabouts are they're so much better than signals or stops, right? But they cost more, especially if you put them in the brown condition. So if you want to redevelop an existing intersection for greenfields, if it's a new area that you're developing, roundabouts are great. Their improved safety is just 5 times better than anything else. Their crash rates they go from fatal crashes to just injury or just damage crashes. They slow down the speeds, they're better for pedestrians. Lower noise, much better greenhouse gas emissions. So anything you hear about a roundabout that's good, it's true. There's also grant funding for it. There was a lot more a few years ago. It's also slowing down because just everybody's going for it right now. But my advice would be, if you are in a semi-rural condition, right? So in your subdivisions, if you get to a point where the engineer comes back and say, always stop or signal, you should ask the question, why not a roundabout? Roundabouts they're not the ultimate solution. You cannot put them in everywhere. There are specific conditions. They don't like, if you have volumes from just 2 approaches, they like sort of balanced volumes entering into the roundabout. Just ask all those good questions. But it's the future of a lot of the control that we're going to see in all our cities. Schools. I mean, I could say, the word I want to do is what the Torah, right? So schools, if you ask me, hey, let's fix the school, I tell you, no, we cannot. We, as parents, believe our kids should go to school in a car. If you go back and think when you were kids, I'm pretty sure that everybody walked or ride their bike or they took a bus, right? We don't do that nowadays. My own wife doesn't want to do it. So We're all guilty of it. Because of that, we have these concentrated peaks of 15, 20 minutes that probably requires twice the street capacity that you actually have. So what we try to do at schools is, if a school has a peak that goes 25 or 30 minutes, then that school has an operational problem. So then we try to make the drop-off pick up a little better and get that peak down to 15, 20 minutes. It's impossible for us, let me put it, we cannot afford to provide capacity at schools for the 9 to 20 minute, 15-minute peak that all schools want. And you will never ever keep anybody happy or everybody happy at the school. It is again, how can I get the kids out of it? How can I do it safely? And then the rest you got to live with. Bicycles and pedestrians. So the biggest challenge, I think, in Hollister is to do the gap closure, is what I call it, right? You have very inconsistent, especially where the newer divisions are, and you go further out. You'll walk, and all of a sudden the sidewalk ends, or all of a sudden the bike lane ends, right? So if I want to ride my bike, if I want my kid to go to school, right, my kid needs to drive in a bike lane, all of a sudden my kid's not going to know what to do. It's very disturbing if you ever took your kid on a bike lane and he's like, Dad, I don't know where to go, or, it's, then you realize, whoa, something is wrong. So gap closure should be your main aim with any of your future development that you do. You can even implement temporary facilities, right? So if you cannot build a new curb, a new gutter, some cities will go and say, let's put some blacktop down, 5 feet wide. Kids can ride on that, their bike, 6 feet wide, right? And put that in as a temporary measure. It may be there for the next 10 years until that development comes in, but close those gaps. If you have a street with a speed limit of more than 35 miles an hour, I don't know who rides their bike, but I don't like, when my son was small, we would not go ride our bikes at more than 35 miles an hour. He goes like this, right, and I don't feel safe. You can actually feel, if cars go by at 45 miles an hour, you can feel how the wind actually shakes the bike. So go for buffered bike lanes. Buffered is these little stripes that you do, a little median. We're now designing for what we call a class 4, where there's actually a physical measure. So it can either be a little berm or it can be a raised median between the actual bike lane and that outside travel lane. That's the way in which all bicycle travels can happen in the future, is provide more capacity and better, safer facilities for the cyclists. You got to be very careful about eliminating street parking for bicycle travel. We love our parking in front of our doors. That's probably the most holy thing on the city streets. It's more, I think parking is more sacred than actually the capacity on the street for a lot of people. You'll see we never use our garages, right? We park in the street. Green striping in conflict areas. So what I'm sure everybody's seen it. Green striping is very expensive. A lot of people say, oh, let's stripe the green striping. Maintenance is bad. So just focus on where those conflict areas are. That is where the bikes would transition, where you might have cars that want to turn right. So you just highlight basically the bicycle facility. There's great health benefits and lots of grant funding for bicycle projects. The city, Hollister, has actually been pretty up front on trying to get those, and they've won quite a few projects. Also, what helps you is your demographic of your community is very conducive to getting grant funding as well, right? So it's probably not a very high income, but we call it the environmental justice, the EJ component of it. So do go for the grant funding components. Every single project that you do has to be ADA compliant, right? There's just no scruples about that. If we look at the rural roads, so these are capacities. It doesn't mean much. Maybe what I can tell you is 25 in the future we'll have about 38,000 cars a day. So you can see 4-lane divided facility will be at a level service D, right? So remember, in the city, when you're in the city, the intersections control the capacity, not the street, right? Think about it. If you drive, when I'm on that segment, I actually move. I only stop once I get to an always stop or a signal. So those are the elements that you identify in your traffic impact study, because that controls the capacity on the streetway system. If you don't have progression, right, so if you, let's say you stop at every single signal, right, then you need to look at your signals and the coordination of it. Also, there's great grant funding for what we call adaptive signal systems, and that's to also help a little bit of progression through the city if you need to do it. Parking is pretty easy. Zoning code, you have your city zoning code applies. We have the Institute of Transportation Engineers, the IT Parking Generation Manual. That helps out a lot. You know, I always check both of them if I do a parking study. And then you heard tonight about the Urban Land Institute for the parking structure, right, with your downtown project, that there are parking spaces you can share, right? At night, there will be people living in those residences, but during the day, they leave. So maybe during the day, the parking structure can be used by people that come shop, right, or come to the college. So you share the same space, have multiple uses for it. You have to start thinking about that. Parking spaces is the most expensive element that is most underutilized in any city right now. A parking structure costs about $38,000 a space, and a surface lot about $12,000 with all the new stormwater requirements. It's a lot of money that's just there to put a car in, right? You know, as you develop, and also in even some of the malls, not the malls, where Target is, you know, those spaces. I mean, it's very bad to have parking spaces there that's never used. Be careful about, we always say, oh my gosh, I got to have enough parking, right? And then everybody will always cite Black Friday, Christmas, right, and Easter, right? You don't provide parking for those days. Let the people suffer a day in the year, it's good for them too. Right, so here's the big one, and that's why I put it in red. Good luck. No, it's not that bad. So there's new legislation coming out, Senate Bill 743, it's CEQA, and it's going to require you for every traffic study that you do to do vehicle miles traveled analysis instead of level of service. What it tells us, you need to establish as an organization or as a city or as a county, and you can adopt a regional VMT. So you will adopt a regional VMT, and let's say every trip in Hollister is 30 miles long, right? And then a project comes in and you evaluate that project. If that project has less trips, and now it depends on what type of land use it is, you know, then you need to determine what the impacts are, and they need to provide mitigation. But you also got to watch it, because if you're going to say add lanes, then there's what we call induced growth, and that is by default a subsequent impact of CEQA. So we said tonight CEQA is very difficult. It's going to get more difficult, right? This is supposed to soften the blow from traffic analysis. Instead of doing this level of service study that's 400 pages, let's do a VMT analysis. It can be shorter, but it is fairly complicated. But what's really nice about it, we just did a couple of projects, and I'll share the examples are the best ones, right? We did a little CVS in Santa Cruz, and in terms of SB 743, if you do a 50,000 square feet commercial infill project, it will have no impact. So you don't need to even study traffic. For CEQA, you say no significant transportation impacts. That's done, right? Developers love it, city loves it, the project can move on. But there's one other thing, right? So even though CEQA does not require you to do level of service, the city engineer still needs to know, do I need to put a signal in with this project? Or do I need to put a roundabout in, or can I improve the bike lane, right? So there's still going to be some element of level of service and transportation study, but it's not going to be part of CEQA. It's going to be an engineering study that's separate, and you don't have to do 20 alternatives or scenarios, right? It's just have one that the city engineer will require, maybe existing plus project and a cumulative plus project scenario. For 743, so you have until July next year to adopt a regional VMT or a citywide VMT. You're going to be extremely challenged because you are a bedroom community. We are currently working with a couple of other cities in South Monterey County, which are exactly in the same boat as you are, excuse the pun there, but, and how to maybe change your assumption, because think about it, if you're because you're a bedroom community, everybody travels to the Bay Area and back, right? So that is maybe 70 miles an hour for your VMT. So every project that comes in is going to have this high VMT. And every single project may have a significant unavoidable impact. So you need to maybe adopt a standard for VMT that is lower, but you need to justify it. You know, and that's going to be the challenge, is how you do it, and of course, what will the land use attorneys do with us? You know, we had plenty of attorneys here at the dais tonight. I think we're going to continue to see some of them. That's what I have for you for traffic. I think we discussed level of service. That's it. Any questions? And then I'm going to questions first?
Yes, I do have a question.
Question. I'm really very interested in traffic projection. In other words, we have a list of residential projects we know is going in. We have a layout. We have all that. Of course, they're not in yet, so we don't have the streets. We don't have the cars. How close can we come to figuring out what we need just by using the planning structure?
So you have an existing condition, right? And those are the houses that are occupied right now, and those are people that travel on your roadway network. You have, through entitlement, given away, right, a lot of future traffic and capacity on the future network, right? And you estimate that based on those entitlements. So when you do a traffic study, I think you call them background conditions or approved project conditions, right? It's very important that you keep those in because, like I said, you've given away that capacity, right? So your baseline from which you want to analyze your project's impact will be your existing plus the projects that you've actually entitled already.
Right.
So that will be your existing plus project conditions. And those would be, and that could also be what we might call it a near-term scenario, depending on how close some of those projects are that will be developed, that's still pending, or still not entitled but not built yet. Mm-hmm. And for that, the project would identify specific improvements, right? Then the other CEQA scenario is cumulative, right? So that would be 2035 or 2040. Now, what becomes difficult there is because the further out we predict traffic, the less accurate we are. I'm always saying we going down for 1 or 2 seconds, but by next year we probably are off already, right? With forecasting that. But the attorneys ask us to do it, and CEQA requires us to do it. So for cumulative, it's always best to have a good traffic fee program in place so that developers can come in and say, okay, we'll pay the traffic impact fees, and you, as a city, you're going to spend that money where it's needed when the traffic demand hits that road and you need to widen it. That cumulative traffic impact fee program is going to be very important for VMT analysis. They're going to call it banking. Your VMT banking is that's the word you're going to hear. And that's what you, as a city, and the developers are going to rely on to help fund the future improvements and help it work. Does that answer it? Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. By the way, I like your accent. My wife's from Amsterdam.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Good. Mark's going to talk a little bit about the development projects that we're doing in the city right now. Thank you.
I'm going to be the first to say good morning, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about what Kimley Horn is doing with the development services staff as part of our on-call contract from last year. I'm going to be quick, but we're doing some support of the planning department as well as construction document review for the public works staff. We're looking into city standards, helping to update those. They've been around for a little while, the published versions, so we're looking at not only the design standards, which are, but also the standard plans and the city specifications. And we've been doing some traffic engineering support as well. So the planning department support, what we're helping with is we're helping to review planning applications. I'm attending the development review committee meetings and providing input there. We will be helping providing kind of standard conditions of approval for engineering items. Those conditions are currently being looked at by planning staff, and so once they're done, then we'll take our shot at them. And we're going to be helping, hopefully, with a little bit of master planning for the Chappelle Road site. We're working on putting together a master site plan for that. For construction document review, essentially these are plans that have been entitled already. The conditions of approval are provided, and so what I'm doing is I'm taking some of the load off of staff by helping to review. This is a list of a few of the projects. We've done a few more that are in review, and we've been helping with essentially making sure that that the projects are in substantial conformance with that they're complying with all their conditions of approval, and then that they meet engineering standards for design, and providing comments and making sure that we're working with the developers to get these processed. The city standards we've been helping, the design standards themselves are essentially the instruction manual on how to design streets, how to design sewer, how to design storm drain, stormwater management in the city of Hollister. And so what we've done here is we've gone through them and we've tried to update, we're in the middle of updating to bring things up to current standards, to bring items like the sewer design standards and the storm drain, flood control design standards up to the city's current master plan standards, so that there isn't any difference there. You can look at the master plan, the calculations are done the same way in the design standards. We're going through all of the city standard plans, and we redlined them up. We're working with the staff to make sure that the staff agrees with all our comments, and then essentially to bring them up to code, make sure that they're consistent with what's being done statewide and nationwide. And then we are drafting those, and then we'll provide not only PDFs but also CAD files to the city for all the standard plans so that they can be posted. On the specification side, the city uses the Green Book, and there was a recent major overhaul of the Green Book. So we've gone through the city's standard specifications and have brought those up to date with the current Green Book. We also helped with some of the Muni Code, the subdivision stuff that was talked about earlier, just to provide a surveyor's eye to make sure that those code updates are compliant with the MAP Act. And from this is my last bit, so I promise you. The traffic engineering support, some of the projects we've already worked on are the traffic impacts analysis for the Mirabella 2 development, and that project is conditioned to pay a fair share portion. So we looked at the Buena Vista Road, both the intersections of the Gonzales intersection as well as the West Side intersection, and we provided a draft document to the city for comments, internal comments, and then we'll finalize that. We helped with the Woodle TIA, the 400 block development traffic study, which was talked about a little bit earlier tonight. The intersection warrant analysis for Sally Street. We actually just got a task order for a couple more, 3 more intersections, or 2 of them are warrant analysis, and geez, I'm trying to remember what the other one was, but they were all in the same task order. Left turn pocket thank you. And also we're helping with some striping plans and analysis, the Meridian striping plan at the Mays Middle School, as well as Central Avenue bike lane. So these are just some of the projects that we're helping with, and what we're essentially doing is functioning as an extension of staff, trying to take some of the load off of staff so that we can process plans and prepare studies.
Before you leave that, you mentioned Central. Did you do was it recently a traffic analysis for Central at West Side Boulevard? Getting a lot of, you are doing that one now? Okay,
yeah. Thank you. Yeah. We'll be out there tomorrow to get counts.
Okay.
Because before school's out.
Getting a lot of calls on that area.
So I believe that is the end. So if there are any other questions.
Not so much a question, but I think it's very important, as you point out, the cross traffic stops and all those things. But some of the other projections that some of the newer developments and some of the problems we're having, it's not going to be an issue. And one of them that was recently, you talked about Chappelle. The analysis said not much of an impact in that area, but you go drive by that area right now, there's already a huge impact, and there's not one house built. So how do you justify that? I mean, I think what I've seen too long and what has frustrated me for too long is we're always trying to catch up rather than stepping back and planning a better way of doing it, doing the smart city programs or different things that, just building more lanes doesn't really help us. It just creates more traffic for us. Right. So I'm more of a believer, how do we build a template to design, and then we go from that point? I mean, is that what you're talking about doing here, or if you're just so helping us catch up and fix things?
What we're doing is more project level, and I think that what you're talking about is more program level. And I think that's what Frederick was talking about towards the end, where you have the existing conditions and you have the near future conditions with projects that are entitled, they're coming. What are the impacts of these projects? And then you build in, the general plan build out, the near or the farther future. What is the ultimate look like as far as we can vision our planning going to be? What's the ultimate for circulation look like, and the traffic and the volume? Where's it going to go? And from that you can kind of build this bank of you can build the funds with the traffic impact fees, and which ones need to go because you've identified the priority projects, because those are the ones that streets are getting built on, or they're collector streets for a lot of different neighborhoods. And so you have these priority projects that you can say that's where we should be using the traffic impact fees first. And that helps build your CIP projects, and so that it's it's a very mixed deal. But what you really need in order to see that is a full picture as far as you can look into the future, and knowing that it's going to change a bit, and you'll reanalyze it when it does change. But that's kind of the full traffic model for the city type of deal.
Well, and again, I think this is an important part, because if not, we get to the point of saying, well, we can't afford to do a roundabout now because it's too narrow there, and oops, we should have mentioned it last week before we started.
Well, it's not unlike a storm drain master plan, right? We look at the build out, the city storm drain infrastructure looked at the existing conditions. The master plan looked at the existing conditions that looked at, these are projects we know about, and these are city build out projects. And
so as we work on the general plan, is that when you would help at that point? So we can design a community for the future rather than a community of potholes?
Yep. Correct. So the general plan forms the basis of all the future development, right? And from that, you'll have all your individual CIP projects, right? Stormwater, roads. And then from your roads, you'll do what we call the roadway master plan, or your circulation element. And then from there, you do specific plans, right? And the specific plan will focus down on the detail of what's happening on that frontage. But then the trick is, how do you connect, because the specific plan will be just one development, right? So you've got pieces to the left and the right where you have these gaps where you still have just 2-lane little roads, and so we are going to have a 4-lane road in front of the development, but nothing else. And how do you, that's the most difficult part to actually plan as you move on.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Your firm also works with our COG, right? Our Council of Governments, the people who do the regional transportation plan, right? And because they have a big say in prioritizing the roads. Much of our problem, I understand we have in-city problems all over the place. But there is already a plan to do 156 that you're probably aware of.
Correct.
We've put a lot of effort in our taxpayers to fund 25.
Yep.
And you know what? The question is, can we get to 25? Okay. Because that's it'll be nice to have 25 there. And then the next thing is going to be, we can't get on it and we can't get off it, and I'm really concerned about that aspect of it. So maybe the mayor's on COG, I'm on COG. Maybe we'll talk to COG people and make sure we get a priority on getting on and off 25 and talk to you. Thank you.
Question: what was the rationale behind lowering the VMT or adopting a lower VMT?
So what SB 745 says is we need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, right? So we want to get back to 1990 levels, I think it is. So what the rationale then is if you have a VMT today, for residential, they say that any project needs to be 15% less than that level that you find today. Commercial, I think, is exactly as it is, So if a project comes in, it needs to be where it is now. And office also needs to be 15% less. But what I think is going to happen is that local agencies are going to say, whoa, that's 15% for you. Having that 15% less than what you are now, it's going to be very, very hard to achieve, right? Because think of, again, your people, it's a sleep, you're a sleep city, right? You're a bedroom community. So nobody's going to reduce their trip by 15%, right? How do you reduce their trip length if they still got to drive to the Bay Area to go and work? That's what's so hard, right? So unless you can get more jobs here, right? So more of the trips can stay local. then that trip threshold goes down. Does that make sense? Okay.
Absolute sense.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
You're staying so late.
Do we have any public questions? Christine? Any public comments?
No speaker cards.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Okay, where were we at? Where did we leave off at? F, or E6?
What happened to E2? We took care of that one. Yeah, any comments?
Oh, that got missed.
E2.
They have recreational vehicles.
You know, got two. Well, I'm like, what are you talking about?
Never mind.
She's in the wrong.
We're doing E6.
But we're still on E6.
Yeah, we haven't got to the Fs yet.
Stay with us, Carol, stay with us.
My vision is failing. There we go.
No,
it's the bewitching hour.
E6.
Come on, folks, we're having fun here. Let's, just a couple more hours, no big deal.
It's okay.
I have finals tomorrow.
I gotta drive in the morning, so no big deal to me. It's all good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Amber Cameron. I'm an Assistant City Planner. Tonight before you, we have amendments to Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic, Chapter 1010, Section 1010.030, Private Property, Parking, Storage of Recreational Vehicles Prohibited. Ooh, whoa, sorry. Just a quick background. This ordinance had been asked to come before you. The older one, there were a few changes that staff was asked to bring back. One, the old ordinance, or the current ordinance, does not permit people to park in their front driveway. Another was the side setbacks that were for the rear and side property lines. Those are at 5 feet currently, and we are proposing to change them at 3 feet. And then the other was currently for someone to store their RV in their rear or side yard. It has to be fully enclosed on all 4 sides. So the newly proposed ordinance is seeking to delete and replace Title 10 Vehicles in Traffic, Chapter 1010, Section 1010.030, Private Property, Parking, and Storage of Recreational Vehicles Prohibited. With, I'm just going to skip all the extra numbers. Long and short of it is we're changing the title to say parking and storage of recreational vehicles and boats on private property. So we're aiming to allow people to be able to store recreational vehicles and boats on their private property. The proposed regulations would apply to the parking, storage, and maintenance of RVs and boats in residential zones, including RE, R1, R2, R3, R4, Old Town Medium, Old Town High, and RWF, which stands for west of Fairview, and any other properties utilized for residential purposes. And for the wording of any other properties utilized for residential purposes, this was included to capture the properties that were located within the mixed use and residential zones. So on this slide, this goes over the requirements that would be necessary for RVs and boats to be able to park in the front, side, or rear yard, or in a yard that is clearly visible to a public right-of-way, provided that they meet the following. One, that the vehicle is fully operable, and we gave some more detail as to what that should look like. So it's completely assembled, it's supported by inflated tires, it's not supported by blocks or jacks or any similar support. In this case, if it were to have anything like that, it would be for the purpose of making sure that propane, for example, would be able to flow to the built-in appliances. Next, it needs to be currently registered, so it needs to be an operable vehicle. Next, It needs to be owned or leased by the resident that is at that property. Following that, it needs to be well maintained, so neat and clean in appearance. There should be no significant damage, and it should not be under continuous repair. Next, located entirely on the property, it may not encroach into the public right-of-way. And then the last one, that it should be parked and stored on an approved paved surface. So this would include concrete or asphalt. On this slide, you'll see there's specifics that are called out for the front driveway or front yard. In this case, we would only permit one recreational vehicle or boat. So to clarify, it's just one or the other, not two. And then second for this one, that it needs to be less than 12 feet in height, no more than 8 feet wide. And then there's no limit on the length as long as it does not encroach into the public right-of-way. And then for the side yard, for recreational vehicles that are less than 8 feet in height, it needs to be at least 1.5 feet from the property line or the side fence, and at least 3 feet from any building that has human occupancy, or 3 feet from the overhang of a building that has human occupancy. And then the last one, for vehicles that are greater than 8 feet in height but less than 12 feet in height, it needs to be a minimum of 3 feet away from the property line and side fence, and at least 3 feet again from a building that has any human occupancy, and then 3 feet away from any building that has human occupancy with the overhang. And again, the 3 feet is new. Currently, our ordinance would read 5 feet. So the prohibited uses remain the same. First, that it should not be used for human habitation or occupancy at any time that is located on the private property as permitted herein. Second, there shall be no permanent connections to the sewer, water, or electricity. When it is being used, it shall be used only for immediate use, such as getting the vehicle ready for basically taking it out. And lastly, it should not be used for storage of goods, materials, or equipment other than those considered to be a part of the unit or essential for the immediate use. And that is the end of my presentation. Are there any questions?
So the RVs, this is again front yard and side yards, not street.
Correct.
Okay. So are we adding anything in there, because there are quite a few of RVs parking on our streets now? How are we handling that?
Mr. Mayor, that's a separate
Whole separate
conversation.
Vehicle code?
Yeah, it's a vehicle code stuff, and I actually have some things on this one in particular, but we're going to have a hard time doing any kind of
Okay, so we'll
any kind of
focus on this.
Yeah, we should probably
Okay.
talk about this actually.
All right. So the height limit you pointed out was 12 foot,
Correct.
nothing higher. So if a boat is on a trailer and it's higher than 12 feet, how's that judged?
Yeah, it wouldn't be permitted.
That wouldn't be permitted.
Correct.
Any other questions? Good. Vice Mayor Richard?
I'd just like to make a comment. Sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
talk
that You could potentially park it in the rear side yard of your home
Not in
if
the
you weren't able to
driveway,
fit
though.
it in the
Okay.
front.
When the calls start coming in, can I have your number so I can tell them to, I got more calls about this. Every other house wants their RV in the driveway, and every house in between is angry about it. So it's like an impossible. I don't envy you. The fact that you could come up with anything at all, I think is totally amazing, and I compliment you.
Thank you.
I would be careful who I told that I came up with those numbers, so thank you.
Just so we're clear, I think a lot of this came from conversations with previous council and the planning commission. Is that relatively
That's
correct?
absolutely correct.
That's absolutely correct. So just so that you know.
And a lot of these numbers too, are, if they're not pulled from our code, they're pulled from other cities.
Okay.
We've been working on this for over a year, so there's been a lot of time and thought put into the numbers.
I
that
know
are
I made a little
presented.
joke, but the truth of the matter is, the bottom line is credit to all.
Yeah.
Because this is a very difficult subject. It's a hot button issue between neighbors all over the place. And the feedback I get on that is angry people on both sides saying, I own the driveway, why can't I put my stuff in there? And the other side going, my neighbor's ruining the neighborhood. So I hope it all works out. Thank you for your effort.
I too have had a lot of communication with people, and what Councilman Richmond said, I think my main concern is we do not have the staff to implement these new this new ordinance. I think I would like to, I don't know how I do this, but I think I would like to table this for a later date. I feel that it's not fair to this community or code enforcement to implement any ordinance that cannot be implemented with the staff that we have now. Code enforcement is stretched very thin. I'll probably get slapped for this one. I would recommend hiring 2 more code enforcement personnel for a total of 4, 1 for each district, and then we can revisit this ordinance.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir?
I think that we could look at this from the standpoint of adding the street stuff in the same study as well. Because I think it's a community-wide problem, not only for the folks that want to have their RVs parked at their homes, but also we have just a ton of them parked in the streets as well. And I know we sort of struggled with this with the last few years. I think that I haven't seen this ordinance at all, and the new changes. And I think it would help because I know that eventually at some point my people will actually be doing the tickets on these things as well. All right, if we sort of took a kind of a wider look at it a little bit and kind of let my staff take a crack at it for a little bit. I think they've got some good foundation though for it.
So, I think Councilman Lenore? No. Are we still public hearing? Yeah, we are. We're still in public hearing. Okay. Clarity again. On the side yards, you said enclosed on all sides.
That is what it currently is.
And you're going to be removing that, or that's the way it's staying?
That's removed. That was actually something that we were, prior to this change, that was something that we were able to bring to both the Planning Commission and Council, and both parties agreed that out of all the ordinances that we've tried to bring, that was something that they were willing to do, was have RVs and boats unenclosed in the rear and side yard. But this is now eliminating that completely.
Okay.
I'm sorry, because so this is a completely different ordinance than one that we've brought back prior to.
So again, just so we're clear, the side yard, as long as you're 3 feet away from the fence, 3 feet away from any inhabitable space, you can park on the side.
Uncovered, yes.
Uncovered. What about the other side? I see a lot of RVs are just, you have the driveway side and then somebody cuts their fence open and parks another one on the other side.
Are you referring to someone pulling in where there's not a driveway cut?
Exactly right.
So that, yeah, that would not be
So
permitted.
anytime we see that, that would be illegal. It would have to be on the driveway side or cut.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's I see a lot of those out there. That's why I'm asking that question, because it needs to be clear when people say it's allowed on the side yard. Look at me, I can drive right up. So, okay, so is there any other questions from the council?
I would like to just make a comment. I hate that it's so late, but the old, and I'm sure the chief would agree with me, our old standard was totally unenforceable. The one 7 days a year or something, as if somebody went up past it and wrote down what day it was and what year it was, and then goes back 2 weeks later and says, oh, here's your second day this year, and it's your third day
Right,
this year.
it was unenforceable, and
Yeah,
that's,
it was unenforceable, so
Right.
anything would be a improvement to, there's no sense making unenforceable. I think the side yard thing, as long as they, on the right side, on the correct side, excuse me,
yeah.
is at least enforceable. The old thing that said, oh, make sure it's all fenced in or whatever it was, all sides, that was basically unenforceable. You have to be in somebody's backyard.
Yeah, you have to have, and it's gonna be a Fourth Amendment issue as well.
That's right. You know, and you're gonna go back there if you're investigating something, and you're really gonna stop and give them investigating a robbery, you're gonna stop and give them a ticket because they don't have a fence around their boat. It's not gonna happen.
So I do have some ideas on this, actually, that I think are viable ideas, that we haven't discussed here yet. Like I said, my recommendation, let me take a crack at this.
Okay, but what we're talking about here, just so we're clear, is not street, only on the property.
Correct.
Okay, so, yeah, we're not, for that.
Why not? Why not?
Right. Careful what you're asking for, Chief.
There's code enforcement always.
Okay, so.
Well, it's unenforceable right now, okay?
Yeah, I'd like to hear it, but let's open it to the public if do you have another comment?
Well,
question?
I just think we should listen to the chief, and I think if I understand what he's saying, is before we accept this, let the chief and code enforcement get together and work out a way that this can work. Because right now, what we're doing is not working. This new one is not, in my opinion, is going to be just as hard to enforce. And I think before we get the community upset and we have people calling all of us, we really need to figure out a way to compromise, do this together as two entities, because you got two code enforcement officers. They're not going to be able to do it.
Were you gonna make a comment there?
I was just going to add, with passing it or sharing it, this is something that we take to our DRC. As Abraham mentioned before, that's when police, fire, and everybody becomes involved. We've met with code enforcement. That's not to say that it couldn't be expanded upon. So just know that it has gone through some of those proper channels, and we're definitely welcome to.
In other words, we got
changing
your
it.
part down. Now it's.
Yeah, we can always add more and
Okay.
collaborate.
All right, so at this time, we'll open it for a public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
I have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
See no speaker? No, I'm just kidding. I see one.
George Lewis?
He just woke up. George just woke back up.
Thank you for staying so late.
Thank you. This is the fourth hearing I've been on this, so, and the last one, no, the one on the planning commission was 2 minutes after 12 when I left, so this is a little bit later. First of all, what the planning commission did was spend a lot of time on this. I think they've come up with a real good plan. I think, if I understand right, you could park a vehicle in your rear yard if you have a improved space, according to this ordinance. I know that was a question you asked about where they come in on the other side, but they're saying driveway in the front yard, and then they're saying side yards and rear yard. The other question, one of the things the chief was requesting, the vehicle code, I think, requires maximum parking on the street of 72 hours, 3 days.
That's correct.
So that's already current law. And as far as enforcement, the city historically, and I have a lot of experience with city history since I have been here, has only did enforcement on when they had a request from a property owner and a complaint. They did not go around and try to enforce any of the vehicle laws. I mean, we know that cars park on the street for days on end. We don't try to enforce that unless somebody complains. That's been the policy of the past. So, enforcement doesn't have to take a lot of time unless you want to go out and really, enforce. It's like if you had a building official that ran around town and looked for every board that was going up and started to cite people for building without a building permit. it's the same type of approach, and I don't know that that is a thing that you want to take on, trying to enforce law like this for everybody, but only, rather than just enforcing when there is a complaint filed. I think that what the planning commission did, and they spent time looking at it, went through, had a review by the police and fire department, came up with modifications, and it all worked and came out to a really good, I think, a good product. So I would appreciate it if you acted on this. If you continue it, I cannot be here for your next meeting because I happen to be out of town at that time. So I want you to know that I like what the planning commission has proposed.
Thank you. Do you have any other speakers? Okay, this
No,
time
Mr. Mayor.
we'll close public hearing. Councilmember Lenore?
Well, I think I've stated this before. I do not want RVs in the driveway. And 8 feet, you only got to be 1.5 feet from the property line, 3 feet from any building. And then if you go over 8 feet, but you can't exceed 12. And some of the large fifth wheels, giant fifth wheels, I've seen them crammed into the side yards. So those won't be allowed. I can go with a side yard, rear yard, but I'm never going to say yes on driveway. You're going to create blight. Half the people are going to like it, half the people aren't going to like it. I don't, and I really don't look forward to police department enforcing things on private property when we have crime. And we're going to waste resources now, PD resources, on enforcing RVs. I don't know. I don't think that's a good use of their time, and I don't want to see a bunch of ugly trailers out in front of the house. But I can be flexible on the side and rear.
Okay.
That's my input.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, this has been a long topic for quite a while and back and forth, and I appreciate Mr. Lewis making his comments. I do think you guys did a great job on this. One of the things I think there's some of the anger out there is from people that do have the neighbors that have vehicles that are under repair or flat tires or draped with something, and they just become storage trailers is what they end up becoming. And I was I think I forgot when it was when Councilmember Lenore and I were doing the homeless count, and I noticed in some of the neighborhoods where my section was, that I would have thought there'd be quite a bit more trailers out there. And I was surprised not to see so many, but I did see several in the backyard, kind of like the side yard that I'm talking about, where obviously they drove the curb and they parked it there in kind of abandoned shelter type of a deal. And I think that's what's really making people angry, is when they see the vehicles that have just been, it's just a place to cram stuff into or crash or whatever. So I think it can be done well, and I think if code enforcement or PD is going to be willing to make sure of it, and I guess I'm going to ask the chief, I mean, are you looking for more time to come up with something like that, or how would you?
I'm looking for more time to make an actual workable ordinance, okay? This one in its current form is not. I'm not looking as a duty for police officers to do it. Code enforcement could not, in its present form, do anything with this one. This would be very difficult for them to do anything. You'd have them out there with measuring tapes, and you don't want that.
Right.
You want something that's not ambiguous at all. And we have a problem with, I think you have some problem with some blight issues as well. I think you can actually work that to make it a little bit better, a little more clear.
So how much time do you think you would need?
I think I probably need at least 60 days.
60 days. And Okay. And I think I personally spent 3 years of my life on this thing or more. So I could definitely personally wait for 60 more days. I'd like to hear a good plan, because I think it's important that we do something that's going to make sense, whether it's code enforcement or the police department enforcing it, just that making sure we have something out there and it's actually happening. Because if we pass something and we don't do anything again, I completely understand why some of the neighbors were so upset when I saw some of those abandoned trailers around that. I get it. But then you'd pass the next neighborhood and you'd have a perfectly good one there. I don't think those were the issue. I think it's those abandoned ones. So I want to make sure that whatever we do, we can follow through with it and act on it, and not go out and, be heavy-handed, but making sure we're just the obvious. We're taking care of it. So that's how I feel anyways. I don't know how the rest of the council feels.
I feel the same way, and I appreciate your input. It is the kind of enforcement you do when people call you up. That's what it is. We're not, look, we can't stop people speeding on half the roads. We don't have enough traffic control. So but the rule needs to be there. So if your neighbor really is angry and you're in violation, they should be able to call somebody and say, I got a problem with my neighbor. I talked to them. They won't do anything about it. And at least it's some way to let off steam and come up and take care of it. So I agree with you.
Chief, just a question for you. Would the second meeting in August be enough time for you to come do what you're doing? It's more than 60 days.
Yeah, we can try to do that.
The 19th, would that be something council would be willing to, whatever?
Or we could go September too.
Chief, what would
I'll
you
have a
need?
report by the 19th.
By the 19th, August, so we can move to date certain, the 19th, August 19th? Is there a willingness? Huh? Okay. Is there a motion to?
I move that we continue this to a date certain, August 19th, 2019.
All right, there's a motion to move it to the meeting of August 19th. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you
you all.
very much. Okay, so now we're going to go back to item F1.
We did that one.
On item F1, we moved
We did
up
it.
the B portion of it, but we still need to do
B
the A
portion.
portion, and I'll turn that over to Chief.
We need to do the B or the A, I'm sorry.
We're working on the A portion of it.
Okay. We're back to F1. There's something we missed there.
Okay, I'll be succinct here. We retired a dog tonight.
You need another.
When we retired the dog, we retired all of it, all the stuff. It was the canine unit, and the officer is now a detective in our detective bureau. So we have a need for training a new canine officer. We have training a new dog, and we're going to upfit a vehicle for canine usage. The vehicle that he had was, I believe, a 2009, so it's well past its time. We have acquired some equipment from Stanislaus County that we'll use to upfit one of the new canine vehicles. I think our total is what, 20 and change, 23,000. That would include, that would be drawn from some salary savings we have this year. Any questions?
I only have a comment that the dog is not only effective, I think, in the job it does, but they are very good at saving us a lot of money in workers' comp claims.
Correct.
Yeah. So I think I have no question. I'm
Okay,
going to support
any
this.
other questions or comments? Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-124 of the City Council of City Hollister approving the agreement for HPD to retire canine officer for each from police department's canine unit and approve contract with canine current handler.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Move on to item F2.
Yes, Mayor Velasquez and council members, I'm Mary Paxton, Program Manager in the Development Services Division. This resolution before you is for the approval of a 5-year memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the San Diego County Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau, and a supplemental appropriation to provide $52,500 per year of financial assistance. The City Council reviewed a draft memorandum of understanding in April and requested additional information, which was provided at the May 6th City Council meeting, and staff was directed to return with the resolution to approve the memorandum of understanding. Are there any questions?
Any question from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-125, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau.
Second.
Did you want to finish?
I think I'm done.
I thought that was all of it.
I think
I'm
I'm
sorry.
done.
All right, there's a motion.
Excuse me.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I apologize.
No, you're good, Councilman Richmond.
Okay, we'll get to item F3.
Oh,
morning.
it's Denise.
Denise. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council
Put
members.
those glasses back on.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I have to laugh.
I'm Renee Perales from Development
All right,
Services.
Denise.
I have before you today Resolution 2019-126, asking the City Council to accept the proposals received on March 13th in response to the city's request for proposals for design engineering services for the San Benito River Park Trail project. We received 3 proposals. We interviewed all 3 firms, and Kimley Horn was the selected firm. Staff recommends awarding a contract to Kimley Horn and authorizing the execution of a contract, and also approving a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $49,000.
Okay, is there any questions from the council? No questions? Any speaker cards? Okay. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-126, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister to accept the proposals received, award a contract to Kimley Horn and Associates Incorporated for design engineering services for the San Benito River Park Trail, authorize the city manager to execute the agreement, and approve a supplemental appropriation of $49,000.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
See
Thank
ya.
you very much.
See you, Renee.
All right, we're going to move on to F4.
I can get this right sometimes.
You got it.
I bet I've always told her Karen.
Oh, really?
Mayor and council members, this next resolution is requesting approval for the initiation proceedings for the Landscape and Lighting District 93-1. The City Council ordered the formation the City Council ordered the formation and levy and collection of the assessment for the Landscape and Lighting District according to the provisions of the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972 per Resolution 93-111. Each year, the annual renewal proceedings must be initiated by resolution, and in this case will be for the fiscal year 2018-2020.
Okay, is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-127, resolution of City Council, the City of Hollister approving the initiation proceedings for levy and collection of annual assessment for Landscape and Lighting District 93-1, and order the city engineer to prepare the file and required special district report.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to move to item F5.
We're getting there.
Once again, Mayor and council members, this next item is requesting approval for the preliminary engineer's report. budget and levy and collection of the annual assessment for the Landscape and Lighting District 93-1. On June 3rd, 2019, the city staff submitted this to the City Council the annual renewal for the initiation proceedings for the levy and collection of the annual assessment, and ordered the city engineer to prepare the engineer's report. Within the package, you guys, the council has the engineer's report, the collection roll, and also the boundary map.
Okay, is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-128 of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving the preliminary engineer's report for the levy and collection of annual assessments for landscaping and lighting district number 93-1. Fiscal year 2019 and 2020.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Move to item F6.
Once again, Mayor and council members, this next item is requesting the approval for to declare the intention to levy the special tax, and set a time and place for the public hearing regarding the Landscape and Lighting District 93-1. As I mentioned before, tonight the City Council approved the annual renewal of the Landscape and Lighting District 93-1 for fiscal year 2019-2020. And also approve the preliminary engineer's report, budget, collection roll, and boundary diagram. The public hearing will be set for the following meeting of June 17th, 2019.
Okay, is there any questions from council?
No.
Any speaker cards? Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution
Anybody
number
want to wake up?
2019-129 of the City Council of City Hollister declaring intention to order the levy and collection of annual assessments for landscaping and lighting district 93-1 for fiscal year 19-20 and giving notice of and setting the time and place for the public hearing on the levy and collection of assessment pursuant to Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 on June 17th, 2019.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Move to item F7.
Yes, this resolution is for the approval of a professional services agreement with Alta Planning Plus Design, Inc., and a supplemental appropriation for the Sustainable Communities Strategy Planning Grant awarded from Caltrans. The city was awarded the grant last fall for $293,424. The grant includes a requirement for a match of $33,657, and the amount awarded to the city would be $259,768. The professional services agreement with Alta Planning Plus Design is to prepare complete streets plans for Buena Vista Road, Santa Ana Road, Meridian Street, and Memorial Drive. The city's grant agreement with Caltrans requires that Caltrans perform an audit of the consultant's independent cost review prior to the execution of the contract. The audit was submitted to Caltrans on May 7th. We were informed that it would take 7 days for the review, but we didn't receive the acceptance letter till last Friday. That would be the 28th or 31st of May. They requested, there's a memo before you, they requested 2 changes to and one is that for the Alta Planning Design's independent cost review, they show $700 for in-house printing. That needs to be removed because they consider it to be an indirect cost. Also, one of the subcontractors, one of the staff person is administrative, and that's also ineligible expense. So, and that would be $1,914. So those 2 costs would be covered as part of the city's match. But essentially, the scope of the contract with Alta and the professional services agreement remains the same. The amount of the contract remains the same. The schedule remains the same. So we see these as very minor amendment. So we're recommending that you approve Resolution 2019-130 with the stipulation that those two amendments are made. We've been in communication with the consultant, and we should have the amended contract, two revised signed contracts by Wednesday, and then the resolution would allow the mayor to execute it subject to its conformance with the Caltrans review.
Okay. Is there any questions? No questions? Any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that we adopt resolution number 2019-130, a resolution of the City of Council of the City of Hollister approving a professional service agreement with Alta Planning Plus Design, Inc., and a supplemental appropriation for the Sustainable Community Strategy Planning Grant. With the amendments.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder, I don't know the legality, we have to check with the city clerk. Since these are, since the next several items on the agenda are essentially subject to the same report, I assume, from HR.
Yes.
I wonder, can we accept that report once for all of these? Not move them all, we move them separately, but accept the report and just ditto the report, then rather than have it presented multiple times.
You can have one report, but what I would suggest is that for the taping of the meetings, that at least you allow Deanna Valdivia to basically give a report and then mention that, as mentioned, and then go through each one and have a separate motion.
That's what I meant when I said ditto the report, is to have her.
She's only been married for 30 years and I still don't get it.
Still using her maiden
Danny,
name, yes.
we're done with you.
That's okay.
That's okay. We can,
Fine, thank
we'll
you.
go through
Ms.
this.
Valdivia.
It's
Okay.
early late, sorry.
Ma'am,
Ma'am? Sorry.
you got
Good
the-
morning. Huh?
Go D.
Sorry, ma'am. This report is related to items F8 through F13, which are resolutions number 2019-131 through resolution 2019-136, as per Vice Mayor Marty. So, as such, staff will provide the report one time and request the City Council act on all the items, excuse me, with the same determination. Excuse me, sorry. On May 6th, the City Council tabled the approval consideration of this item, which would provide compensation to all the bargaining units employees that perform bilingual written translation. At that meeting, the City Council requested staff to do the following: perform comparative analysis which shows the amount of compensation from the surrounding cities and what they pay their employees that perform written bilingual services. Meet with the employee bargaining groups and attempt to lower requested compensation amount, and to replace a cap on the number of employees that will be allowed to receive compensation for performing the written bilingual translation. A comparison of the compensation rates for the bilingual services from the surrounding cities are attached. That's attachment 2. Staff has met with the employee groups regarding the City Council's direction to lower the proposed compensation amount that was initially requested by the employee groups, and to place the cap on the number of employees that will be allowed to receive compensation for performing the written bilingual translation. Parties have reached a tentative agreement as follows. Employees that provide written bilingual translation will receive an amount of $175 a month for the service and $175 for the oral, for a total of $350 a month. Each department within the city will be allowed 3 positions to translate written documents. If a department's need for bilingual services becomes greater than the allotted 3 positions, the department head may request to increase its bilingual service allotment pending city manager approval. If council has any questions, I can go ahead and answer them.
Any questions?
Yeah, you say written bilingual, but so we're just talking about written documents?
We're written translation, yes, excuse me.
So not actually like speaking bilingual?
That's already currently implemented right now.
Got it.
It's for written translation. That is the item that's being discussed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And the other question, I was going to the testing How are we doing the testing? on
The
that?
testing is through a company, it's called Alta, and basically it's comprised of a written portion and a translation portion.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you need more detail on that.
No,
but-
I just want
okay.
to make sure we have a
Yes, we do.
system set up to
We
go
do.
through it that can independently judge that.
Yes.
Okay, is there any other questions?
Yes,
Vice Mayor
I
Martinez?
do think it's important, and I'm not going to judge it solely on this, but I'm sorry, I did not read your comparison. How did we make out?
Well,
Kind of in general.
yeah, it is, in general, is what is being proposed is higher than the surrounding cities. We are looking at ranging between 150 to 250 a month.
For
Both.
written?
For written, correct, yes,
For both, you said?
yes.
Could it be 175 and 175?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. It would be for those individuals that are currently receiving bilingual and pass for written will get an additional 175.
Well, that's a significant difference, I have to say. I mean, I would not be, if we reduced it to match that, but we're willing to budget more, or budget equivalent, we would get more people qualified for written. So we would probably do that. I don't, this kind of notice, I'm not sure I can take a pencil and work it out, but if we go even to the high of the surrounding cities, would you say it was 250?
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah, 250 versus 350. If we went to 250, that's for every 2.5 people, we could have another one. Yeah, for every 2.5 people, we have another one. I think I think I would like to hear what my fellow council members think of doing it that way, or would they prefer to do it this way, or whatever they prefer. It's a difficult choice. I think it's important. I think it's an important function, and I want to have the function.
Yeah.
I just I do not want to. I want to give fair compensation, but I don't want to overpay for it. It's that simple.
Okay.
So
What?
I don't know. Anybody got any ideas?
No, I can understand. I can understand what you're saying. I can accept what you're saying. I would just recommend we just take the number down to 300 and
It's a reasonable compromise.
go from
They're
there.
already compromised.
Yeah, currently, as I aforementioned, there's 3, we would put a cap 3 per department. So after going through all the departments, not all the departments have 3 individuals, so.
Right, but rather than just doing it that way, just a flat 300 for those that qualify for
Okay.
both.
So that would make up 175 for spoken, because that's what we already have, and the balance to 300, which is 125,
Right.
to for the written.
Correct.
I like that compromise.
Yeah.
I will support
I
that.
don't.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments?
Somebody doesn't like it.
I don't like it.
Do we have any speaker cards on that?
Mayor?
Okay, is there a motion with that?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. Oh, excuse me. I'll make a motion that we, what number are we on? We got to start on the
F8.
beginning, F8, thank you very much. I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution 2019-131, resolution City of Hollister, City of Hollister approving a side letter agreement with the memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and Service Employee Union International, SEIU, Local 521, with the change that the total compensation for those doing a written, what's the official word?
Verbal and written.
Written bilingual translation. Yeah.
Right, written bilingual translation, is that the official term? Equal 175 for speak, and $125 additional for written, capped at 3 persons per department. And that's my motion.
Okay, so the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
Hang on. I don't think they're worth $50 more. So if I don't like the amount, I just vote no?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No.
Okay, 3-2.
No, it's not
All
enough.
right, we're gonna move to item F9. And it's the same.
They're
same-
all-
You wanna
The
introduce
next five
for
are
the
exactly the
tape?
same for each group.
You wanna go ahead and
Introduce for
it?
the tape, please, this title of your report.
Okay.
If you'd like, Diana, you could just say that Resolution 2019-132, the side letter agreement with whatever organization it is.
Okay, I'll just read okay. Resolution number 219-132, resolution of the City Council, Hollister approving a side letter agreement amending memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the Hollister Firefighters Union, a local 3395.
Okay, any discussion from council? Any speaker cards? Is there a motion?
I'll make the resolution number 2019-132, resolution City Council, City of Hollister approving the side letter agreement, amending the memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the Hollister Firefighters Union, HFFU, Local 3395, with the change that the total compensation for spoken and written translation be $300, and the cap be 3 persons per department.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Against?
No.
Aye. What do you say? Aye, actually.
3-2. We'll move to item F10.
Resolution number 2019-133, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a side letter agreement amending the memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and Hollister Mid-Management Association.
Okay, is there any comments, questions? Speaker cards? Is there a motion?
Will be as soon as I can find it.
For 10.
Resolution, yeah, thank you. I move resolution 2019-133, resolution City of Hollister approving the side letter agreement amending the memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the Hollister Mid-Management Association, with the proviso that we change the compensation for written translation to $125 in addition to the $175 for spoken translation, for a total of $300 and a cap of 3 persons per department.
Okay, there was a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
Aye.
3-2. We'll move to item 11, F11.
Resolution number 2019-134, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a side letter agreement amending the memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the Hollister Peace Officers Association.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Any speaker cards? Is there a motion?
I move resolution 2019-134, resolution City of Hollister approving the side letter agreement between memorandum of understanding between the City of Hollister and the Hollister Peace Officers Association, with the proviso that the total compensation for spoken and written translation equal $300, and that the amount of people certified to start will be three persons per department.
3 persons?
Yes, right?
We have more than that now.
Well,
So they would get entitled to that. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Aye.
3-2. We'll move to item F12.
Resolution number 2019-135, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a side letter agreement between the City of Hollister and the Confidential Employee Unit.
Okay, any questions or comments? Any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Is there a motion?
I make a resolution 2019-135, resolution City of Hollister approving a side letter agreement between the City of Hollister and the Confidential Employee Unit, with the proviso that the total compensation for those doing verbal and written translation equal $300 a month, and that the cap be 3 persons per department, to begin with.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. We'll move to item F13.
Resolution number 2019-136, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving an amendment to the salaries and benefits plan between the City of Hollister and the Executive Management Unit.
Okay, is there any questions or comments? Any speaker cards?
Mr. Mayor?
Is there a motion?
Resolution, I move Resolution 2019-136, resolution City of Hollister, City of Hollister approving an amendment to the salaries and benefit plan between the City of Hollister and the Executive Management Unit, with the proviso that the compensation be for persons doing both verbal and written translation to be $300 a month and capped at 3 persons to start with.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Aye. Oh,
Aye. What?
motion carried.
No.
Wait.
You forgot to ask us.
3-2. Your eyes were for no's, correct?
No, they were not closed.
All right, we're going to move to
I can't see, but they're not closed.
G1. Reports from city council members regarding their
Everything's
committees.
a little blurry.
Councilmember Lenore,
What am I doing?
reporting your committee.
Oh, no, I'm not doing that right now.
No?
Next meeting,
Okay,
and I'll
Councilmember.
have more to report too, because
Councilmember
I have meetings
Spencer?
coming up.
Huh?
Okay.
No, no meetings.
Vice Mayor Richmond,
I'll
No
report
meeting.
on the next one.
Councilmember Sendes.
Nothing to report.
I did have a few meetings. I had my, the meeting ad hoc committee for the Tel Center.
I was at that. I'm sorry, I forgot.
We took a trip to go visit the business center at CSUMB. We're given a lot of information as far as programming that the university, Cal State University, Monterey Bay, could offer our community and actually would be willing to provide classes here in our community if we were willing to proceed in that direction. Our city manager was there also, and do you have anything you'd like to add to that? Mr. City Manager?
Hey.
I have nothing.
Okay.
Sorry, I was answering a question.
It was,
But the wrong question from the wrong person, I apologize.
overall, it's a great trip, and it's a lot of good information and a lot of potential
I think
for us to have our
everybody's
own
just done.
university campus here. Marty, do you want to talk about
Yeah,
the library committee?
I do. That's the one I
Okay,
thought you were
okay,
going to talk about.
Okay.
So we, the mayor and I had an ad hoc committee with the library. We met with 2 representatives of the new library, and we discussed where we want to go with the new library. To make a long story short, we asked them to dig up the analysis needs assessment that was made several months back, and pull it up again and take a look at what the needs assessment said, what direction they thought we should go, and what area our problems were, and that's where we're going to start. Walking from there.
The other meeting I had was with the Leadership Council, which is the group that meets throughout the Monterey Bay area to discuss the issues with homelessness. There we voted, and San Benito County Hollister received $1.8 million for homeless services for different categories. So that was something that's been worked on for a while, and it was good to finally see that happen. So I want to thank everybody involved with that. All right, we're going to go to informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Lenore?
No reports.
Okay. Councilmember Spencer?
No reports.
Okay. Vice Mayor Richmond?
No, I don't have any.
Councilmember Resendez?
Sure. On 5/29, I had 2 meetings. The first meeting was I met with Tina Garza at the rec department.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Tracy she's one of the new,
Tracy Fountain.
yeah.
Health
And then
Yeah.
Councilmember Lenore. There was a couple county board of supervisors there. It was Supervisor Hernandez, Supervisor De La Cruz, and we were discussing some issues regarding Dunn Park and our transient friends, sorry. And more to come on that. I think we're going to meet again and see how can we better serve our community. Not only the public that's utilizing the park, but see if we can get them some more services for the transients. Sorry. That same day, I was invited to a community meeting over in District 2 at Calaveras Park. Dollar General is looking at putting a store on Felice and San Juan. It seems like, in general, the public's pretty much 50-50 on the issue. The people that showed up were mostly the residential inhabitants right behind the proposed project. It's going to be a mixed-use project that might encompass some affordable housing component along with a store, because that's what it's zoned for. Anyhow, I asked them, and they agreed to, before coming to the Planning Commission, to see if they can at least submit another design or talk to the neighbors that were there and mitigate their concerns. So I'm hoping that they would adhere to that, and I'm looking forward to hearing back from them. That's all. Oh, yep, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't really have anything other than, do we have an update for the dog park, the improvements?
Yeah, I think actually Mike told me, what did he tell me? It gets resodded, I think it's supposed to be right about now, June.
Right now?
Right, we're like in June. So sometime, I thought it was gonna be right at the first part of June.
So sometime this month?
Yeah, it should be pretty
Okay.
close. I know he's finishing up the McCarthy, but at the same time, we should be working on that as well.
The other issue I had a lot of calls on again are the sound walls. We're having issues again. It seems that the technique now is back to.
Yeah. Our sound wall crew is down. What are we down? I think we're down 3 or 3 or 4. So we got to get a few of the temporaries hired back in, because we usually have 5 or 6 out there, and we only have 2.
In the past, we kind of talked a little bit about maybe can we look at having our local landscapers give us pricing to do this work so we can get a more permanent product out of this year round. Is that something we could see what's in the budget for each of these different developments and make sure they're getting the care they need, they're paying for to do it, and maybe our guys could be focused on some of the other projects that have to happen throughout the city. I think we'll have definitely a better outcome from this, because I'm noticing it's very hard to keep up unless you're there every few weeks to do the work. You can't keep up.
Well,
And
especially this year with the late rains and stuff.
right, absolutely, this is a good example of it.
It was a great year for water, but we should.
Right, but you spraying Roundup or those things is not a technique I think that really enhances our sound walls. So if we can look into that, Bill, that would be helpful.
We're the sound wall ad hoc, and I've been talking with Mike about it.
Excellent.
We toured the bad one, and we gotta do something, so maybe we can get with Mike and give you a good report.
Okay, that'd be
Some
great.
need care more than others.
Oh, yeah. All right, thank you. Let's move to item G3.
Yes, Christine, can I have the PowerPoint, please? This is the report on the Pinnacle Gateway Partner May 15th, 2019 meeting. It was held at the Veterans of War building in San Juan Bautista. The report explains it was a Adobe Ranch style building. Again, a lot of the people that went to this venue had never been there before or knew that it was there. It has a notable mural. The slide here shows a project that the partnership's been working on for some time. The idea was trying to get people on weekends when it's crowded at the parks to discover other things to do, and then stick around and maybe stay at a hotel and go to the park on a weekday. This is a hidden gems map. We put copies of it in each council member's slot. I hope you found it. And what we're trying to do is celebrate some of the special gems that we have in our gateway communities. This is a first draft for this map, and it wasn't a huge run. We're looking for input on it, and suggested changes, but we're excited about a first effort. So, and I see that it's really hard to read what's there, but it features, there's wineries, some places to hike, there's El Teatro Campesino, and it's looking at the whole gateway communities, not trying to stay away from that silo. One of the featured speakers at the meeting was Naomi Torres. She's the superintendent of the Juan Batista Anza Trail. It's a 1,800-mile trail from it was a colonization party. There's information about it in your report. But they came with 30 families, 1,000 cattle. And she talked about how it fundamentally changed California because they colonized, they brought the cattle, and that there's a lot of history over time on the trail. And so there's more of a local picture that's from the interactive website of where the trail is close to San Juan Batista on the old stage road. They finally hired a new superintendent. I guess it takes about 8 to 10 minutes to replace people on the federal level, even if you're just park maintenance or just anybody there. And so they have, the new superintendent will be at the next Gateway Partnership meeting in July, and that will be on the east side of the park from 10 to 12. Anybody can come. And also they have a new concessionaire, and they're trying to establish a wireless network for the campground and develop a website for the campground and the store, and adding an option for campers who don't have camping gear. Maybe they come from the Bay Area, they can rent equipment and camp it at the campground, and upgrade the swimming pool and develop night sky programming. There's a telephone number in the staff report or email address to the coordinator for the Pinnacle Gateway Partners. So if you had time to look at the Hidden Gems map and have comments, positive, suggested improvements, please email them. Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go to G5.
She's like, I'm out of here.
Christine, I also have a PowerPoint.
What are you doing? Money?
It's going to be really quick. I usually say it's on the top item right on the screen, right top middle, G5.
Disappeared on the desktop. G5. Wherever that happens to be.
That's okay. I only have to be up in a few more hours. No problem. I can deal with 3,000 students on 2 hours of sleep.
You were right, it's gonna be quick if we don't have the slide.
Not fair.
I just asked our council, what's the latest he's ever been at a city council meeting, and he said 127, 128, 129.
Well.
1:30.
Part of the gig.
You responsible for this agenda?
Hey, June, that's what happens. It's okay.
You know, when this is all done, she's gonna talk with you, and I'm gonna talk with you.
Too many items.
Look what you've accomplished tonight, though.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we gotta go to 3 meetings.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah, maybe
it
we
wouldn't.
have to.
It wouldn't change anything.
Only one's
Oh,
listening.
I couldn't
Busy
resist.
trying to figure out where G5 is, or G3 or G something.
I couldn't resist. You knew that was coming. Everybody knew that was coming once you got to 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's super funny.
Lost it. Did you lose the money too?
I I asked that
If
question
you want to
today
make
as
it
well.
easier, we can continue this and the next item to the next meeting, because
Okay.
it's both on the same
We can
presentation.
continue this item with the consensus from the
To the
council.
special- To the 17th meeting?
Yeah,
Meeting on 17th? Is that-
yes, we can do it that way.
To the meeting on the 17th?
That's our next meeting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both this one and the next one, G5 and G6, he said.
Oh, you lost both?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
on the same
Okay.
presentation.
Okay, all right. Okay, for item 5, if there's a
Oh, G6 too? We're not going to talk to
G6 also,
VLF?
yeah.
Gee, I would, yeah, okay.
All right.
Councilmember Spencer is going to be gone, so.
HIJK, there is no business.
Nope.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
motion carries.